cloud of cannabis. Yeah, true. I will say, me sitting here is a bit of a misnomer, Chip Western, because, at least when my foot's not broken, almost all of the time I spend editing or at this desk when I'm not streaming, the desk is in standing mode. The reason I don't adjust it between sitting and standing is I would have to fix my green screen, reason number one. And because this camera doesn't have a long enough cable, the light next to it doesn't have a long enough cable, and this monitor and this monitor don't have long enough cables. So if I stand it up without like doing about, I don't know, 3 minutes of cable management, 3 to 5 minutes of cable management, half my shit will fall off the desk. So I have to be very cautious and careful about it. I just can't be asked to do it while I'm streaming. It's like, I can do it. I can make it work. I just have to unplug 2 things. I have to swap 2 cables. I have to like I have to like change my, I have to redo my monitor settings once I plug the cables back in and like all that. And it's kind of annoying. So I only do that when I'm not streaming. And then I put it in standing mode and I just kind of leave it there for like the weekend usually. So anyways, let's play some Dwarf, shall we? We're still in the quiet season due to half the world not realizing that I've gone through a time change. So people take a little longer to tune in at this time of year. And also, you know, every single video game in the world releasing. So people are distracted with other things. Sounds like I need longer cables. This is true. That is one takeaway you could have from this, but like, I also find even when I had a setup that like was more conducive to standing while streaming, I still didn't stand all that much while streaming. That's why I've been on earlier the past couple days. Also, this is the last, what do you call it? The last time change my province is doing. So I'm going to confuse everybody forever going forward. Unless you're in like one of the 3 places on planet Earth that doesn't do time changes. Also, hey, Romanoid. Let me get this started. It's my behind the scenes recording that records just gameplay and not my voice. That even hops is a cannabis plant? Oh no, absolutely. Like the genus of like cannabis as a like a plant family, Black Winds in YouTube chat, is a very interesting and useful and like important crop. Like paper, fabric, for one thing, hops, beer, fermenting, preserving. Also, like, hippy-dippy superfoods, like hemp hearts. Yeah, like, cultural impact, as Greg and Then Some mentions, with their example of Cheech and Chong. Snoop Dogg. Where would we be as a society without weed? I mean, come on. Music would be slightly less interesting. As long as Discord or a future equivalent dings you, you'll be all right. I mean, well, actually, I should make a proper Fluxer account. My Discord now links to my Fluxer if you want a future equivalent. The future is now. Although I will say they're doing some migration at the minute, which is resulting in images uploading slowly. You knew a dude who smoked hops? Was he a bunny rabbit? There's got to be a joke in here somewhere. I'm glad you liked it, Clem. Appreciate the kind words in YouTube chat. Now I'm trying to think about it. Like, you're saying 2 weeks of smoke-free every 2 months. That seems like a pretty good way to manage tolerance. I haven't smoked weed in a minute. I'm just gonna look at my calendar, because I could tell you when I last smoked weed, because I know what day it was. But it's been a little while. I need to, like, visually look at a calendar to be able to tell you how many days it's been. So it's been more than 2 weeks for me, I think. Yeah, I haven't smoked weed since February 20th. "21 days? Might as well go for a month at this rate. Although I will be going to see some I call them trucker rock, but it's actually more like stoner rock. A stoner rock band called Bort and a pretty well-known fuzz rock band called Howling Giant on like the second to last day of this month. So you better fucking bet your ass I'm bringing a joint to that show. But yeah, I don't know. Not to be like too nitpicky, Shep Western, but all weed should be dry. If it's not dry, then you fucked up. And it's probably going to be difficult for you to get anything of note out of it unless you're cooking with it. So what I think you mean is like a not green state. I know that you're using it as like the dry as and sober as in like can't drink, but like that's what dirty sodas are for, okay? Meanwhile, Chillwoods in YouTube chat's like, no, I knew you'd know who Caius was the moment I saw your shorts. Yeah, and also like, you know, Sleep and Dope Throne, all that. I know what a dry state means. I was just trying to say that weed should be in a dry state. Like, you're supposed to keep it moisture-free, my guy. I mean, come on. Also, I live in a state of existence in a Canadian province. You could live in a better state, too. Better state of mind. I don't know. The one, you know, it's really funny. I saw this meme, I think it was on Discord recently, which is just, here, I can dig it up. It's probably not that far away. Yeah, it wasn't far away at all. Excellent. Easy. Pretty much the truth. The one thing that I can say about Canada and Canada's history books is at least Canada generally unanimously agrees on things. So we don't have to worry about the bureaucracy of like whether or not I can legally purchase marijuana. I have Dutch heritage, but I don't know if I can legally say that I'm Dutch. I have a Dutch last name though. I'm about as Dutch as I am Irish, as in, like, a couple generations ago, people were Dutch and Irish. All right, so we have some fun rules for this fort, friends. Whenever the game is unpaused, I have to be following one particular dwarf. That's Tosid the Vampire. Tosid is a religious leader, but I think he's about to step down. Because the fortress is getting big enough now that his time is very called upon frequently. And unless we want to watch him be conducting meeting and getting yelled at by unhappy citizens for the rest of the fortress, I think we need to step him down to the lower level religious position. I mean, he's held this very noble role for quite some time. Now, the fortress itself has come on not hard times, but we've seen some action as of late. There's been lots of like Drothlas and coyotes and stuff attacking the fortress. We, as of late, have started attacking things off-map. If I actually look at reports, we can see recently that we pillaged a tomb just over to the east. If you want to see the fortress in up-to-date status, and its up-to-date status, you can type in !legends here in the Twitch chat, or in the YouTube chat. It should be in the description of the stream. Or you can just go to legends.blindIRL.net, where you can see all of the legends of this fortress. Not in real time, but I did update it at the end of the last stream. This is our dwarf where we are following. We are going to follow him for 10 years. We started following this dwarf on the 14th, or on the year 214, on the last month of fall in the year 214. Last month of fall in the year 214. So basically the first of winter year 315, I guess, will be the last day. We're currently on the year 217. And it is late spring. And our dwarf here, the creator of Ograd Zanos, I think we're going to step him down one rank. Currently, he is the highest ranked religious official of this religion, but if we actually look at this religion, which is the most popular religion in the fortress, with 54 worshippers out of 117 dwarves, also far and away the most popular god of war and death, you can see that we actually have two leaders. We got the Sacred Slaughter, who's Shorast, and we also have Tosid, who's the Exalted Blade. I think we're going to swap these two, because currently he is preaching a lot, which he does really like doing, but he's very, very busy. There's a lot of upset dwarves that constantly want to yell at him. So I think we're going to let him step down one rank. But let's run through his life experience first, and then we'll read through the named dwarves in the fort. He truly treasures the company of others and has little interest in joking around. He rarely feels discouraged, and he is not swayed by emotional appeals. He is slow to anger, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can handle stress, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity abhorrent, and finds working hard to be a foolish waste of time. He does not particularly value the truth and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of raising a family. He likes chromite and trifle pewter, as well as green jade and alpaca wool, cows for their haunting moos and the words of the meditation of droplets, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries, and when possible prefers to consume gutter crewer and maize flour, and absolutely hates bats. He has a very long beard, which is braided, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. He actually had an injury earlier in this fort. He had a broken upper leg due to being hit with a piece of shrapnel from a catapult he was firing. So, a little bit of my own doing there. So, if I go to the, how do I put this? List of dwarves. We've got Tyr, Bone Doll, Alana, Snail, Gory Paws, who, if I remember correctly, was the lover of Alf, who was also married, and Alf was eaten by the vampire. Which is a big shame. We've got Squizzly, we've got Narc, we've also got Bogwater, and also Name a Dwarf is available. Anybody could redeem it if you want. Nobody has. We've got Twitch. We've also got YouTube, who are siblings and are quite funny in themselves. We got Viking, who's very happy. We've got a Tinier Haj. We've got Emmanuel Kent. We've got Shinobi. And we've got Jim Lahi. We've got Moreb. And we've got QN Earl Grey. Of course, we have our beloved vampire and Seth TV, as well as another vampire we'll get to that. We've got Anti-Lanix and Bootlegger and Umbrel, as well as 409, and Handchest and Key, as well as Micah and Pellies and Axe. We also have our Hammer Lords / Militia Commanders. My military is actually pretty happy, except for 94 heroes, who maybe I will boot out of the military. We'll see. We've got Pax Mac and Darius, as well as Tight and Stormwolf, Hekios, and 94 Heroes, and Uptight Gent, and a bunch of peasants once again, and Amelia down at the bottom, who's a performer. Happy Bearded Dwarf is the request. And newly added, Hand of Fate. Did you have a dwarf in this world yet? If you did, well, we could do some variation on your name so your dwarf is easier to look up. However, your last name is Salvesnarl, if you want to look yourself up in Legends. And he can be very happy and optimistic and feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he has a sense of duty. He's a friendly individual. He's curious and eager to learn and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He enjoys the company of others and often feels discouraged. He has an active sense of humor, and he acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You haven't? Gotcha. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally is utterly disgusted by cunning, values good craftsmanship, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Welcome to the fort. As a reminder to everybody watching the channel right now, this is a crowdfunded stream. I make a living because people throw bits and tips at the stream. Obviously, when my YouTube videos do well, I do make some money there. But the vast majority of what I make financially comes from people watching the stream, subscribing, or tipping the channel. If you like the channel and you want to keep it primarily sponsor-free, which is the way I run this stream historically and the way I would like to continue running it, and you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me when that pops up. Otherwise, if you would like to support the stream and you want to know like what is the most effective way to do that, you could type in !support here in the Twitch chat or go to blindirl.com/support, which will give you a link explaining exactly where and how is the most effective methods of supporting this channel. Any questions? For the fortress itself, I think we're short on bedrooms, actually. Yes, quite short. So I think that's probably going to be the first thing we do, probably before I even unpause the game. We do have this kind of series of bedrooms that I've been slowly working on. This is going to be a new series of office, amongst other things. We also have these two offices. We have this kind of long bridge that I'm working on, and then there's this little barracks all the way the hell out here. One layer down and then one layer up, we have a public tavern, so allowing visitors and guests. I think this squad is working around the clock. The Fat Tubist, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the party button if you like. So I think these guys, the bottommost squad, yeah, they are on staggered training. Okay. I'll just leave them on staggered training. But because we do have visitors, there is some suspect twits showing up, such as this goblin bard, who's definitely suspect. I mean, fully suited, definitely not a dancer. Absolutely not a dancer. That's an elf tooth crown. That must look awful. And then up here, of course, we have, you know, more, in this case, injured suspect characters. We did get attacked by an Etten relatively recently, which did end up in a big fight over here. I need to figure out more effective methods of getting my vampire into combat situations so that we can witness them easier. Although I was able to get him nearby a fight that was happening down in the basement, where a forgotten beast was getting fought with by my military. So that was entertaining, but I think we may need to train my vampire
Akira
on like...
Yumi Ziv cheered. X230. Meep.
Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Appreciate ya. The $2.30. I know chat just posted a round of beers, but you guys can post some more if you like. At least $2.30 worth. I realize there's a lot of ore right there, but there's a lot of ore in other places, so I just kind of don't want to dig through this right now. I will do it when we need it, though. But we're doing a lot of this smoothing because we need to catch up on things. Smoothing is one of those things. And we are going to make some more bedrooms. The caverns, we do have access to the lava sea when it comes to the caverns. Okay, so these are as deep as they're going. We do have access to the lava sea, and I'm planning on making the... How do I put this? I'm planning on figuring out some more mode of transporting lava up here. Probably just going to use minecarts if I had to guess. But I might not. I don't know yet exactly if we're going to be using minecarts or if we're going to be going with some other form of lava transport. But at least for the minute, I am kind of brainstorming a little bit of lava. Side note, just a little bit of housekeeping here. I do think I'm going to not be streaming this Friday. Partially because there's a thing that I want to do on Thursday, but also on top of that, I am actually editing this fortress into a video in real time, which isn't something I usually do. So because I'm editing this fortress into a video as like the streams are happening, I would like to stay ahead of it and more or less like have everything ready to go as the fortress ends, so I don't overwork myself. I'm more or less trying kind of a... I think like my new year happened late because I broke my leg and time just got paused for a couple weeks. Or I broke my foot, and so time got paused for a couple weeks. But now that my foot's healed, and I'm kind of like back at full power per se, I'm kind of hitting New Year's resolutions now that I kind of intended to implement earlier, where I'm just like, yeah, so something I wanted to do at the beginning of the year was to figure out how I could start working on videos as I'm streaming them and seeing if that's like a way that I could put out bigger videos faster. So I'm kind of suddenly now willing to try that because I'm through the pain of my foot being busted. And we'll see if that works. We'll see. Is it hard to do? It's good if you want to move small amounts of lava. It's a little bit more tedious in the like actual doing of the thing. It's good if you just want like enough to like use for forges, but like you don't need enough to like, I don't know, fill a reservoir, right? That's it. It's kind of unremarkable. It's much less impressive looking, but it is... It's a good way to move a small amount of lava. Am I still using Linux? Yeah. Has my workflow or software changed at all? The only piece of software that changed is I don't use Adobe Premiere anymore. But literally nothing else has changed. No, I haven't gone back. I keep on saying I don't have a Windows machine in this apartment. That is not true. There is a Windows 2000 machine over there, and in the closet there is a laptop that has Windows 98 on it. But no, my workflow has not changed at all. Everything is exactly as it was, more or less. Basically everything I was using before was already like open source and Linux compatible because I ain't fucking spending money on Photoshop. Like, fuck that. And like so many things that like groups use these days are like web-based anyway, so like that works just fine, no issues there. I was already using Firefox, but now I use LibreWolf because I got annoyed with Firefox. It's like I was already using Audacity for my audio stuff. Yeah. What flavor of Linux am I using? I'm using Mint, but everybody says that like if you get into Linux, you're just gonna be distro hopping forever. I don't think that's true for me. Like I've tried a few other ones on my laptop. I've tried Fedora, which is currently what my laptop is running, which is mostly just a word processor. I've messed around with Cashy, which I bounced off of pretty quickly on my laptop. And I am quite happy with Mint. It's like I'm very much a if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of person. So. Has kind of always been the sort of person that I am. A couple of years ago, also it seems like my camera's being annoying again. It's literally just my camera. The rest of the stream is fine. I don't know why it does that. A A couple years ago, your buddies and you got some old Windows 98-ish laptops. Windows 98-ish. How does one be Windows 98-ish? That kind of doesn't work in my brain. Okay, I was just making sure all these are filled up. Cool, cool, cool. But yeah, if I were to step away from Mint, I would probably just go to like plain old Debian, which I might actually do. Now that I actually know what I'm doing, like the next time I upgrade, I might just go to like vanilla Debian and just use Kitty Plasma instead of Cinnamon. But I quite like Debian. I like stability. You've got it backwards for me. I really like Fedora on the laptop because I feel like Fedora has better like touchpad swipe compatibility and capabilities built in. Thanks for the $1, Shep. Appreciate you. So this is our vampire. This is the world that we currently live in. Well, my, like, legends, nobody's typed in the command, but legends here is what I run, is running on my home server, which is, running TrueNAS, and then the actual application itself is running on a VM. So, an Ubuntu VM. Oh, I technically also, brain just fell out of my ear. I'm also running Cache on my media PC right now. I just haven't turned it on in 2 months because I've been not doing stuff on my media PC. Maybe a little longer than that. May have actually been since last summer. I may actually have to deal with those, the cave crocodile fighting down below, too. I'm kind of leaving a lot of these areas open to be a little bit more violent for the fun of it. Just for the fun of it. Uh-oh, Bootlegger seems to have lost a leg. Or some sort of limb? A hand! Oh, no. Hey, Bootlegger, do you need a hand? We may have found one. That doesn't seem to be great for you. Oh, also, if you see him being free after being released from confinement, it's because this dwarf did do a very brief stint in prison. I'm just gonna get this dumped. He did do a brief stint in prison on a like legal technicality. Unfortunately, there was some issues where the mayor wasn't totally happy with the import-export status of the fortress, and he kind of got arrested for a bit. But it is now the 15th, and it is time for Tosid to step down. Temporarily, but step down. So, Shorthast is going to take the place of Sacred Slaughter, who was the Sacred Slaughter and is now currently a bard, is going to take the Exalted Blade. And I'm going to make our vampire Can I not move him down? Oh, that's interesting. Like, once promoted, you can't take the post back? Well, okay then. That was unexpected. Huh. Today I learned. Well, the thing is, so YouTube chat mentions, like, they'd be upset if they lost the title of Exalted Blade. I agree, but I don't want him to just be... I don't want to just be watching him conducting meetings forever, right? And that's what's going to happen. And okay, that's it. I couldn't make the broker into this job, so I had to give away his broker privileges so that I could make him into the Exalted Blade. Or, you know, take him down from being the Exalted Blade and then reinstate him. So he's now the Sacred Slaughter, which I personally feel is a cooler name, but I mean, what do I know? I'm just gonna make 5 copper crossbows and some leather. Quivers. We'll just make 10 of those because I actually do want to get some leather stuff up and running. And we desperately, and I do mean desperately, need some wood. So we're going to go hack down a bunch of wood. And I may give our vampire wood hacking privileges. I may give a few people wood hacking privileges, actually. Because currently it's just this engraver. So let's see if some other people are capable of picking up an axe. We'll see. But currently it's just going to go make a silk shirt. But Server Lord, how are you doing today? It's good to see you. How you been? Something that's fun about being on Twitch as much as I am and having been on Twitch as long as I have is just witnessing people. This is also something I need to see. He may step down again if it's still just, you know, constantly getting yelled at by unhappy citizens. It is really interesting to see people just pop up around Twitch. Like, I've seen your name a lot recently, just like lurking around in various channels and just being like, oh, I know you. So we are doing some cloth dyeing. We do have a little cloth dyeing industry, although I will say that, unfortunately, I think our cloth dyeing industry is actually really boring because they keep failing. For one reason or another, at the minute it seems to be a lack of bags. So we're going to have to check the bag industry over here, I think. But how is Chat's Wednesday going? What you playing today? You playing something? You at work? You busy? You hanging out? It only takes 1 gift sub to get number 3 on the leaderboard. I can't remember the last time we didn't fill up the gift sub leaderboard in one stream, actually. But I do hope that this becomes a intriguing fortress to follow as we move along. Especially because hopefully today we end up in a siege at some point. That is a big hope for today. I'll have to go pick up equipment today. A shoe. Okay, let's see if I can figure out what AC2 is. Assassin's Creed 2. Uh-oh. I wonder what that was. Probably a coyote? Could have been many things, but something spooked him. I think I'm going to give you some war dogs. Did I? Ah, no. Okay. Who are going to follow you once we hit the 25th. I threw him in a squad so that he could make it over here. But I need to pause on the 25th and unforbid those war dogs so they follow him around and defend him. Are you really playing Assassin's Creed 2? What started that? It's either that or Ace Combat 2. On your own local LLM agent? How's the waifu coming along then? Well, I guess. Or are you doing this for coding? Make a cup of tea soon? Then you can genuinely say it's your cup of tea. I'm going to go over to these, and I'm going to grab all of the named dogs, and I'm going to assign them. Because now they'll follow him. So this doesn't seem to have changed much. Now has 3 pet war dogs. Do vampires drink alcohol? Yes, but you need a tavern keeper to serve them alcohol. They won't go out of their way to get alcohol. So dwarves will go out of their way to get alcohol. Vampires will not. There's a cow? Why is there a cow? Somebody must have brought that with on a migrant wave. Oh, hey, he's actually reading some books. Well, that's good to see. Also, actually, he wants martial training. Maybe I should put him in the military. Yeah, I don't know if that was a change or if it's always been that way, but for like at least the last 5 years, they've been able to drink alcohol. Deep space. Sure, Shinobi. Using it as a front end to bigger systems. Right. Well, best of luck. So now when he ends up in combat-y situations, he can fight people. I do personally think that the title Sacred Slaughter is cooler than the title Exalted Blade. I don't know how chat feels, but that's how I feel. Maybe I'll take him off of the wood cutting task that I threw him on, and instead put him on mining, because I want to know how that mining's coming along. It also is pretty clear that we don't have enough axes at the minute. Hope you've been well, by the way, Deep Space. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, I'm glad that the video that I put out this past week has some people excited and interested in the Dwarf Fortress history stuff, because... Oh, you too, hey? Mr. Malix. I'm glad that it's got some people excited, because I'm fucking stoked for the near future, and I've seen a lot of... I think, like, as long as... Like, if you're very deep in a game and if you've played it for a very long time, it's very easy to spot people that are... just trying to find a bone to pick with the game, especially in between updates. And I've been seeing a not small amount of negativity. And I think also, like, if people are mad in general at the world, they tend to lash out at things. And I've seen kind of a lot of negativity around, like, the fringes of Dwarf Fortress recently, and it's been really bumming me out. So it's nice to see people excited, because I'm looking forward to, and especially as of late, very much looking forward to whatever Tarn does next, because even though I think it's still going to be a couple months, I'm always looking forward to when people come back after taking breaks, and it feels like a lot of people have taken breaks at Dwarf Fortress recently. The adamantine is slow to mine. I did some math. With a legendary miner with a steel pickaxe, it takes 1 minute and 30 seconds to mine 1 tile. Ah, man, I missed the 5th. Can't pause. Sacred Slaughter sounds like a Doom map. It's either that or like a Quake map. Yeah, it does sound like that. YouTube chat. Had you not seen it before, NetHazard? I think Danny did a fucking great job on it. Considering, like, the people who worked the most on that documentary don't really play Dwarf Fortress, I think that they did a fantastic job on it. And I was happy to contribute the small bits that I did. I would buy it on Blu-ray, and I don't own a Blu-ray player. Sure, certainly, Serverlord. Your brother plays it all the time. Well, shouts to your brother. I guess, like, when I say, like, people are taking a break from Dwarf Fortress, largely what I mean is, like, the directory is quieter, and, like, I look at my view count right now, and there's 117 people here. 2 months ago, not even, it would be weird if I had less than 200 people right now. So I can kind of tell when people are taking breaks from this game, because it usually means that a lot of other big games released, you know, like we just got a new Resident Evil. I mean, there's a Resident Evil badge in the chat right now. We just got a new Resident Evil. You know, like everybody's playing High Guard. Tons of people are playing Marathon. High Guard was a joke, I swear. I'm not that out of touch. Everybody's off playing other big releases that have come out recently. You know, like stuff's getting ported. It's kind of we're in a bit of a release cycle right now for games, and whenever that happens, it just kind of is what it is. Like, the game that's just kind of the mainstay for in between, which is largely what Dwarf Fortress has been, except for when Dwarf Fortress gets updates. Things get quiet around here, and it's always been that way. This has just been a bigger, sharper, longer feeling one for me than normal, which is a bit odd. Slay the Spire 2, absolutely. Actually, that's a big one. I keep forgetting about Slay the Spire 2 because I keep ending up in Slay the Spire streams while I'm like just working on off days. And I'll be honest with you, that game just looks like Slay the Spire to me with my like uncultured, like lack of knowledge, dumb brain that didn't play much Slay the Spire. I'm like, wow, everybody's playing Slay the Spire. It took me like 3 days to realize that sequel had released. And that it was the sequel that I kept seeing because I genuinely like just didn't clock that it was the sequel. It looks like the first one. But honestly, like, hey, you know, that's working as intended. Like that, it should be that way. So, when I read the sentence, "Holy shit, my doctor," I immediately get scared for your personal and physical health and get worried that, like, you just got, like, some terminal news or something, or, like, your doctor just quit and now you have to find a new GP and, like, the world's about to end, and I was expecting bad news, and then you said killed the Minotaur, and my brain had to, like, catch up to what I was reading. But congrats, I guess. Good job. Buy him a beer. It's like, holy shit, my doctor. Brace for impact. Killed the Minotaur. Yeah, oh, he bit him to death? Oh, that's great. My favorite one is when, like, a dwarf bites a were creature and kills them by biting them. Those are always my favorites. Let's also keep some pickaxes. And also I was going to check my cloth. Got a decent amount of soap, got a lot of cloth. Let's do cloth. Let's do 40 cloth bags. Give you other tasks. Let's also do iron pick. We'll do 10 of them because I think I've got at least 10 iron. Yes, I do. I'll be honest with you, because I know so little about the original Slay the Spire, I was just kind of like, yeah, this probably ain't for me when I looked at it originally and then never really got into it after that. Because I've played so little of that game and I know so little about it, genuinely, I can't tell what's different about the sequel. They look like the same game to me. Fat Tubist in YouTube chat also mentions, this was about 30 minutes ago, so I'm catching up on both chats now. Always look forward to hanging out. Work and family sometimes prevent it. Gotcha. Do you work in tech and you're a Microsoft engineer and you're planning to move to Linux? It's gotten so bad. Oh boy. You know it's bad when the staff switch. Just discovered this game a few weeks ago. Well, good to have you, Frank Kenny. Probably did only 100 hours, though. I will be honest. You stating that you've played 100 hours of Dwarf Fortress means that I realize you just like requested Dwarf. Beard or no beard. You playing 100 hours of Dwarf Fortress means you've probably played more Dwarf Fortress than most people have played video games. Ever. So like that, you play Dwarf Fortress. You've played plenty of Dwarf Fortress. Okay, let's pause. So beard or no beard, Server Lord? It's new characters, maps, and enemies? Gotcha. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's all you really need for a sequel to something like that. Is the same, but different, right? Oh, and the farmers would like to make a farmers guild. I feel like the farmers guild should go down in the caverns. I also really would like to get you loaded. And you loaded. And this down here is the undyed cloth, and this up here is the dyed cloth. I'm actually just going to get rid of the dyed cloth, move that up here, and then place a dyed cloth stockpile up here. And, random in anything. Okay. So then I will select a dwarf, hold the down arrow for a bit, and then hold the up arrow for a bit, and then the nearest dwarf to them that's not named, I will give it to you. So, can't see. Down for a bit. Up for a bit. Down for a bit, up for a bit, down for a bit, up for a bit, and then you are the one that I selected. That's you. Server Lord is one who never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Is prone to strong feelings of lust and does not go out of her way to help others. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She likes to brawl. She can handle stress, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and occasionally overindulges. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And likes satin spar and brass and praise opal and praise and crystal glass. Also, to anybody who hasn't been here in a little bit, if you type in !legends and look up the last name of your dwarf, so Spire Ring, you can get your full family history if that's interesting to you. The color chocolate, high boots, the sound of the songs of glossing, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries, and when possible, prefers to consume date wine and garlic bulbs and absolutely hates slugs. She has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. And she has low cheekbones and a deeply recessed chin. Her eldest daughter is named Cog. You actually have quite a huge family, geez. Including Saxul Otaram Gostarlithor. That actually might be worth looking up. Just to see who's in your family. Your nephew Aban lives here. You have a lot of cousins. And a lover named Adil who doesn't live here. Clearly, they go to another high school. You're friends with Micah and Amelia. Welcome to the fortress. You've been anti-Mac for literal decades, and you're starting to suggest people consider Mac now because Windows is getting so horrible. You know, that was I want to say it was Wendell from Level 1 Techs. I think past Windows 10 you need specific hardware. Yeah, I want to say it was Wendell from Level 1 Techs who said relatively recently, he's like, for the hardcore like PC user base, we may actually be in the year of Linux, but for most people, it's actually just the year of the Mac. I need another wood furnace. Or for non-power users, it's actually just the year of the Mac. Good evening, Dr. Linden. How you doing? How you doing? The B in evening like completely made me forget how to speak. So you're making cloth robes. You're down here. That looks like it's been forbidden. I also need some more of these. Just making a little catacombs thingy. Which so far I think has been quite entertaining. I'm also going to dig out a chunk right about here, and this is where I'm going to put the Farmers Guild. Let's also hack down these, and all these, and those. Maybe out to there. not going to accept that just yet because I want it to be there so I remember it's there. Legends and surnames, is there a way to find names even when we write them in the Dwarven language? You'd have to look up the translation, which is not optimal. So if your dwarf is still alive, ask me to check what the translation is. So there was an update that was supposedly pushed, but I never got it. I need to actually look into that, because Rogue Phoenix, who made the fork of Legends Viewer that's capable of running headless, and being served to people on a web page, had an update pushed to it to allow you to do that, but I installed the update and it never worked. So I actually need to look into that. Haven't watched it in a while. Yeah, it has been a bit, Lyndon. If you're wondering what people are talking about, if you type in !legends just like this, or go to blindirl.legends.net, you can look up the fortress, which is Aftercasket, and follow along in real time. Erish the mayor has been reelected. Also, some ads are about to run. I will pause the game during said ad break. The Aqua Faith? What god what does the god that faith worships stand for? Is it like the god of rain and rivers or something? Be funny if it was just like anger. Like something completely unrelated to water. Okay, let me just pause. You should also look up what the actual entity is. If you make a engraving of the deity and you just click the tile where it was before the game is unpaused and you look it up, you can probably figure out what the actual deity is, because it'll tell you in the little listing, which those are always fun as hell to look at, to be honest with you. Because yeah, that I gotta know. You stepped on when you were young, and it would not wash off with soap and warm water. Oh, that's gross. Also, I don't know how I missed that, Server Lord. That is gross. Let's see if these have been started, because I don't think they have. Blind going for the big investments. Hey, investments are open for those of you who care. While we wait for these ads to finish, only 20 seconds left. It does seem that most recently he's dwelling upon his time in prison. At the very least, he became less angry after experiencing trauma. That's like maybe the best thing that's happened to our little vampire recently. I should also mention he's up to being in the middle level of happiness, which is good. It's improving. And
getting value from this stream again as I've been at home in the day more than usual. So cheers, Blind. Thanks for what you do.
Appreciate you, Shinobi. Thanks for the 10th month. I need that pick-me-up because, like, I think it's been a slow couple of weeks for a lot of reasons, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for supporting the entertainment that you get out of it. I'm just glad you're getting something out of it, if nothing else. All right. I am on the 20th, so I can keep the game paused. How's progress happening up here? Let's see if I can queue up some floorings. I'm only allowed to pause on the 1st of the month and the 0s of the month and the 5s of the month, so if you're wondering as to why I'm not pausing all that often, it's because this is sort of like a following One Dwarf story run masquerading as a no pause run. Like, there are some restrictions to what I can and cannot do and when I can and cannot pause, which I think makes it more interesting and forces me to follow the One Dwarf and get to know them and all that. It's part of the fun of it. This will probably catch me up with the beds that I'm missing. Let's just go to multi. Whoop. 17 more beds. I just manually assign these so I can see just in plain text how many more I need to make. Which isn't the best, but because they will eventually claim them regardless, but I find it much easier if I just do this manually. I'm also noticing, at the very least with this fort, more so than the last fort that I had, a lot of these dwarves are married when they migrate here. There's a negative review on Steam for Dwarf Fort that's been sticking with me, where a person was trying to build a long-term fortress, and they, like, nobody was getting married and nobody was having kids. And then he did, like, basically, like, went through and checked, like, every single dwarf in their fort, and most of them were gay. And then they basically complained for the rest of the review about the game being woke, which I just have to stress. I think that's really funny. Because, like, if you play this game way too much, like I have, you start to notice that different factions have different tendencies. And, like, 2 forts ago in a previous world, basically every dwarf was pissed because they were all arguing all the time. And my mayor, like, got so mad due to just reoccurring shitty memories about arguments that he was getting into, he went insane. And, like, that's just a tendency of that faction, which made a lot of sense when you realize that that faction's almost dead, died out in wars very early on, never really expanded, and kind of fell apart. Whereas, like, this one, they all have multiple lovers. Most of, like, I'd say about 20 to 30% of the dwarves that arrive are already married with at least one partner outside of that marriage, and they're all constantly lustful. Genuinely, I think that shit's so funny, because if you play this game too much, you'll just notice that it's like, oh, you just picked the bad faction. Like, you should have done a test for it to see, like, what the actual personality of those dwarves are like, or maybe, like, looked at the religion a little bit, or, like, thought about, like, this before you decided that, like, set your mind on that. And, like, that's a fault of the game for, like, not explaining itself well, but, like, man, I think that shit's so funny. Like, maybe it's bad that I get schadenfreude out of people having a bad experience with a video game, but my God, I cackled reading that review. Okay, so we've got some bags that are queued up. Okay, let's do coffers. Let's just do 50. Let's do rock cabinets. Let's also just do 50. Normally I care about materials, but for some reason in this fort I'm caring way less about materials and color consistency. Let's go with... Oh, it's something else I need to check, actually. Pig tails. Okay, plants. Am I out of pigtails at the minute? Literally, yes. Okay. It's pigtail season. That would be why. I think that Drothla needs to die. I think I need a couple more bigger... I mean, not necessarily bigger, but a couple more farmers' plots. Like down here. And down here that are just for pigtails. 10 out of 10. They're a bit more grid-like than I tend to make, but it's helping me keep track of what I'm doing because I'm spending so little time actually focusing on playing the game and so much more time than normal, like, just following one dwarf that I keep losing track of where I'm at. All right. What am I getting myself into this time, Aiden? I realize you asked chat. Should I wait for chat to fill you in, or should I fill you in? Yeah, they just have a huge population and supply of water buffaloes and cows. It would also be funny if you were getting a lot of milkers and butchers. No, it's fine. If you look at the view counts, it's been quiet around these parts for the past week or two, so I don't mind repeating myself too much. No, we're following a vampire for 10 years. I did a video a little while ago now where I followed one dwarf for 10 years. We're more or less doing a repeat of that, but I'm following a vampire for 10 years. So this is a vampire who's a religious figure in this fort who's probably going to move into being a scholar for a little bit and or a tavern keeper. I haven't decided yet. You know, he's eaten 9 dwarves since the fort started. And hasn't been convicted of any crimes or caught doing any crimes just yet. The only crime he was convicted of was a technicality, because he got arrested due to a, incorrect production order. Mr. Attention Span, I guess you like the shorts, eh? Also, Alchemy Saga, hello. Explaining that dwarves polyamory is the meta? Well, it helps. If all the dwarves have lovers and big families, yeah, it helps. You know, Fat Tubist in YouTube chat saying that they're going to generate worlds until they get a polycule fortress. I'll have you know, in Long Death, I had a militia captain who literally hooked up with every single Forgotten Beast. That one has webs. Oh, Jesus Christ. Every single male dwarf in the military while she was married. The problem with this is they'll only have children if they're married. Like, they'll be happy if they have lovers, but they'll only have children if they're married. So that was a fortress where I needed children to expand the population because it was a generation fort. So I needed them to have kids. And when she died, every single one of those male dwarves almost instantly got married to some other kindred spirit they had in the fort. And, the population doubled in 2 years. Was so happy when that dwarf died. So this is kind of terrifying. The Forgotten Beast Nagokang Sudor has come. A great hairy earthworm. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Its fern green hair is short and even, beware, its webs. So, I can't pause the game until the first. I don't know where this thing is. Chat, hold on to your butts. Please. That's not good. I tried to lock one. Okay. Fire! So far we've lost Tyr, Mang, Rigoth, Ashtan. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's not good. That's really not good. Fuck. I think, where did it even appear? Yeah, it was literally, right here. So it just, walked right in. I wish I put a door here. The problem is... yeah, I'm... All right, folks. Hold on to your beers. I need a round of them. The biggest one I can. I know that not that many people are here at the minute, but you might want to look up if you are. Run! Holy shit, he made it. No, 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 no. Why did you go back to harvest? Is it still alive? I don't know. What the fuck happened? I assume it's dead, because the deaths seem to have stopped. I won't know until the 5th. I literally can't pause. And then he just goes and eats somebody, okay, because, like, you know. Okay, well, so he just ate Viking. He needed a stress snack, chat. Maybe we'll get an idea when he gets back down to the well, because he is going to go clean himself at the well. Okay, so who even killed it? Is it dead? Yes, okay, so the beast is dead. But who killed it? A lot of dwarves just died, holy shit. The broker vampire strikes the beast in the body with his art. Wait. Wait. Did you really kill it? I didn't even witness the death. Oh my god, he did. So yeah, no, you're right. He hit it on the stairs. You're correct call, Regus. Wow. Okay. So what's the full list of dead? Tyr died, Bone Doll died, Squizzly died, Please died, the dwarf that killed that forgotten beast, Narc died, and Viking died. Well, totally related. I realize that this is horrific, but this might be one of the most important, like, storytelling moments of this fortress. You know? Like, genuinely. I'm gonna lock this. For the minute. Yeah, that's true. You are correct. I don't really need the beds at the moment. But we do need the coffins. I'm actually not sure how many tombs I have right now. I mean, how many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's just do 30. Check my nobles too. We did keep all the nobles, although I will say we did lose the leader of the other religion. I'm just gonna go appoint somebody. Henchest is now going to take that position. Okay. You know, honestly, so YouTube chat's saying the Forgotten Beast got in the way of snack time. I like to think of it as, it's not that he got in the way of snack time, you know? It's, you know, it's like smoking, you know? He needed to take the edge off. He needed to calm himself down after such an event. And so I get something to eat and I come back and there's dead dwarves all over the place. What the fuck happened? I couldn't pause the game for 2 days in-game, and a Forgotten Beast with webs appeared. Victory snack. Yeah, it's like his victory smoke. Now he's gonna go pray to the god of death. I mean, honestly, it's kind of relatable. I had a bath with soap. I'm very content. That's all he has to say. But our vampire killed the beast, which is crazy. He killed it with a pickaxe. I feel like I should give him my crossbow. Now he's off to go dig some new coffins. Gotta wait until the 10th, though. Where is he off to now? Just an earthworm with wings and red and green hair. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just an earthworm. I also need to see if they can butcher it, which they haven't yet. I feel like a giant earthworm would be butcherable. They're definitely putting it in the, yeah, it's definitely going into here. Yeah, there it is. Just going to put a butcher shop right there. I'm also gonna go down to here. I'm gonna start doing the thing I always do with my, okay, never mind, I can't do the thing I always do with my catacombs because, well, it turns out there's no space to do what I always do. Have these been set up? Yeah, they have. I feel like I should move these. Chat, you guys can follow the vampire. I need to take a piss. I will be right back. Oh, hey, replacements. It's a short chair stream, less than a minute. Are the dogs following him? Yeah, so war dogs follow their owner. That's why he has 3 pets, because I assigned war dogs to him. Kind of as bodyguards, if you will. Oh, I can't unpause. There you go. Kind of as bodyguards. Oh, shit. I can get these set as pigtails and pigtails. And I can go down to here and go pigtails and pigtails. Actually, I could do pigtails and dimple cups. For whenever there is seeds available. Which right now there's no seeds available because there's no bags available, I think. Oh, we're on the 14th. I thought we were on the 15th. Well, that was exciting. I mean, admittedly, it was over pretty quickly, but holy shit, that was exciting. Thanks for clipping that, by the way, Suited. Appreciate you. I will say that when you are restricted on when you can pause the game, this kind of fort tends to go from like 0 to 11 really fucking quickly and kind of out of nowhere. Like, really fucking quickly. And really out of nowhere. Let's also just make silk bag like 80. How many pigtails are we doing at the minute? Pigtails 10. 20. 10. We'll just say, is there any time limit on this? It starts daily, yeah. I'm going to just make 2 more farmers' shops over here. It'd be really funny if so many of the farmers died that I don't need to make this farmers guild anymore. I don't think that happened, but it'd be kind of grim, but also kind of funny. So I keep talking about that a lot of big games have come out recently, but Chad, have you guys been playing any of the new stuff? It's nice to see. Like it's funny. I still feel like Resident Evil is still a franchise that's kind of on the back foot in games, when in reality it's like maybe like Resident Evil 6 and like maybe 5, but like Resident Evil has been consistently good for like the majority of Resident Evil's existence. With like kind of a short window of exception there. How many beds do I actually need now, though? It's now a lot of available beds all of a sudden again. Can even give the kids beds. They'll love that. Wait. Resident Weevil? I had a Resident Weevil in my lettuce once when I was growing lettuce in the closet in my old place. And I caught it, took a few photos of it, and then squished it. His Barney? I learned relatively recently that the person who made Barney used to live a couple blocks away from me. Like, around the time that game came out, like, that person lived, like, up the street from where I used to live. So that's kind of fun. Oh, no! Somebody's reporting a crime. Probably because they found that dwarf dead. Have they made any of the coffins just yet, actually? Several. And I do literally mean, like, single digits, several. Let's just do burial. See? Okay. I feel like Resident Weevil would be like a Flash game parody of Resident Evil, though. Where you just play as, it's like top-down tank controls, similar style to Resident Evil 1, except you're playing as a Weevil. Although, like, it would start off as, like, a parody, and then it would go viral, and then it would become an unironic horror game. People need to make more horror games where you play as bugs. Because, you know, it's such a dense market already. There's a bat over there. So because this dwarf killed that forgotten beast, we have to reward him with some sort of position in the fortress, I think. Like, that to me means this dwarf earns an honor of some sort, and I don't know what just yet, but we need to give him something. We're gonna need to give him something. It's right over the top. You can't tell teams for the most part. I don't even know what that is. The most consistent team kills badge. Here's hoping there's some positives to the team kills. On the 20th, I'll see if they can butcher that beast. I kind of don't think they can at this point. Ads are popping in 20 seconds. I'll probably wait until the ad is done before starting the next one. Let's see, can I butcher this? No. Well, that's disappointing. Also, the, oh. I was like, why are they not throwing the stuff up? The bodies get thrown into here, by the way, and then they go wee all the way down to here, and then they land on this, and then there's a thing that they step on back there that then makes them fall all the way down, all the way down, all the way down into lava. So it's a pretty good time. Hammerer? I'm thinking higher ranking than Hammerer. I'm thinking more like removed from Sacred Slaughter position and instead given like a militia position. You know, like maybe like crossbows. And maybe they all take the task, but like they just stay on duty at all times. So let's take you off of this and give you other tasks. That's more what I'm thinking. Oh, also, since we're in an ad break, I think I'm going to go find something on the overworld that we can go poke. The Glowing Union. They make glow sticks. Sinew lenses. I'm going to send those 2 squads to go explore that location all the way out here because it's full of random crap that I want. I'm like exploring old destroyed dwarven fortresses is what we're doing. Can somebody do me a huge favor and open up Legends and look up what Ashen Death is? Aside from sounding really cool. Dungeon Mastery has access to blood, but it's bad guys. Ironically, the only person in blood right now is another vampire, so we can't eat it. Beam. I was talking about like horror movies where you play as bugs earlier. Look at YouTube chat. B-movie, but humans are the size of mites. Honey, I Shrunk the Children? Or Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves? It's a very time and place thing. I want to go explore this cave because this cave has what looks like 2 different artifacts. Fair Vandal, the Tempests of Chewing, and Ashen Death. Although, maybe I should do this first. Ashen Death is a slab. It reads the secrets of life and death. Nice, nice, nice. Fair Vandal is a silver battle axe. Ooh. Cool. I'll be honest with you, it gave me nightmares when I watched it when I was a little child, Serverlord, so I have almost no actual memories of that movie. Ashen Death certainly reads like a slab, Malamal, in YouTube chat. It certainly does. Wishes to acquire an object. Yeah, we need to help him with that. We were able to get him a robe, though. So we're making some progress. We should be through the ads now. I think I'm actually going to keep the game paused for a moment. Toasted is going to step down as the Sacred Slaughter and officially appoint... Who are named dwarves that could volunteer? Earl Grey could volunteer. Axe could take the spot. Bootlegger could take the spot. Let's give it to Bootlegger, because Bootlegger lost a hand. I think that is a legitimate sacrifice for Bootlegger. So now our broker, in charge of the books, and vampire, gets a break from public life for a chunk of time. I wonder how well a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves video game would do in 2026. Just trying to imagine what that would look like more than anything. The steel battle axe right there, that should be unforbidden. That fight was so fucking nuts, man. Good lord. Would it be like Grounded? Actually, I guess it would just be Grounded, wouldn't it? Although, like, Grounded's in a backyard. Maybe I'm misremembering Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, but I feel like I seem to remember most of that movie taking place inside of a house. It would be more like a level lord level in my head, but... Uh-oh. That's a lot of miasma. Well, okay. Oh, no, it didn't actually get to clear the acquire object. That's a shame. They can drink sand shrews, but they can't eat. I need to pause and go to equip. And just get rid of all of these, and just get rid of those, and then add ammunition bolts, but only metal bolts. And let's increase the numbers. And I'm gonna close that, and then I'm gonna go bars. Let's just do pig, iron, steel, and steel bolts. We'll do 20, 30, and 40. And you can stop doing that. With the drawing of Toasted killing a forgotten beast and then smoking a cigarette, smoking a pipe. I need to get rid of whatever that skeleton is in the stairwell. It's probably not still the forgotten beast, is it? No, it's just a Drothla. Oh man, I was gonna put away bodies. Ugh. This is tough on moods, let me tell you. Tough on moods, chat. Tough on moods. Well, he's down here processing pigtails. He's got copper bolts. It's something. There's several mods that let you do it 420 Sandshrews. But yeah, I agree. Also, didn't they make a sequel to Grounded? Pretty sure they did. I'm sorry, but the last name of that forgotten beast was Dog Beached. That is funny, in my opinion. Still don't have enough bags. Making bags. It's basically all I need at the moment is bags. Bags and then just like overall amounts. Actually, I should probably also make sure that they're not cooking the pigtails. Came out over the summer, yeah. Because, like, Obsidian quietly is, like, carrying all of maybe not quietly, loudly is carrying all of Xbox and releasing more than the rest of, like, Xbox Game Studios, period. Like, Obsidian released, what, 3 games last year? Yeah, Creed says in the YouTube chat they thought about the new Monster Hunter, but it's $93. That sounds about right, yeah. I feel like that might actually be a game where you could probably get the time out of it, enough time out of it that it would be worth it, but... Did... Oh shit, I missed the 5th, fuck. Let's get that dumped. Just making bags. Just making bags at the moment. For the most part, yeah. I want to say that I think it was the Outer Worlds 2 underperformed, but Avowed probably... I feel like Avowed did better than I thought it was going to, but I would like to play Avowed off stream at some point, because that game actually looks really interesting, just mechanically. Linku, hello. It's good to see you. We had some crazy nonsense happen earlier. Forgotten Beast arrived with webs when I couldn't pause on a layer where it could get into the fort, and this dwarf killed it with a pickaxe, which is kind of nuts. Did I do something dumb with this stockpile? Nope. I did not. That's good. Needs empty bag and linked stockpile. Okay, that's kind of what I was worried would happen. All right. Oopsies, wrong dwarf. The problem isn't necessarily enough bags. That is one of the problems. But the problem is I didn't put bags in that stockpile, which I kind of thought I did. You could stare at those water wheels all day. I really like the look of this area of the fort. I just kind of wish I had more sidewalks built in. Yep. Just trying to like sneak these coffins in areas where they make sense. Missed it. Missed it. On the 15th, we'll work on this. What do? They're powering the mills at the end, which are making dimple dye, which is increasing the value of my cloth via dye here. So basically, they are allowing us to make midnight blue dye. That's what they're doing. In the future, they'll probably power other things as well, additionally, but for the minute, that's what they're doing. On the 15th, we will finish this. I'm actually just going to accept that. And here I thought you were eating somebody, but nope, you're just doing that. Something I'm going to do that some of you might squint at is if I go to here, and I go to refuse, I can type in where. All damaged clothing that isn't owned by anybody is going to get put in here. I could also take that a step further, but this bodies minecart is picking up all refuse. So this stuff, or the ware at the very least, can get gotten rid of. We need to go down here. This is going to be a farmer's guild. Let's unforbid the last of it. After a short work day? Yeah, hot damn, it's been a short... less than 2 hours? What were you even doing at work then? But welcome back. Appreciate having you. Something I'm going to test here, and also these are farmer shops, so it shouldn't matter anyway. But apparently they fixed the bug where dwarves would create infinite artifacts if the artifact is left in a, or if the workshop is left in a zone. So I'm going to test that out here. I'm going to take a look at it. See if it has any obvious changes. Using a different color for that one tile for variety's sake. Don't have tables, don't have chairs. Do I have chests? I do have some chests. I'll put a chest there. And then this can be a guild hall. Specifically, a farmer's guild. Ironically, I don't have 10 farmers anymore, so I shouldn't actually even have to make this now, but you spent an hour cutting a large downed tree at the end of a road, only to drive up to the research site about 2 miles further down the road to see if they harvested the site without telling us. In the pouring rain. I don't know what harvested means in that case. Does that mean like work's done basically, and you have to go home? The extra kicker is we got back to the hotel 45 minutes after checkout, so we got to stay here all day, wait to leave for home the first thing tomorrow morning. How far a trip home is it? There's also sand down here, I'm noticing. I think I should just put a stockpile, like, right here. Fill it up with bags. Just empty bags. Material type doesn't matter so much. Quality doesn't matter so much, just empty bags. And then let's go over to here. You can tell that there's been a lot of deaths when I just start scattering coffins. All right. Although the holy rites now get to be given to Bootlegger as well. Where's our vampire at? Oh shit, has my military returned? My military hasn't completely returned, but we did go do an exploration. Home is 6 hours away. Gosh, can you leave early? For this job, 12 hours are the long ones? I mean, you know, it's part of the gig, right? Okay, so this is just a whole bunch of books. I wonder how these other dwarven factions feel about us acquiring knowledge and books. We had some crazy deaths, actually. Necron tier. To the point where, like, I'm considering actually just, like, exporting legends halfway through today at some point today. It's funny how you telling me that I tried to say Schadenfreude? Tried to say. Well, I apologize for my accent not sounding correct to you. No, I disagree with what you said. Just because you don't understand my accent doesn't mean that I say a thing that you didn't think I said. Mr. YouTube chatter. You've been in and out doing errands from last I've seen, but you seem to be still alive. As far as I know, you were alive up until very recently. No, unfortunately, you are among the pile of dead. Tier. I'm not sure if you've been buried yet. I mean, you were alive up until... Yeah, no, you've been buried. Up until the Forgotten Beast came in. There was a Forgotten Beast that had webs. And somehow, miraculously, my vampire managed to kill it with a pickaxe. By running past. Literally just, like, hacked it once. Dog beached. The deep. I mean, I did them once. That was me. Because it's been quiet. Devilish. Devilish, is it bad that I'm looking forward to you having 2 weeks off of work? Because chat's been really quiet the past week. I need my loud conversation chatters back. Because a couple of you guys have like gone on vacation or been like, I'll be gone for a month. Or just like disappeared into the ether due to other games coming out. Looking forward to having you around. I mean, eventually it will be open. Tiny Hippo. Eventually it'll work. You will get there. How do you know? It's actually like 3 minutes and 30 seconds at this point. You're doing great, Lore Nerd. You're doing great. I'm just bitching unnecessarily. I shouldn't be. Are there new images? You haven't played for about 6 months? Did you play when they got colored? Because first they got colored and then they added more variety after they got colored. And they also added more color variation. Daylight savings is fucked up. This is true. Yeah. Screws all of Europe too. Because then I'm late. Or early? Early. Schedule changes for like a week. 2 weeks. You can't hear me over this loud text. Chat's too busy screaming rabble rabble. Let me turn on the lights so I hear you better. I don't actually understand what that means. Like what? I appreciate the rabble rabble, Marmalade Man. Uh-oh. It's just coyotes. It's fine. Also, all of my squads have returned now, so we'll have to see how they did. Once we hit the 25th. Salt lamps? What's a salt lamp? Almost not... Oh, wait, hold on. You mean those hoity-toity crystal lights? So, true story, there's like there's a privately owned like massage therapy place that's close by because I was told by my doctor to go get some physio done, which I'm in the process of searching for a spot. And so I was looking at like physiotherapy, basically, locally. And one of the spots that I stumbled on was definitely not somewhere that my like doctor would like send me to, but like the actual physio table is propped up with those crystal lights. Like it's like 4 layers of them. Like, you know, when somebody takes like a table, except it's like actually held up by milk crates, it looks like that, but giant crystal lights. It's one of the craziest looking fucking things I've ever seen in my life. Sodium vapor lamps. Oh, see, oh, you mean like the ones that go... Yeah, I know what you're talking about. He was angry about himself killing Viking. He's been angry about killing a few people. Should leave it up, actually. Let's also just see if I can get these bodies buried faster by removing you from other tasks, as this is one of the only dwarves actually dealing with bodies. As is this fortress's culture. And Physio wanted to crack your back, and you were so unsure about it. Oh, it's just like popping the joints? I don't know. It is possible that, like, me having a splint on my right foot for 7 weeks and walking kind of weirdly is enough to, like, fuck up my back again, which is also probably why my back was hurting recently, but we'll see. Ideally, I won't need it because I kind of don't want to pay for it. And I don't have insurance. I don't have, like, any kind of coverage for stuff like that, so I would just be paying for it out of pocket. Which I don't really want to do, for probably obvious reasons. That's the sort of thing that's normally covered under like work insurance, and turns out being like a Google and Amazon contractor doesn't like get you any benefits like that. Shocker. Safety violation? I mean, it's only a safety violation if you get caught by running a big enough business that people spot you. Physiotherapist? It's like $110 a session usually, ish. Depends on what you're doing. Oh, interesting. I don't know if we've ever actually visited this tavern before. Should check the status of the coffins pretty soon. He's only killed one of his friends so far, which is maybe telling. He's making some acquaintances. It would be real fun if we saw him steal an artifact. Should check the status of that last military mission. Waiting for the 5th. There we go. So this was exploring a cave that had 2 artifacts in it. It depends on, like, here it depends on 3 things. Your employment, your tax bracket, and, like, I needed physiotherapy, 2015, 16, 14, somewhere in that 3-year window. I can't remember exactly where. Time has no meaning. Because I had a work-related injury, and that was covered. I didn't have to pay for that. But I am in a high enough tax bracket that I don't qualify for provincial coverage, but I don't have any coverage. So, like, if I had a normal job, I would probably have coverage through work, is usually the assumption. It's like, if you are making around the tax bracket that I do, it is assumed that your work will cover it. Like, a friend of mine who's a forklift driver, it's like he gets, it's like 8 physiotherapy appointments per year covered, and then an additional 4, 50% covered. He gets dental, 2 pairs of glasses a year. He gets all that stuff. I don't get that. I have to pay for it out of pocket because I'm self-employed. But I digress. The forces of the mountainous vale searched trade gutters, and they found tempests of crewing and ashen death, I think. No, just fair vandal. They didn't find the other one. Interesting. Okay, so let's see if I can find fair vandal. Fair vandal.
Thanks to @Ralph015 for my sub gift. Cooler one, yay. How is dwarfing going? Are we achieving much fording? Any new cool insider info for upcoming content? Just kidding. Also, banana, crypt derplin.
It's not insider, it's all just on the roadmap. We're getting wizards, apparently. And, better overworld diplomacy. Also, hi, Cooler. How are you? You cast Fireball. Meme is coming for DF. I mean, now instead of ironically saying, how did that happen? I don't know, a wizard did it. You can literally say a wizard did it. Because like the running joke in the olden days for Dwarf Fort was just a wizard did it, because I don't know how that happened. The only way to respond to that is a wizard did it. Whereas now it's literally a wizard did it. How's the value of this? Good enough. Although I will give them some additional engravings. I will unforbid that and unforbid that. Check this, check that. All seems to be good. I'm just gonna pause that, but looks like we're getting a little bit of dyed cloth up in here, which is nice. Maybe I could go up here and make some additional cloth dyers. Got kind of a crazy dyeing industry. Sounds worse than it is, I swear. The first wizard will be named Harry, right? Why not Gandalf? Especially like in the current year, I feel like Gandalf and Gandalf's creator are the more beloved characters. I think I personally have more emotional attachment to Gandalf and Radagast than anything in Harry Potter. Or Tim. Yeah, Tim works too. Or somebody from South Park. Also Captain Oblivious, hello. I mean, the lizard people could write books. Max Fong Records. Dumbledore? See, Dumbledore actually is better. Yeah. Dumbledore, I agree. Time to keep following the vampire. You've been relaxing the past week? That's good to hear. Cooler. Agreed, Nickpa. Or Severest Urist. No, that doesn't really work. We're gonna have to workshop that one. I haven't openly attacked anybody just yet, mostly because I'm a little bit scared. This is the end of year 3 and the beginning of year 4? Because we started fall, early autumn in the year 214. It's now the year 217. I don't know. I'll be honest, like, we're fucked. That's all. We're not going to know what happens until after this is over. I mean, we're not fucked, but, like, that's terrifying. Curse all friends of nature. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Here goes Dorfin. So all I can do is unpause. And keep following him. until the 10th. I'm sure this is fine, right? It's probably fine. At least our vampire's safe. I'm not hearing anybody dying. So that's also probably fine. We're still in the 9th. We haven't found any bodies yet. Yeah, so I guess the soldiers are holding. I should probably actually make a patrol route so I can set everybody to the patrol route during the ambushes. At least all the melee dwarves. Okay. It's now the 10th. Where? How? Okay, so far so Dwarf. I'm just gonna send, maybe not the vampire, but they're just singing up there. They're just having a party on the upper levels. I'm going to go here and say only assign do this. We'll assign a few to this position. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's just do 7. So I got 6, 7. Actually, I think I should just be able to do all these. Then just make sure that these are all in the burrow. They are, and they are. Also, this is a very bad burrow for this. Should actually have them in this one. Except I'm going to assign these, this, and this. Let them keep constructing stuff if they can. Pause basically everything else. I know I missed a few, that's fine. Oh my god. Fire the catapults. Fire more of the catapults. It's a not small siege, is it? Still nobody dead. Uh-oh. That's good timing. Still nobody dead. But I couldn't even pause. 6. You know, actually, I'm going to bring all the soldiers back to here if I can so I can see them fighting. Okay, I'm just going to position... Chad, is it cheating for me to position the camera like this? I'm thinking like the second this dwarf fires a bolt, I will go back, or fires the catapult, I will go back to following him. This is just so much of a better angle. Like, he's just sitting there firing the catapult. It's fine? You guys are cool with it? Cool. Just watching. A lot of dogs are about to get slaughtered. So, uh-oh. Locum the Spear Dwarf has been found dead. I think that was one of mine. Bone Carver's been possessed. I'm just going to close all of these. Seems to be just like a lot of... Seems like one of my Mace Dwarves is fighting. The 14th and 15th, we can go look. Yep, there is, or might not be one of my Mace Dwarves. This might actually be the trade caravan getting ambushed. This might actually be the trade caravan. Come on, 15th can't come any faster. There we go. Okay, so there's a dwarf down here who's dying of thirst. There does appear to be a bunch of, like, broken weapons up there. Where are most of the invaders? Most of them are, like, down on the lower levels. Chasing a dingo, of course. Actually, a bunch of the traders appear to have made it. Holy crap, that's kind of surprising. That is impressive to me. That is impressive to me. I just want to swap our dwarf here up one level. Let me just check the burrow real quick. At least it's good that it's just the elves, because that means that, like, the actual stuff they'll be able to do to us isn't so bad. Let's follow the vampire. I'm gonna go Firebolt Thrower instead. Okay, that other Mace Dwarf was killed. There's a lot of visitors running back and forth now. He's just hanging out right there. Here come the bolts, beginning to fire. Which elven faction is it? Here, I'll check. Actually, I don't know if I can check. The Hill of Monstrosities. That's the one that we're at war with. Terrified after being in conflict. The nice thing, actually, is we will know when the siege is over, because as soon as the siege is over, they will feel triumph, right? Seems like he managed to get one of the kills. Good on him. There's so many puppies just running back and forth. A lot of these are just visitors. I'll export legends after this, by the way, for anybody who's chomping at the bit to see, because this is going to be a time, that's for sure. Question is, where the hell are they? Where the heck are they? At least he's not so bad about the conflict stuff. It's just the trauma. Let's see where they are. Yeah, they're still running around doing gosh knows what. I could just send the military forward and try and just end this. Yep, there's one. No, they can't re-stealth Necron tier. So this is what's left. I mean, there's not too, like, few of them. There's kind of a lot. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one's legendary in something. This one's got, Ringed Buck here has quite a bit of family. Seemingly has killed a bunch of dwarves before, included in Bolted Fisher. Has a wife, 3 children. Their uncle died here already. Well, chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for the remaining members of this force? What I'm going to do is I'm going to send my entire military, and I do mean the entire military, everybody, vampire included. It's right here. So let's see how this goes. He will be behind the majority of the soldiers.
Shinobi cheered. X172. A beer and the rest of my bits, gyre luck.
That's not how you station for this. What are you doing, Dwarf? Thank you very much, Shinobi. Appreciate you. There's fighting happening. Closing this. The dwarf and his armed dogs. Oh, hey, congrats. Jack, can I get a couple beers for that? Appreciate you, man. No triumph. I can give them orders in a moment. Yeah, I need to make like a patrol route that I assign at the end of a siege like this, which is just like clear the map, basically. Okay, so we're at the 25th in... Now... No? Okay, come on. Come on, there you go. I think I will leave one squad, and we'll just do a patrol route that's going to be here, here. Oopsies. There's going to be a patrol route that goes here, here, there. 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 And this is going to be called clear. And we are going to follow our vampire. Immediately begins firing bolts. Down to 20 bolts. Comes up to the next point. Oop. We found another crew of them on the map. With no werebeasts, vampires, or troubles. Well, either you need to go looking for them, or maybe your world just has no vampires or werebeasts. It is entirely possible that nobody has been cursed in your world. That doesn't happen in every world. I will sometimes go months throughout a world without seeing a single were creature, because they're just all in another castle, or in the Dwarf Fortress case, another world. This world actually has very few vampires. I made this one. It's a game about role-playing with yourself, right? So sometimes you need to go out of your way to find things. 409 has been found dead. Rest in peace. I don't know what's still happening. Seems like elf bowmen are still fighting. Tight's fighting at the minute. Edzul's been missing for a week. We've lost a militia captain, turns out. Actually, I think we lost our captain of the guard. Maybe it's our opportunity for our vampire to take the job. He is going for the better ammo, which I guess is further away. But if you find a particular fort boring, my two biggest pieces of advice are as follows. Go seek out excitement. Attack something. Start a war. Or retire the fort and build somewhere else. Those are my two biggest pieces of advice. This is a game that doesn't care about giving you fun. You have to go seek it out in some cases. I don't think you're dead. So by that status, I would say yes, you won. But the siege isn't over just yet. And I won't know until the 5th. Although he did just cancel his patrol job, so that's interesting. But my captain of the guard is dead, so... And I did lose a spearmaster. How many kills do you have? Whoopsies. Just one? You're gonna go eat somebody? You're eating somebody, aren't you? Rest in peace is Eurist. Does appear that the siege is over, chat. And it also... Oh, we lost a hammerer. Not our captain of the guard. Well, I think that our entrepreneuring vampire needs to take the job, frankly. And I think that we need to get some trading going. Because holy crap, are we going to have a lot of shit to trade after that? He didn't feel anything after seeing a dead body? Why would he after that? Any artifacts you should aim for? Artifacts aren't all that interesting. I mean, like, they're unique items, and they're cool when your dwarves make them if they're a dwarf that you care about, but on their surface, like, artifacts are, like, not super interesting. I guess you're going to need to be a little bit more specific. You mean, like, in adventure mode, like, you should be trying to seek out the mysterious sites, but that's only in adventure mode. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game about role-playing with yourself, right? So, like, try and figure out what kind of narrative you would like to achieve with your fortress, and then try and puzzle your way into figuring out how to manipulate the game into doing that thing. If you just sit down and be like, I'm going to sit here and wait until the game gives me interesting events, you're going to have a tough time finding interesting events. You'll have a much easier time if you actively seek out interesting events. You're drowning in artifacts in your fort right now? It's time to let some visitors steal them then. But I think that's definitely a hump that I think a lot of people hit with Dwarf Fortress, which is why I think a lot of people end up being like the type to play Dwarf Fortress and then take a long break, and then play Dwarf Fortress and then take a long break, which is a completely fair way to play. But at least for me, I really like the process of manipulating the game into doing things that are interesting to me, that the game isn't necessarily designed to do from the get-go. All right, I'm gonna follow the vampire. And then I'm gonna go rinse up my coffee mug because my coffee's empty. I will be right back, chat. But any tips on how to find the fun in Dwarf Fortress would be appreciated in chat in a minute. I do think largely, oh shit, I forgot to turn these off. I do think largely there are two primary ways that people find the fun in Dwarf Fortress. The first of those is, I can't do that until we're through this. I'm sorry, what? I'm pausing because I don't remember the last time I saw this. Execute criminal? Bruh. I need to know the context of this. Who's getting executed? Bro. That's what I was thinking. Execute, then eat. Yeah, no, absolutely. Who's he executing though? Grabs a hammer. Oh, it's Lanix. Huh. Well, he really likes his job. That's for sure. Yeah. He executed Lanix. I gave him the position because in my mind it's like, well, you know, he earned a position in the military, and after that last siege, like, you know, obviously he would take the job, but as hammerer. But that's crazy, dude. Wow. That is fucking crazy. What did Lanix do? It was a violation of a production order. I didn't produce enough of an item. Which actually means I'm probably out of charcoal, but... And usually what happens is when those orders go out, it goes out to somebody random. But as to why it was considered like an execution, that's crazy to me. No, it's the year 217. It would take a lot more gameplay hours to get that far suited. Unrelated, though, the bone carver Erib has made a Drathla bone cabinet. Well, okay, that's kind of crazy. That, I have to say, is a first for me. I knew that executions could happen, but the only reason executions are ordered in Dwarf Fortress is for treason. And treason usually is like being caught trying to topple the fortress in a coup, even though that mechanic isn't built yet, or like espionage, like trying to steal an item, and repeated crimes. But I've never seen a dwarf get convicted for that, for purely that. Birdbones wants a bearded dwarf. I will give you a bearded dwarf because we just hit the 15th, and then I'm actually going to export legends. I'm sure chat wants to dig into that. Because who wouldn't? I'm just going to do one other thing before I do this real quick. I'm just going to unforbid all this and all the way down to here. Bird Bones over here has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and generally finds himself to be hopeful about the future. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is a friendly individual, and he can handle stress. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I think he'll survive in this fort pretty well. He sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and values a harmonious existence. And likes diorite and nickel and green zircon, as well as the color sea green, the words of the Saturnine of luxury, and the sound of the songs of glossing, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries, and prefers to consume cassowary, lychee wine, and hemp seed oil. Finger millet flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Certainly, yeah. I mean, it's like on it's like economic treason, maybe? I mean, I would say it's a little extreme, but this game is kind of about extremes in a lot of cases. I'm going to actually put that dwarf in the military, because I feel like that dwarf would actually do really well in the military. And we are going to quick save. And then exit to Legends real quickly. Which does require crashing the game, so. Before I do that, actually, since we're here and I'm quick saving, I might as well also do a quick Stone Sense. I kind of want to see what the front door looks like. But yeah, I've certainly seen it. I guess like the thing that's surprising to me is I think the only forts I've ever seen a dwarf get executed in is in forts that oh it's yeah, because the angle actually isn't gonna look all that interesting. I think so this is kind of the entryway basically. It still looks okay. But one of the reasons I think that I used to always think that you never saw it is because as far as I was aware, you needed a baron for them to even be able to issue the order, but I guess not. Yes and no, I'll show you the steps. Greg and then some. That looks dope, actually. I need to add in the back wall and a roof, but I really want to build some sort of support structure for this, but this is going to take a while. Okay, so the actual command that I'm going to use is I saved first, and then if you type in Legends, there's two. There's Open Legends and Export Legends. Export Legends does nothing, so you need to Open Legends, and then it tells you to save. And then if I hit Alt-S to confirm, it opens Legends. Then I can export the XML and export Legends, which I have to do both of them. And then I wait for like a minute, and then I close the game, which crashes it, and then restart it. And then you can reload from the fort without retiring it. I feel like, I don't know how many of you guys, chat, just show of hands, how many of you watched me follow One Dwarf for 10 years live? Back when we followed COG. I mean, being brave in the face of imminent danger is a pretty admirable thing. Bird bones? I mean, that counts. Like, even if you tuned in for like 10 seconds, that counts. Am I remembering correctly that it started off kind of dull and then rapidly accelerated into ridiculous? Because this fort seems to be doing that. It started off kind of dull, and now it's rapidly accelerating into ridiculous. You didn't finish the whole vid? Traitor! My heart! You've crushed me! I was referring to the streams, but it was a pretty long one, admittedly. And it was like, wow, yeah, well, let's hope this fort goes that way. I mean, there was that one time when like the vampire was just walking down the hallway and there was just suddenly a pile of dead troglodytes in the hallway. Which is pretty memorable. It's like, oh my god! Ah! Jesus! Regardless, though, as a reminder, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living if people throw bits and tips at the stream. If you like what I do here and want to help keep it sponsor-free, consider using a Prime sub if you have one available. Or gifting a sub. Or subscribing. Or cheering a penny in bits. Because that's how this channel remains a viable thing. The way I do it. The Mayor Erash meets with the Outpost Liaison Maffel Atisibel. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. 94 tails. Thanks for the first gifted sub of the stream. We finally filled up that leaderboard. Appreciate you. I'm just going to import wood because that's easiest for me to use. They want cloth and cut gems next year. Okay, well. Oh, also I should... Oh, there's no merchants here right now? For real? Must have just missed them. That's a bummer. All right, so I'm going to go update Legends behind the scenes. So just give me a second here. This does mean if you're currently browsing Legends, it may 404 for a moment. Bah! Thanks, $10, Server Lord. Appreciate you. That did startle me, though. That sound is way louder for me than it is for you. Chat, can I get a round of beers both for the 94 tails and also that very generous tip of a tenner? Thanks, man. All right, Legends have been updated, so you should be able to load Legends now. So if you go to Legends and you go to the Dipped Volcano and you go to the most recent event, is this not the most recent? It's definitely the mid-autumn. I'm getting a phone call I think I actually need to answer. Let me do that real quick. So chat, I realize I'm muted. I'm going to leave the game unpaused and disappear my camera because I have to do something real quick. I will be back in about 5 minutes. I thought I unmuted it. That's my bad. Wow, the game doesn't want to give me a break, does it? Apologies, I had to let a plumber look at my sink. He's looking for vents? I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest with you, but I was told by the building management like 2 days ago that that would happen either today or tomorrow. I was expecting it tomorrow, but oh well. You're not in the fort yet. It's up to us to save it. Well, thankfully, this one doesn't have webs or fire, so that's good news. The Forgotten Beast Litho has come, a gigantic hairy flatworm. It has a spiral shell and a bloated body. Its pearl hair is long and shaggy. Beware, it's deadly. Dust. Can you give me like a physical representation of how big that is? Is that like a softball? Like how big is that in diameter? Whew. Well. It's not, oh wow, I can't even look. But what I can do is I can reassign the dwarves to this burrow. I can't look because it's the 17th. But I can zoom out and station the dwarves up there. And move the mark dwarves back here. It is entirely possible that it's not even in a layer where they can get to me. Jesus, yeah, that is massive. Like bigger than, that's like a cannonball, man. That's kind of nuts. Apocalyptic? Well, I don't know if I would go that far. But that is pretty big. That's like a coconut hail, man. Like, that's the size of an ice cube that you'd get in the really good tiki bar. Okay, nobody's dying yet, so I think we may actually be good. Okay. I can stop panicking now. Did Legends actually update chat? So I had to disappear for a second there because I received a phone call that I had to, you know, anyway, we're all done and sorted and good to go now, so I'm back properly now. Yeah, that'll, my car? What car? I don't own a car. If it destroys my car, the freakier thing about that is the fact that I had a car to be destroyed. I don't own a car, nor do I drive, so it would be wild if it did in fact destroy my car. That would be crazy, in fact. This was supposed to be made into a guild hall, and somehow I didn't do that. I'm good at my job. But, yeah, no, I mean, it would damage other people's cars. So where was this beast? Okay, it's on the lower level. Well, that's good. The game's gonna do that to me again in, like, T-minus 10 seconds. Just you watch. Just you watch. Oh, my gosh. And I'm out of coffins. We're gonna go back to just brewing drinks. Making thread into cloth, and then are we actually making coffins at the minute? Let's pause making the trousers. Pause making the bag. Actually, I think all this silk stuff might be stuck at the moment. Work orders. Let's just make all of the silk clothing. Because I was under the impression I was going to have a lot more silk in this fort than I do. Okay, let's do that. Let's clear all those. We're going to transfer to purely pigtail, I think, is what we're going to end up doing. Okay. Having to stand up and vanish from stream for a second threw me off completely. But now we've got the threats of sieges. Shit's scary. That this was probably the first time. Wait, you've never heard the word hail before? As in, like, balls of ice falling from the sky? Like, angry, mean snow. Angry snow is what I'm going to call hail from now on. I should also note, I am out of wood. And have been out of wood for a little while. So I actually have to open this up again, even though I really don't want to. Because I need all this real bad. All right, Vampire. Back to work, I guess. And Vogel, thank you very much for the 17th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. Yeah, I guess, like, I mean, I certainly don't talk about hail very often because we don't generally get hail. Hail is like what you get when you're at that, like, awkward point in temperature where it's, like, cold enough that it's raining, but, like, not quite cold enough that, like, other things are being a problem. Also, oh, shit, I can't actually do that. I thought we're not still on the 20th. Kind of need to get everybody doing that. Everybody. Smitchell, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Schmitchell? They're killing it recently. What's up, dude? Hello, Raiders. Hello, Talon. Pesetos, the great. We're following a vampire, and shit just got whack in the last, like, 30 minutes. We had a Forgotten Beast. Well, actually, in the last 2 hours. We had a Forgotten Beast, which had webs, which killed everybody. Maybe not everybody, but, like, 20 people. And now we're getting ambushed sieges, so I'm having to manage sieges without actually being able to look at what's going on. Because the way this fort works is I can only pause on the 0s, the 5s, and the 1s. So, and on the 1st. So the 1st of every month, the 25th, the 15th, the 10th, the 20th, the 5th, I can pause. The rest of the time I can't. Unless, you know, this dwarf dies. But, so that makes sieges very hair-raising in general. So... yeah, let's actually just set everybody to holy rites at the minute, because I need to get all of this stuff dealt with. And I'm also going to go to the children real quick, and I'm going to stop them from hauling corpses. Like, they're already no longer on refuse hauling, on burial hauling, but let's remove them from general trash hauling, too. So, yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot, but we're doing our best, and those elves just invaded us, so I think it's time for us to take it to the elves. So they've taken over Bolted Fissure. This is a dwarven fortress, which is under control by the Hill of Monasteries. I keep on reading as monstrosities. It's monasteries. So we're going to go raise or pillage this, I think. And if we don't kill it quickly, if we can't pillage it, then we will inform my militia leaders run by Cog. Wait. Cog, I fucked up, didn't I? I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up bad. Oh, I fucked up real bad. What's wrong with this picture, chat? What's wrong with this picture? Not without severely modifying it, Max Fong. That's not supposed to be a vampire. So I did a full unforbid of, like, the whole map to unforbid all the corpses after that last siege. And it appears that this militia commander has grabbed the vial with the last of Abby Music's blood in it. So we have 2. That wasn't intended. Oops. Maybe we need these 2 to become lovers. Lovers in a dangerous vamp time? Or something? Assuming, of course, she survives. Maybe alternatively, we get her to go take over another location and become a baroness. Well, I fucked up. That wasn't intended. But it happened. Oh no. Anyways. I do not need the wondrous pears nor knack to join the fort. They can leave. But mods, did I get a shout out for Mitchell? I assume that we did. I didn't see it go through if we didn't. You're too much of a noob. What happened? So, to turn this dwarf into a vampire, what I did was I brought a water skin full of water infected with vampire blood into the fort and gave it to this dwarf as a gift. Then what I did was I reclaimed this fortress in fortress mode. Then what I did is I put this dwarf into a squad of 1 and locked them in a room by themselves. Then what I did was I waited until they got thirsty and then they drank the flask. Actually, no, I just locked them in a room with the flask and they drank it. Anyway, regardless, I had to lock them in a room alone until they drank it. And he did. But there was still like 4 or 5 doses of it left. Now, normal dwarves won't drink flasks or water skins unless there is something seriously wrong. However, they will drink flasks and water skins as part of the military because they bring a flask with them or a water skin with them to just have a sippy on the go, you know, or while you're training. Now, I did a big unforbid where I unforbid everything in the whole fortress at the end of that last siege so that they would clean up the bodies, which they have been. Which included that flask, so I fucked up, is what that means. However, I also, I guess, aside from just purely fucking up, had that squad set to use the wrong type of blood. Or use the wrong type of flask because they're supposed to fill them up with alcohol. So they should have dumped it out and refilled it. But he didn't. She didn't. And now she's a vampire. Keep the flask more fun that way? Well, I mean, I don't understand what you mean by that. The flask is on their belt. It's already part of their uniform. I would have to change their uniform and go back to a save to change it. And it's almost empty. Like there's 1 use left. So there is no more fun happening. It's like they won't drink it again because they're never going to get thirsty again. It's just on their belt now. So I don't know what you mean by keep the flask more fun that way. That means nothing in this situation. Necrontier. Is anyone else going to take a swig? If I let it. I mean, there's only 1 swig left. I'm not going to turn this into a primarily vampire fort, but I don't know. Well, it's 1 more for the pile. I just don't want it to be a 90% vampire fort. I just think it's funny that that happened accidentally because I didn't think about it. But no, that I don't know what you're saying, Necrontier. 1 more dwarf could become a vampire unless I do some severe shenanigans and go out of my way to make more into vampires. Which I have no intention of doing that, so. Dang it, I kind of screwed half that up. Trying to just make a little addition here to the catacombs. What are you doing? Loading it? Oh, I see you're just loading it. Makes sense. How's our favorite bloodsucker? He could be better. I mean, he's had some rough weeks. All right. We are in pause time. Okay, why no make coffin? Micah, what are you doing? I really hope that you go and assign that. Yeah, he's gonna get hungry soon. Oh boy. Oh boy! It's still the 10th. Chat, it's still the 10th. I can pause. And it's in an area where it can get to us. Okay, so I need to put them into this burrow. And I need to just lock this and this, and if anybody's outside, oh well! Whatever, anyways. Oh, I ain't doing shit with that. Also, it turns out that our military's returned. How did that pillage go? Dwarf Vampire Cog, Stake Web led the attack, and the defenders were led by a dwarf. Interesting. We are killing traitorous dwarves who have joined the elves in this fortress, from the looks of things. Although it looks like one of my dwarves was struck down. The first one we killed was a unrelated dwarf. And then we looted a bunch of items. So it seems like we've actually taken over that location already. Which means I should be able... to reclaim that fortress, which I'm going to try and do. So I'm going to send the armored dips, and I'm going to say conquer and occupy, which just has 2 dwarves in it. No, actually, we didn't lose any dwarves. It looked like we did. Because is Axe not still alive? Yeah, Axe is still alive. All right, say you died then. That's a bug. Well, one of them, neither of them actually died, though, Necrontyr. I don't know why sometimes it does that. Every now and again it does that, but we're not minus 2 dwarves. They're both still alive. Before it gets unmanageable, watch my video on vampires. I have an hour-long video of a fortress that was full of vampires. I think, like, the second the majority of the dwarves in a fortress are vampires, it stops being fun. I actually really hate managing vampires. It's very micromanaging, very difficult to keep them stable. They don't die very easily, and that's not a good thing. It's a pain in the ass to manage them. I really, 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 really do not want to manage a fortress that is only vampires for a very long time, if not ever. I kind of refuse to do that again right now for this point in time, just because I find them so fucking obnoxious to manage. However, I'm okay with having a handful of vampires in a fort, and right now we're currently in it's just a handful for the moment. I've got a lot of animals and shit I gotta butcher. Holy crap. Do you get from conquering and reclaiming? This will change soon, Coetzee. We're in an ad break, so I can pause. Also, it's the 15th, so I can pause. This is probably going to change soon, but for the moment, the benefit that you get from having a... the benefit that you get from a, what's it called? The benefit that you get from having a location tied to you is you can request workers from them periodically, which doesn't do that much for you, but does kind of a lot in the, like, it essentially allows you to demand migrants if you stop getting migrants for some reason, is the primary thing. And also, if it's a location that's currently run by the enemy, it stops them from invading you because it depletes their, like, access to soldiers pretty quickly. So it's like kind of a 50-50, depleting the enemy if that's an enemy location, and also massively boosting your own faction's economy and ability to function. What the fuck is happening with my goddamn? Are you for real? Chat, guess why I'm not getting any new coffins made? That's what Tarn said. I have no idea what that's gonna look like in game though, Kage Jedi. I'm literally out of boulders. I'm literally out of boulders. It's not something that happens super frequently. How carts work? I mean, it took me like 1,000 hours to start using minecarts in this game. I have several videos on how they work. What are you trying to figure out? I cannot specify whether or not the cats are obese. I don't even think the game surfaces that, does it? Do I name a cat Elliot? Okay. Sure. Do you have a male or female cat preference, or just cat? Also, is Elliot your cat? That I need to know. Male cat? Okay. That I can try and specify. Weight of cat would require me just like reading everyone. But I can give you a cat for sure. Or rather, name you a cat. I can't give you a cat. That would imply that I'm some sort of like adoption agency, which I am not. Why am I looking in that menu? I'm wondering if I have one that's been adopted a dwarf. It's just the one lady one that's adopted a dwarf from the looks of things. Yeah, the rest are all strays. Elliot has 4 kids. 1 son and 3 daughters, and he is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, doesn't focus on material goods, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He finds obligations confining. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. That is our cat. He is weak, and his hair is chestnut. His ears are copper. His tail is beige. His head is copper. His front paws are goldenrod. His rear paws are golden yellow, and his skin is burnt umber, and his eyes are sepia. Well, I don't want to distribute cats, personally. I feel like cats should only be distributed to people who want them, and only for people who want them. I think the whole cat distribution theory is just, like, kind of terrifying to me, because if cats just appear everywhere and everybody suddenly has to take care of a cat, then that means that there's clearly too many cats, and some very irresponsible cat owners out there. So, could I be, like, the responsible pet owner magician instead? Because that seems much more helpful to society. Versus the alternative. At least to me. Okay. And they're off to go seize, and I'm going to send the top squad to go attack something unrelated. So if this vampire lady doesn't get killed, I'm going to see if I can make her into a friend with the other vampire. If she does get killed, then oh well. We're going to go pillage that location. I mean, admittedly, though, her squad is very well kitted out, and, well, they're not actually that well armored, but she's a very good leader. Competent ambusher. Novice tactician, though, so some skill needs to be learned there, but she's a legendary fighter and observer and master discipline, and a master, like, hammer dwarf, so good luck there. No, I don't actually have that many cats right now, so I don't need to geld them at the minute. Otherwise, I would be. Once we have 1 or 2 more litters, and there's some more kittens running around, then we'll geld them. It's the dogs that kind of need to be gelded at the moment, but... I did turn on only Farmer's Harvest, which is kind of crazy to me. I guess, like, you're technically a farmer. I have no idea what you're talking about in regards to the group thing that you're talking about, Liam. So probably not, because I don't know what you're talking about. Single-handedly keeping the coyote population growing. As in just, like, irresponsibly... That sucks. No, Liam. Also, that's not a group. It's a kind of like a community organization crew, and I co-founded it. So technically, I was member number 1 tied with other member number 1, and also no, no, we are not recruiting. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that bums me up, Bert. I had a couple neighbors that were participating in very irresponsible cat ownership activities in the past, and it always made me sad. But, you know, c'est la vie. There you go. Made it. Actually going to get rid of that because I'm going to need to make another one of these. Nope. Also, Abe, how you been, mate? It's been a minute. I feel like I've been saying that a lot recently. Seeing a lot of people for the first time in like a month. That sometimes happens where, like, you know, people kind of filter around, right? Uh-oh. An engraver has been missing for a week. Did I lock them in the caverns? Certainly possible. Bootlegger the Weaver's been missing for... Okay, that's weird. I'm going to have to go look for Bootlegger. Especially considering Bootlegger was like a militia, or not a militia dwarf anymore. Bootlegger was a religious leader. Also, it seems like they failed to conquer and occupy. So the pillaging of the other location down south. Was that the one that was possessed? Possibly. I may have just locked them in the caverns. That's actually my bad. Was struck down by an elephant. They have elephants? Clashed with 10 elves. Slaying 7. As the defenders had a strong positional advantage, they clashed with 3 elves, slaying them. And then they clashed with 12 elephants and didn't slay them. As for the siege attempt, Dwarf Unib outmatched the Hill of Monasteries. The dwarf Zephon led the attack, so the defenders won that. Okay. Well, what the hell happened to Bootlegger? Yes, I locked Bootlegger in the caverns. Because that last Forgotten Beast was in the caverns, meaning he probably fought with the Forgotten Beast and then died. So I don't actually have a easy way of getting to that body at the moment. I'm gonna go slab, Bootlegger, and what was the other dwarf? I missed the other one. We'll just do Bootlegger for the minute. Also gonna slaughter a bunch of puppies. Hey, Jack, can I get a round of beers, please? Yeah, if a dwarf is missing, Bootlegger, you're always dead. 100% you're dead. It's just a matter of where you died and how you died. Sometimes I don't want to feel the need to respond to a person, and I just ask for a round of beers for my sanity. Burial. Okay, that's 2 tombs. That's not many, but it's something. I'm still trying to get rid of the last of these dwarves. Let's pause everything but the coffin. Pause everything but the coffin. And then let's send a squad back out to keep at it. I read chat all the time, Liam. Why would you ask your friend? Why don't you just ask me? I'm reading chat right now. It is a streak. We've got some, like, ridiculously high ones. By the way, Lennox, did you see that you died? You got executed. I set my vampire as a hammerer, and then you got executed. Well, that's fun. Isn't it kind of rude to go to people who you know mutually and then talk about them behind their back and then come and brag about it? I think that's pretty rude, Liam. I think that you should not do that. I don't understand how that's breaking any terms of service. But that is rude. Just on like a personal level. I'm reading chat right now, and you saying that you went and asked somebody that I know. 1, how do you know that they're my friend in the first case? And 2, I think that's extremely rude. Just in general. I mean, getting there, Necrontier. That's for sure. Don't forget to set the new arrivals to burrows. That's what you always forget. Yeah, I'll do my best. E-Rot in YouTube chat. I will do my best. No, I said I wasn't reading what you were saying in chat. I never said I don't read chat. But that was a month ago? Certainly. Sometimes I intentionally ignore specific people if they say things that make me uncomfortable or keep asking questions that I don't want to answer. And I prefer to be honest with people about that. I mean, sometimes I'll joke about not reading YouTube chat, but even when I joke about that, I still read it. Lanix. Like, genuinely, like, sometimes I'll be like, I'm not talking to you for a bit. gonna give you the quiet treatment, and then I continue reading just to make sure that everybody's behaving themselves, because I gotta moderate my chats. So I do, in fact, read my chats even when I say that I'm not going to. Because genuinely, it's like, you know, it's kind of like the responsible thing to do. Uh-oh. That's not good. There's a Forgotten Beast starting fights, chat. I don't know where it is. But somewhere there's people fighting, and the frame rate just got cut in half. So something bad's happening somewhere. I don't know what it is or where it is. I'm just going to set all of my militia to be in militia mode. Okay, what the hell is happening? How the fuck did you get into the fort? Oh, I know how it got in. It must have come in through the water. Oh, that's not good. So that's how many dwarves are currently resting. And only one dwarf is currently recovering wounded. Okay. Well, if you want to keep streamers happy, don't, you know, talk about people behind them, because that's rude. This is a COG type playthrough, has been for the last 3 streams. Genuinely, if you want me to be happy at this minute, don't do that to me. That's incredibly impolite. Don't ask to join my stream team, and keep your questions out of the personal realm. Liam. That's the most polite I can be for you. There was a Forgotten Beast a while ago, and it managed to weasel its way into the fortress through a side door. Which I thought that I had closed off, but clearly I hadn't. Couldn't join stream for the last 3 days? Oh no, the horror! Well, it's good to have you, though. Very sleepy. I mean, that's a valid reason. Also, the time change happened. I don't know if that's happened for you yet, Emily. Is Stithab still alive? I don't know who you're talking about. Who's Stithab? You can check in Legends. I did update them not too long ago. Sure. Well, then just take what I'm saying very seriously, Liam. Don't talk about me behind my back and then tell me about it, and then refuse to tell me who you're talking to, because that's rude, just in general. And quit it with the personal questions, which is the problem I've had with you in the past. If I start ignoring you, don't be offended. It's nothing personal. This is a public space. Treat it like such. So yeah, Burr, you're gonna have to help me out here. Oh, yeah, no, they are still alive. They're just in prison, and they're using a fake name. They are in prison. They got convicted. What the heck is even going on? In what context? in this fortress. There was a forgotten beast that injured a shit ton of people, and presumably they're all going to be taken to the hospital. So I'm like checking in on my hospital and all that. There is a burrow that's on right now that I need to turn off. We're following one vampire in a similar fort style to Cog. You're going to need to elaborate a little bit. And be a little bit more specific about the question. Like, what the heck is going on? I'm sitting in my chair streaming. Could be an answer to that question. Or, we're following a vampire for 10 years, and we started on the year in the late fall, mid-fall of the year 214. It's now the year 217. We got attacked by elves not too long ago, because apparently my faction is at war with them, which is lovely. Meanwhile, we have a guest tavern over here, and a primary tavern over here, both of which are quite busy. And somebody named the Bulbous Hares, that's disgusting sounding, want to entertain my visitors, and I don't want them to entertain my forts and visitors. I would consider myself a novice speaker. I can do the pretty effectively, about as well as any speaker could. I am also a cereal eater for lunch sometimes, although I don't think I've had cereal in years, so. Vampire. Oh, what else is going on? It's raining. Any forgotten beast dust can spread if the contamination manages to spread from dwarf to dwarf. So yes, that is true. The dices? You mean dishes? Like foods? Bundle? Dwarves, you see, here's the secret, right? Here's the secret when it comes to dwarves getting contaminated. Don't worry about it. As long as they have shoes on, they won't get contaminated. If they get the dust on them, they will go bathe themselves and won't get contaminated. If they get taken to a hospital, other dwarves in the orderlies squads will wash them, which will remove the contamination. The only time you need to be worried is if there's snow outside, because a dwarf that walks through a pile of snow gets covered in snow. If there is contamination in the snow, then it will cover the dwarves when they walk through the snow. But if it's just on the ground, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it too much. Could you make a decontamination space? Absolutely. You don't need to. That sort of stuff used to be a lot more likely to infect, and I'd be willing to bet that that wasn't really intended, more of a outcome of the reality of the game, less of a intended mechanic in the game. So do we need to worry about it? I wouldn't. I don't generally. If you want to see an example of that being horrible, go to my YouTube channel and look up the VODs of the Fortress Sunbirths. Sunbirths quite literally had like Ebola breakout, where there was a deadly dust that made you just spontaneously bleed to death. And the entire map was a glacier, so everything kept refreezing and refreezing and refreezing and refreezing and refreezing and refreezing and refreezing. And it was horrific. Abso-fucking-lutely horrific. So I had to isolate entire portions of the fortress, like insides and outside was just like a no-go zone for a while. To clean the surface, I dumped lava on it for a bit, but it still kept reinfesting. It was awful. The fortress was called Sunbirths. What do dwarves need to bath? A functional well. Super Asbestos? Everybody's least favorite superhero. Come on, I'm just waiting for the 20th so I can pause. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna see if I can make it harder for Forgotten Beasts to get in this side. Are you hauling one of those? No, I see you're collecting webs. Dye cloth midnight blue. I need to increase the amount of this. I mean, that's not true. If it's greater than 5, do 20. Do I need to also do this? Also do dye thread. But looks like we are actually increasing in the amount of dyed cloth that we have. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do we got trousers, robe, shirt, socks, hood, shoes. Let's just do 25 or 20 of each. I'll just say do that when there isn't enough in a stockpile, and I don't actually have a clothing stockpile right now. I'm gonna make a clothing stockpile. Actually, let's instead doing it that way. Let's just do it seasonally. We use this as a trade good as well. Okay. Wait, what the shit? Why is there so many dimple dye cups down in the creek? Dear dwarves, excuse me, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why? How? That's confusing. Okay. Sure. Was that beast? Yeah. Oh, probably. Yeah, actually, you're right. It's probably the beast. It was a dust beast, not gassy, but dust. Similar. Okay, so some ads are coming up soon, but we're just gonna follow the vampire. And also, ooh. Apparently Moreb got convicted of a crime. Oh, huh! Well, there's a lot to unpack here. I'm not gonna read all of this, but we have a serial like name faker. This was a goblin that seemed sus. Can do, Emily. I don't know if I can be that specific, Emily. Literally can't do that. Because this one's not up for naming. Everybody else is dead. So. Female dwarf is optional. Do you still want me to name it Emily? Because, like, there's this weaponsmith, but that's it. Okay. For whatever it's worth, the vampire ain't gay, so. I mean, this dwarf is definitely a social butterfly. Steelborn! We're in an ad break. Are you in the ad break, Emily? YouTube and Twitch are still alive, yes. He is very quick to anger and very comfortable with others that are different from himself. He isn't given to flights of fancy and to the point of distraction, and he is curious and eager to learn. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't often feel lustful. He has a greedy streak, and he likes to keep his things... Uh-oh, you're not supposed to have a pickaxe. He has a greedy streak, and he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He stares intently when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and values cunning and sees competition as wasteful and silly, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Yeah, no, Twitch left Korea, like, I don't even know when. It was like over a year ago now. It was like costing them like something like 3 times the amount that they were making being active in that region. You know, people made such a huge deal about that, yet at the same time, like, technically, Kick isn't active in any country other than the US. Like, it costs money to be active in other countries on paper as a business. There are ways that you could subscribe pretty easily, but I digress. Anyway, he likes serpentine and tin, as well as black opaline, clear glass, and gray peridot leather, giant elkuf, and the color dark brown, short swords, and bucklers and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And the sound of the songs of glossing, and when possible prefers to consume clownfish and hard wheat beer, and absolutely hates large roaches. If you have a PayPal account, you can. You might need a VPN, though. But it doesn't really matter, really. He is short and incredibly fat, and his beard is neatly combed. But, yeah, you have a massive friend base, but no family or gods. Seems endless. I mean, goblins are immortal, so he's got lots of free time. You shouldn't be doing that. I like to tell people this because I think it's funny. Which is quite literally... I have a PayPal account because I gave Notch $5 in 2009. Literally the first ever thing that happened on my PayPal account was I sent $5 to Notch. Like, that is why I have a PayPal account. It's really one of the funniest things about my internet accounts to me. I hope that amuses at least one other person as much as it amuses me. Hey, he wasn't a billionaire at that point, okay? I was buying a license to this game that my friends were playing, all right? He wasn't a billionaire yet. He was probably just like, I mean, maybe by that point. I don't know, like, Minecraft Alpha had been, like, free and playable for, like, half a year or so and was just starting to explode. So he probably was a millionaire, potentially, by that point. I need to look at the exact date, but he hadn't, like, won awards for it yet. Is for a guy making you a bespoke weapon. I gotta say, Elite Woad Rider, that might be weirder than buying Minecraft. Like, I think that's objectively stranger and less normal than giving the guy who made Minecraft $5 like a decade ago. More than that. Over a decade, like close to 20 years ago. Also, we got some new pants. We've got, Toasted has a new pair of pants, which is midnight blue with dimple dye. Made out of handcrafted pigtail cloth. Well stitched, of course. Say goodbye, fast fashion. We got Dwarf fashion. And now we're making cloth hoods. Actually, I'm gonna take this squad off duty at some point. Let him equip a hood if he wants. I mean, that's cool. Can I ask what kind of weapon? When you say just like bespoke weapon, that could mean a lot of things and the imagination goes kind of wild. I assume it's like a halberd or something, or like that sort of thing based on your username. But for all I know, you could be buying like, I don't know, a bazooka or a tank or like an intercontinental ballistic missile, which maybe is objectively less likely. Oopsies, that wasn't something I intended to do. It could have been a tank. It could be a tank. That's a weapon. It could be a cannon. Also, I do think it's really funny that in Canada, it is impossible to get a license or legally own a cast iron cannon unless you are a museum. Although I'm not sure if that's funnier or less funny than the law that Canada has, which is it's illegal to run your sled dogs on a sidewalk because it's considered a motor vehicle. They have to be run on the road. Sled dogs are... It's like, do you have a license for that sled dog team? I wonder... This might be an easier thing to Google in the past than it is now. I wonder if anyone's ever gotten a speeding ticket for their sled dog team. If I got pulled over and tried to and almost got given a speeding ticket for speeding in a school zone on a bicycle, do you think anybody's ever gotten a speeding ticket for their huskies, or a speeding ticket for a horse? You know, same kind of vibe. Makes the finest shepherd slings in the world. See, saying shepherd sling is significantly less strange than a bespoke weapon. Speaking of bespoke weapons, chat. Bog water has been consumed by our good vampire. But since our vampire has now officially infiltrated the hammerers and the military, it's obviously not our vampire who did such a thing. Would it be? I mean, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. I mean, obviously Moreb is convicted of that crime, but wait, what? There's a... Okay, unrelated. It's a dwarf named Bogwater, yeah. What else would it be? It's usually the case. I will need to figure out what that other dwarf needs later. Busy dwarf in 217. Killed a forgotten beast, eaten a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dwarves, and killed another with a hammer. Does that make her... No, it's more of a wappire. Or a thwackpire? Okay. Artifact is getting done. Okay. I'm just gonna go pillage this location. Sending them out again. And... Okay, I am actually very concerned about something. Why the shit are you not chopping down trees? These are all set to be chopped down. We're not in a burrow. just walk out here, down here and right there. Can I increase the priority on this shit? I'm starting to think my body's falling apart, chat. I will be back un momente. The vampire is named Tosid Guilt Monk. Giltmonk. I will be right back. I was gonna say, that's not good. That's actually not bad. Okay, cool. What, messing around in Legends is cool? Yeah. Legends has a lot to it. Admittedly, the viewer that I'm hosting does have some eccentricities that aren't the way they're supposed to be. But for the most part, it is really cool, in my opinion. It's certainly neat that we've been able to, like, display it publicly as such. Also, the video that I uploaded yesterday, doing really well. Like, really well. You'll love to see it. For those of you who are curious of what a video looks like when it's doing well, it's that. That's the video doing well. Which is genuinely a bit of a relief to see. Not gonna lie. Genuinely a bit of a relief. Because it's been a while. Meanwhile, that engraver has made a nice crown. Well, ain't that nice of you? Offers it to the Mountainous Vale. I'm waiting for somebody to be seen stealing an artifact. I'm waiting for that. I like that his most recent good thought is zealous after beating somebody with a hammer. Like, literally beat somebody with a hammer, thrilled about it. What's it about? Is that what you're asking, McTaw? It's a brief history of, like, the whole myths and magic in Dwarf Fortress. Like, what is myths and magic? What is it, like, intended to do? Like, what was it initially for? Basically just explaining a bunch of Dwarf Fortress history for people who don't know. That's what it is. On the 15th, I can pause again. Yeah, Vamp likes an opportunity to kill. Your fortune is growing rapidly. Well, congratulations, both Abe and also Bone Doll.
Oh, my sub renewed. Hi, chat. How's
Corey
the
Fancy
fort when
Fans, I
missed
mean Fancy
most of
Pants.
this one?
You missed most of this one? So for whatever it's worth, Corey, we are doing a very similar thing to what we did with when we followed Cog for 10 years. But instead of Cog, we are following a vampire who was originally a religious leader for the religion of war and death. And I may have ended up with another vampire unexpectedly, and then unexpectedly, X2, I ended up with a additional vampire on top of that. Now, so we are doing the, like, I can only pause on the 5s, the 0s, and the 1s. So I can pause on the 1st of every month, the 5th of every month, the 10th of every month, the 15th, the 20th, the 25th, and then the 1st. Those are the only days I can pause. So there is going to kind of be a little bit of perpetual chaos because it is very difficult to actually manage a fortress when you're doing that. We are at war with elves. There's been some pretty traumatic Forgotten Beast episodes, and we are trying to invade the elves, who actually, if I go to the overworld here, the faction that we are at war with are the the Hill of Monasteries, which I keep on wanting to read as the Hill of Monstrosities, but Monasteries. And they are invading us, and we are invading them. So, yeah. It's good to see you, though, Corey. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Seriously. And in regards to what Emily was saying, at the end of the day, the thing that you can do to help me out the most, if you can't help me out financially via Twitch, there are other platforms where you can do that, such as directly through my website or through Patreon. But if you can't help the stream out financially, like literally the best thing you can do is just hang out and watch and keep chat active. Like genuinely, that's start conversations, chat with people, babble, hang out. You could buy merch, yeah. Speaking of merch, I actually have some limited edition merch to launch, which I was thinking I was going to launch alongside the next big video. No, this is just a perfectly normal current build fort. Kurtz in YouTube chat. You're very, very satisfied with the huge blind iron mug. My large mug, which is a vile mug of darkness, has actually like lasted very well. Because sometimes like those like built to order mugs don't last super long, but mine lasted for quite a while, so I've been quite pleased with it. That's what I want to see. I want to see logs. Yeah, it's 500 mils or 20 ounces. Like, this is a Nalgene mug. I can, or not Nalgene mug. This is a Nalgene, a 1 liter water bottle. Nalgene. I can slide it into the mug. Like, that's how big that mug is. Zealous remembering beating somebody with a death. Beating somebody to death, I guess. Satisfied after producing a masterwork. Maybe I should make this dwarf into a scholar. What I'm thinking about doing, actually, is just seeing... Or actually, I need to check bedrooms, now that I think about it. What I'm kind of thinking about doing is letting things just run as normal for a minute, and then take literally everybody in the fort, close off the caverns, and just let everybody relax in the tavern for a bit. I think that might be the plan real soon here, because I think the dwarves just need it. My world record. I had a world record death for a minute, but I don't recall having a world record escape run. Are you thinking about the right person, actually, Jarvis? Because, like, I had a run once in RimWorld where I started a colony and then immediately, like, a meteorite crashed into the, like, whatever the secret fun stuff it was called in that game. I actually can't remember. It's been so long. And then just a bunch of Scythers just ran across the map and killed everybody. No, I'm not Evil Trick. Evil Trick's a friend of mine. But no, I'm not Evil Trick. I used years ago, actually, I did some streams where me and Evil Trick would stream RTS games. We played free RTS games or games that we already owned, and we did comp stomps for a bit. Evil Trick doesn't stream anymore. You know, what's the word? He works for the, like, for like a train union now. Like he works in, what's it called? Public transit, organizing trains. Ancient Dangers, is that what they called them? Right. Right. No, I never had any world records in RimWorld. Aside from that, I died faster than anybody else had before due to random luck. It was a short enough like attempt that it fit into a single clip. But then it got killed in the Twitch clipocalypse. I do have to say that is the first time that I've been confused with Evil Trick, though. Also, I hope he's doing well. I haven't talked to him in a very long time. If you reduce the water a little bit, yeah. I can't say that I've had a instant noodle where I actually read the instructions in my life, so. You look forward to the video for this fort? You took your advice on finding a fort with dragons, and now you have a male-female pair? Sweet. Were you able to catch them? Uh-oh. Help. The Forgotten Beast. What is it? It's the third? Jesus. The Forgotten Beast, Wethidi Refethi has come. A great humanoid composed of snow. That's good. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. I don't know where it is, but I'm just going to tell all of the squatties to go stand right there. Which will make this dwarf run off and go get stuff. And if it appears, we'll probably kill it pretty quickly, I would imagine. Made of snow, yeah, which means it'll pop if somebody pokes it. As long as it's not made of the hail that was hitting... Where was that hail hitting recently? Suited was talking about that a minute ago. Serverlord has bestowed the name Ertamalmisr upon a silver warhammer. Even though they annihilate your stomach, you just need a tougher stomach, man. That seems like a skill issue. I was saying a clown. Oh, it's already dead. I'm just gonna look at this. The Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with a silver warhammer, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Didn't even see it, but it is dead. I think it depends on what you're used to, Emily. Like shots fired at Orange, but when Orange was in town a couple years ago, me and Orange_TJ, who's a VIP in this chat, went out for lunch at a Korean place that I like. And it was their first time having kimchi fried rice. Damn near died. I'm like, it's just kimchi. Yeah, like almost died. Like almost died. It's just kimchi. Literally off to go yell at the mayor, who's outraged at a very poor bedroom. Really? Is your bedroom that bad? Well, I suppose I can give you nicer floors. Oh no! Oh, don't you go yelling at it about being some Western version. My friend, nobody in that restaurant speaks English. That is a Korean-ass restaurant. None of the labels on anything are in English. They have English, like, with a sticker over top of the real shit. No, that's the real shit. Trust me. Also, you do need to remember that, like, just because something isn't from the country of an origin doesn't mean it's not, like, accurate. Also, it's just a short flight. It's supposed to work that way, but it's never actually worked that way. That is what the game is supposed to do, Eric. But, or rather, it's supposed to be that if you train them enough and breed them, you should be able to embark with them, but it doesn't actually work that way. It's just supposed to work that way. So we went and pillaged this fortress. The vampire led the attack. The enemies had a positional advantage, but we immediately struck them down anyway. I like how this way you can know exactly Dwarf mad at. What? The forces searched the place. Axe struck down a dwarf. We looted treasure. A puzzle box and 2 cotton mittens and a toy boat. They grabbed souvenirs for the kids. Oh, they're off to go do it again. Let's just go down to here. Okay. We're actually caught up. Oh, the dwarf yelling about his poor bedroom. Yeah. I mean, like, I've got a bunch of dwarves that are really upset, and I kind of need to, like, work on it. Although it's mostly just, like, experience trauma. So what I think I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pause all non-mission critical tasks, such as spin or collect webs, such as making coffins. I'll let them finish constructing those buildings, though. Making the cabinets, making blocks, all of the clothing, all of the weaving, all of the charcoal making, all the ash, all the lye, all the soap, all the drinks, everything. We'll let them finish the construction. So it's a lot of hauling at the minute and digging. And as far as digging goes, they probably still have quite a bit. But I'm just going to let them do mission critical tasks such as hacking down trees and putting stuff away. Although actually, let's pause this because it looks like we've actually got a lot of logs that need to be put away now. And we are going to follow our vampire and see if we can get back into a state of stability. Also, an ad break's coming up in 50 seconds. I will pause the game during those ads. At least he yelled at somebody in charge. I really, really, really like the fact that dwarves will just go stand over the mayor while they're sleeping and wait for them to wake up so that they can yell at them. At least they're polite about waiting for them to wake up. Yeah, no, that place doesn't pull punches. Unless you, like, specifically ask them to, Emily. You don't know what you'd do? I certainly wouldn't be sleeping. I know that much, Corey. We're in an ad break, so I'm just going to wait. Should vampires once a year claim a coffin and sleep for a day? No. I mean, maybe, but they don't. I'm concerned as to why we're still seeing that Forgotten Beast's dead body. I'm actually quite concerned about that. I feel like that shouldn't be happening. Actually, let's check something. Okay. I I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing this all the time. We're just going to dump corpses for a bit. I was also kind of expecting that, to be honest with you. Generally, what they try to do, as Kurtz is sort of saying in the YouTube chat, is they try to do whatever task is in their needs. So if they want to craft an object, they'll try and claim a crafting object job. But the order of operations of how dwarves claim a job is the highest dwarf that needs to satisfy that need that is available for the highest skilled dwarf who needs to satisfy that need at the time when the job is available claims the job. So basically, like, runs down the list of everybody, and whoever isn't currently doing something unrelated who needs that, who has the highest skill, takes the job. And I also would, this is just me, I'm not entirely sure what's being discussed in the YouTube chat because it kind of got ahead of me, but personally, I would advise that you try and not worry too much about being overly specific with what kind of crafting jobs your dwarves are doing. Not because, like, it's necessarily a bad thing, but if your dwarves are overworked in a particular area, they'll get stressed out. So if you are too specific and everybody's always working, they'll get pissed off and upset because they won't be able to satisfy all their needs. But if you're not being specific at all and there isn't enough jobs available, then they will still go insane. But because they, like, can't actually physically, access enough jobs. So generally, if you're newer to the game, I would just not worry about assigning jobs at all and just make sure that you have a decent amount of workshops available so that if they need to go satisfy something specific, they can. It's just a lot of random clothing garbage out here that I need to get rid of. Ha! Pretty proud of that, actually. I may have hit something I didn't want to hit, but that's okay. Man, where the hell are you going? Grabbed a dingo paw, hey? Check this on the 20th. My finger clicked early. My soldiers have returned again as well. I don't need the muscular doors. Oh, I should also check how the squads did on that last pillage run. An elf led the attack, and their tactical planning was superior, so the defenders had a strong positional advantage. I might just send literally every single squad I have. It looks like Tight was killed, but I'll believe that when I see it. But the dwarf who allegedly killed Tight didn't die. But let's see, is that real? Because sometimes, like, I've gotten a lot of misreports recently about dwarves getting killed. Yeah, it looks like Tight was actually killed. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Tight? You died too young, dwarf. Rest in peanuts. It's time for vengeance. We're gonna try and raise this site. I was gonna try and take it over, but fuck it. We're just gonna raise it. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to send that last one. I did kill their leader. I've killed several of their leaders, actually. You're referring to labor designations, mining, fishing, and woodcutting, etc.? You've read on the wiki that stats affect it. So, like, speed-wise, like, which stats are you thinking about specifically? Like, because a dwarf that is better at something will be more efficient at it. This is true. However, like, you don't need every dwarf who does everything to be an expert at it. They'll be fine even if they're just, like, you know, medium to like amateur to medium tier, and they'll get better. Like dwarves learn skills, right? Like this dwarf's obviously going to make better clothing every time than somebody with no clothing skill. But somebody with no clothing skill will get better at making clothing the more they do it, right? I guess like the question is like, what are you looking for? Are you trying to figure out like what you should specify early on? Early in a fortress, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just assign whatever feels right. But as you get further into a fortress, then you can go about being more specific and micromanagey about what dwarf you want doing what task. That's what I want to see. I want to see dwarves spending some time chit-chatting with people. Dog meat roasts, lovely. Sure, minced dog tallow, minced prepared dog intestines, and minced dog something else. Dog meat, more dog meat. Okay, so we're on the 25th. I'm going to do something which I don't not recommend, but I don't necessarily recommend. This stockpile loads into this infinite stockpile. I'm just going to take it and make it really big without accidentally overwriting another stockpile. So now more dwarves are going to claim these tasks. This is all for boulders. I'm going to do the, I'm going to remove the minecarts from this one because this one is for ore. Basically, we are doing a large fortress cleaning session. This stockpile is going to load into this one. And then up here, you go all the way along here. And I'm going to remove those wheelbarrows, and we will haul everything. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here, and I'm actually going to go to this tavern. This is the Spice of Towers. This is my secondary place where the dwarves can party and hang out because it's my secondary tavern. I'm going to remove visitors for it. Tavern's closed for the minute because we need to get this fortress back in order. Under the orders, of course, my vampire. We are being put under a strict isolation order. And speaking of the not strict isolation order, thank you, unemployed Shaku, for the 38 years of subscription. You are extremely kind. Chat, can I get, well, you've kind of already done it, but can I get a big round of beers? If you see a dwarf having an item preference, assign them to making that item, and they will level up quicker and get mood from making it. There is some truth to that, yeah. But most dwarves want to do some sort of work. And also, I guess the other thing that I would say is, like, don't worry entirely about not satisfying needs with dwarves. If a dwarf says they're focused at the top of their unmet needs over here, they are about as good as you can get them. It is almost always going to be impossible to satisfy every single need of every single dwarf. Dwarf Fortress is a game, so in YouTube chat, Kurt says, they say that strength affects woodcutting and mining, for example. Sure, but you're probably playing Fortress mode. That's terrifying. You're probably playing Fortress mode, right? In Fortress mode, it doesn't matter, really, because if a dwarf is unbelievably strong, I'm going to make numbers up here. It might take them 15 ticks to chop down a tree, depending on the type of tree and the density of the wood and the strength of their axe. That is like less than 2 seconds in game. We're talking seconds. You're not going to get more result out of it. It is purely speed. In adventure mode, that might be a big deal because you don't want to have to take more turns than you need to because time is more of the essence. In fort mode, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. And if you focus on stuff like that, you will go insane and you will think this game is horrible because it is designed to take a big fucking hammer, throw it directly at your forehead when you're trying to micromanage things, and it'll hit you in the side of the head, and it'll say, play the game, bucko, and you'll be like, ow, my head hurts. All I'm seeing is stars. What happened? And then everything's falling apart. Oh, God. And because that's what this game's designed to do. Like, you can micromanage elements of it, but if you over-micromanage it, you might make yourself hate this game because it is not really designed for that. It is designed to break your hopes and dreams. Speaking of breaking my hopes and dreams, this is going to break my hopes and dreams. The were antelope Teshil has come, a large antelope twisted into humanoid form. Fuck. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow aqua. It's singing Barbie Girl, obviously. And its black hair is long and straight. You will know by why you fear the night. I'm going to just turn this burrow on and fucking hope for the best. Also, something's being stolen. I can't do anything until the first. Now I can. Thankfully, it happened real quick. Holy shit. It's not that it's too complex to min-max. I mean, that makes it sound crazier than it is. It's just, it is a complicated game, but it is designed to be impossible to min-max. It's designed to cause chaos. It's designed for things to fall over. It's like playing Jenga. Like, could you, in theory, perfectly balance the Jenga tower? Yeah. But that's not the point of the game. I just took a pyramid off your shoulders? Yep, I think like people look at Dwarf Fortress and they think of Factorio. Sure, you can think of Factorio, but you also need to remember that it's Fall Guys. It's like if you were playing Factorio, but it's Fall Guys, or like, I don't know, RV There Yet, or one of those other games. I guess Fall Guys is more intentionally designed to just send you flying everywhere, or like fucking Gang Beasts. It's like if you were playing RimWorld, but the combat was Gang Beasts. So like, yeah, you know, most of the time things are pretty micromanageable, but like then the game's gonna show up and hit you with a fucking rubber waffle bat and say, Lamau, get fucked, kiddo. Speaking of get fucked, kiddo, I have no way of knowing where this thing is or who it's fighting. There was an artifact here seen being stolen. Twitch did it! Twitch stole one of my artifacts! You son of a fuck! I'll send you to prison for that! Please tell me the dogs told on him. Also, this is a mace that I stole from somewhere else. Do I have any suspect visitors? That's pretty sus. How about you? You're also kind of sus. Well, okay, so I need to interrogate Twitch. Where would a naked elf hide that? It's probably not the naked ones. The naked ones are probably actually just bards. All right, so I have no way to know where this thing goes. So I've sealed up the doors, and now we just get to hope for the best. And let's just make sure that we add everybody to this. Here we go. Twitch chat, why did you steal my artifact? Also, I once... Okay, we're on the second. Pack Smack looks like they got into a fight with it. I won't know until the 5th. I once saw a Dwarf Fortress described as building a card castle with next to a shop vac that occasionally turns on a timer. I didn't see my name on it. You didn't see property of Strimmer, do not steal? It was printed clearly on the side, man. very clearly on the side. Fourth and fifth. Come on. It's like the only thing that you know is going to happen is that card castle probably will fall over. Like, I handicap myself in situations to make it more exciting, but that's because, like, I know this just sounds like a rude, humble brag, but truly, attacks, grabs, bites, human bard. So we've got a human bard here. This is just going to start popping off. Because there ain't much I can do about that human bard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this tavern. I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to delete this. And I'm just going to put a unmarked meeting zone over here. I'm going to fly around in here a little bit. Because they shouldn't be considered a long-term resident. And I'm going to cry a little bit. Did you bite anything else? Bites the human bard. Human bard strikes it. The Swords Dwarf slashes it in the lower body. Where Antelope releases. Bites the human bard again. Swords Dwarf slashes it. Slashes it again. And its head sails off in an arc. Convict him for something he did not do. That is true. Also in regards to Twitch, it was Osta, the goblin, beast hunter. You still here? He is. Okay, so we are going to convict Osta for that. Moreb also witnessed and accused Twitch, and Twitch admitted it. I will arrest Twitch, but I will go into my cold cases and go back to one of my old cases. The human bard Yigu is their name. So I think it was literally just that one bard, right? Yeah, it was the human bard. Got wrestled down by their toe. This person. Oopsies. Let's just double check I'm doing the right person. Yeah, it's you. Their last name is Dance Cloud. What a bloody shame. What a bloody shame. It's kind of a shame that my vampire ain't the captain of the guard at the moment. Yeah, no, Moreb's been corrupt for a little bit, actually. But Moreb did take their sentence. We convicted them. This is maybe not the best time to reading every book of the Fortress Dwarf. Also, it seems that the squads have all returned. Every dwarf who values the law in the fortress will get an unhappy thought if they know that it was an incorrect conviction. Every dwarf that doesn't value the law or is indifferent about the law won't care. and any dwarf who hates the law will get a happy thought. And vice versa. It's a really cool system that is half built. is my stance on the justice system in Dwarf Fort. It's a really cool system that is genuinely just half built. Also, fun fact, your interrogator's skill is based on their speech skills, and one of the better ways to train interrogation, which I honestly never do, is just randomly interrogating your livestock. True story. I think, yeah, Twitch is in prison now.
Take this sub.
Appreciate you for the 4th month. Adiri, thanks for the prime. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. Okay, so we are out of water. Oh, shit. Also missed the first. We need to wait for the 15th. Come on, me. If you convict the wrong person, the game knows. I think it's pretty simple. Like, it's a pretty straightforward system. Like, as an example, I can go into the convict screen and just convict a dead dwarf of stealing an item even after the dwarf's been dead for 10 years. Any dwarf who is friends or family with that dwarf that is dead will be like, what the fuck? They didn't do that. There's no way that's possible. Okay. So this dwarf right here is just in prison. If I go to convicts, where's that human? Okay, so this human left, managed to make it off the map. Meaning they may come back as a were creature, but for the moment, I think we are safe. So I'm just going to pull this. We're going to lock the fort. That's what I'm going to do. Wait, what? Oh, I see. No, the vampire's the hammer, not the dungeon master. I'm dumb. Mayor. Dungeon master. Wait, what? Really? You're not set up? That's interesting. Why are you satisfied, but you are not? Do they actually need their own assigned? That's new if that's the case. Let's just do some gold tables. Because, like, they're a married couple, so I've just kind of assigned both of them to the same one for forever, but apparently my dungeon master's, like, not capable of... Interesting. I wonder when that was... if that was ever changed. Or if I'm just an idiot. Because it's like, dungeon master's like, I don't have my own room. It's like, but yeah, you do. But apparently they didn't. Even though I thought they did. That's actually kind of wild. You learn something every day. Let's just wait another 5 days. My depression munchie's food of choice? Scrambled eggs and an English muffin. Pasta with pesto. Dwarves just share beds because they rarely sleep simultaneously. And even if they are sleeping simultaneously, they all just lie in a big old dog pile. Shelmek. You could put multiple beds if you want, but they don't need it. Dwarf Fortress is quietly and secretly Shelmek. Paper Mario. You can fit 1,000 things in the same tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. So, yeah. And kids also share with their parents. Until, it's like around 14-ish, they start to get annoyed if they don't have a bed. So I usually just give them a bed as soon as they claim their own clothing, which means they're big enough to walk. But to just kind of, the fort's been pretty chaotic, so I'm going to elaborate on something that was said a little while ago in YouTube chat. Kurt's in YouTube chat, after talking about like efficiency and focusing on efficiency in Dwarf Fortress, they said that I took a pyramid off their shoulders. Just remember this about this game, right? This is a game about witnessing chaos and reveling in it. It's more like watching an anthill and pouring water around it than like the more modern interpretations, I guess, or current interpretations of like colony games. So because of that, if you kind of go into it expecting the game to intentionally try to make it crash and collapse, I used to always say that one of my favorite things to do was intentionally leave holes into the fortress, because then stuff would surprise me. There used to be a mechanic where if you had a well, stuff would just appear out of the well. Also, I was supposed to check if my well was even working, wasn't I? Shit. Speaking of wells. The game is designed to like make you fuck up and forget things. It's like a lot of people use DF Hack because it's like a way to remember things. Like it tells you stuff that's happened. I hate Wednesdays, chat. I hate Wednesdays. It's the worst day of the month. All right, now that I've like quadrupled my heart rate, it's first Wednesday of the month, second Wednesday of the month, whatever this Wednesday is. I think it's the first Wednesday. Is fire alarm testing day, and they beep it once. Happens once a month. Scares me every fucking time. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. I'm just double checking. Literally double checking. Second Wednesday. Yes, it's on my calendar for next month as well, and I will forget. The fuck was I talking about? Something. No, this is a game that's like designed to break shit for you, so that you can revel in the chaos, because it's a game that was designed to like replicate the Mines of Moria, you know, digging too deeply and greedily and all hell breaking loose. And that is a large part of the fun of it. Okay, so I'm going to take all of these dwarves off duty. I'm going to go down to the lower layer, which is down here. I'm going to lock this. And I'm going to go take a look at... Why is there a giant rat down here? I'm just going to make some wooden cages. Ah! That should be... operational. Two water sources. That might actually be the problem. So that well should be operational. It is in the burrow. It is not in the burrow. Makes so much sense now. Okay, well, I get it. Wee woo, me being dumb. Is this in the burrow? Yes, it is. Lemmings meets SimCity. Okay, but like, isn't SimCity also kind of losing its fun? Because I think all of the time I spent playing SimCity, when SimCity was still an active going concern, I would eventually get bored and then just release Godzilla or like the aliens, depending on which SimCity it was. That sounds like a really good way to make sure that they have very, very, very advanced cavern sickness by the time they become adults. I mean, if you give them the opportunity to sleep in their own bedrooms, they will go sleep in their own bedrooms. Like, if you have unclaimed beds, they'll either go claim them, CCJ, or if you have dormitories available, they will go sleep in those too. But they'll also share with their parents. But the second they have another bed, that's an option. They will leave. God, I love dwarves with curly hair. Look at this guy. The massive fro. It's so impressive. See if Superman shows up. Exactly, you know? Yeah, I mean, well, monsters spawning in the wall implies the existence of food in the wall, which implies the existence of wall chicken. Also, I just realized something. Emily, if you're still lurking, because you're in Korea, do you get ads? I'm not going to say that everybody should just change their VPNs to Korea, but like... Because Twitch doesn't technically operate in Korea, so there's probably no ads, right? Is the Vampy eating good? It's been a minute since they... When was... Bogwater was the last person they ate. So probably going to have a snack soon. Okay, so once this lever has been pulled... Yes, all of them are, yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Shinobi, then. I thought I set all of these to off-duty. Actually, no. Okay, so we're full moon. I don't see any combat. Meaning we're probably okay. I think that we have beaten the existential threat of, oh god, are there were creatures in the fort? And I don't think there is. So that's good. Yay. He should have fed already? Well, he hasn't. I don't think it's on a strict schedule. Like, it seems to be like once per season-ish. But there's another vampire who's doing that significantly less than once per season. I've also like had vampires before where there's like one vampire in the fort and then they don't feed for like kind of a while. How do? Well, I mean, we're watching one vampire walk around the fort and I'm trying to work on the moods of the fort because they're pretty bad at the minute. But pretty good. Yourself, Pilot? Yeah, no, it's definitely how it works. That's how most things in this game work, actually, Necrontier. There's like a hidden need, probably. And it's probably one of those, like, once it becomes an unmet need, they just go do it. It also just occurred to me that I didn't actually check the last invasion of the baddies. We do see him feed. What do you mean did they try to hide it? Like, does the vampire try to hide it? Well, I mean, whenever the game's unpaused. Basically, like, if it's a normal vampire, they won't be red and, like, exposed all the time like this one is. But because this one was made in this fortress, they're exposed. We see him feed. Normally, if they were a hidden vampire, so a normal vampire, they would only have vampire in their name and be green while they're feeding. Did I check this? So we tried to raise this dwarven location that is owned by the elves. The other vampire that I have, Stakeweb, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf Urist. The vampire dwarf Cog outmatched the dwarf Urist with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. I literally sent everybody and told them to destroy it, so let's see how this goes. Seems that some dwarf named Rovod was killed by Echios. Urist, the leader, was struck down by one of my dwarves. Iton Machine Calm was struck down by Servesh. Tekid, Paint Mazes, was struck down by Axe. And the dwarf Servesh was struck down by Ushrir, Bird Bones. And we looted treasure and rampaged throughout. We got one hemp hood. I should probably go after this elven cave of lyric mines. It's funny that they have a cave over there. The game's going, oh no, I'm being watched. No, the game doesn't really factor that in. Although it's pretty hard to catch it normally. Guildhall dorms with children is a pretty good way to cheese artifact types. I mean, if you want to cheese artifact types, just don't make a tavern for the first 2 years, CCJ. Just make a dining hall and make that dining hall a guild of the type of artifact you want. Like, here, I'll pause just to show you. Most of the dwarves in this fortress are engravers. Not because I'm doing a lot of engraving. I just simply, for the first 2 years of this fort, put a public engravers guild and allowed everybody into it. So most of the dwarves are spending their time learning to engrave early on. So when I actually go here and I go engravers, literally that's the number of dwarves that are allowed to engrave. In fact, I could probably add one more in there. But there's very few dwarves actually permitted to engrave stuff in this fort. Why don't we engrave up the prison a little bit, make it look nice. Wrong vampire. Time to get silly. I don't even know why you would do that. Although at some point I need to make a bunch of adamantine backpacks and then see if I can carry lava in adamantine backpacks because I want to know. Great. Well, so that is a blob composed of water. It has 2 short tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its deadly blood. So it's a dusty bubble. Uh-oh. Speaking of. Wait. Did you not just consume somebody? Did you legitimately just go pick up a piece of clothing? Here I was like, oh no, he's gonna go eat someone. Literally just picked up a sock. You can put dogs around it. Is generally your best bet, Liam. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger, but they don't have a way into the fortress. Okay, well, hold up. I'm gonna turn the burrow back on. Also, where was that beast? Oh, I can't even look. What's up, Steady? How would you fill them? So if you put lava into a minecart, it ceases being a liquid and becomes an item. If you are playing adventure mode and you find a minecart with lava in it, you can pick up the lava in your hand. Now, this is a really bad idea, and I do not recommend it because you will catch fire. However, you can still pick it up. If you are wearing a lava-safe glove, like adamantine, iron, or steel, you can pick it up and you won't catch fire. But I still don't recommend that you do it, because if you do it, your blood will start melting out of your body, and so will all of your fat. You will bleed to death. Now, the third thing you could do is you could pick it up and you could throw it really, really quickly, which again, I don't recommend that you do that because you will start losing all of your fat very quickly and die of blood loss if you don't drop it very quickly. Lastly, you could pick it up and put it into a wheelbarrow or into a barrel, and if the barrel is made out of a lava-safe material, it'll stay in the barrel. I was able to pick up lava once and throw it at somebody and catch them on fire. Maybe one of the greatest achievements I've ever done in Dwarf Fort. And I also did once pick up lava and put it in my backpack, and that was a really bad idea. Partially because of the obvious reason where I caught on fire. But the actual reason it was a really, really, really bad idea was putting it in my backpack made my backpack so heavy and made me so over-encumbered. By the time I did the next action, like the next turn took so long, by the time it was done, I had died of blood loss. It's one of those definitely not recommended. Ill-mirrored. It's one of those, like, I realized I could do a thing and then, like, repeatedly jump back to a save a few times to see how silly I could get with it. costumes enemies when they go out raiding? That's a good question. I don't know. Probably not. Let's see. Okay, so this is all cornered off. Is anybody resting? No. Okay. We are doing all right at the minute. And also, by the way, speaking of fun things, there's a Magma Man down here. Check it out. Look at this dude. What a goddamn bro. Several times, in fact. You know, it's definitely how you keep the pounds down. Fraga. And here I thought you were going to say that you liked my new glasses. Hello, Wilmer. Uh-oh. I was trying to click on the still. That's probably fine to pull right. Closing the front door so I can turn the burrow off. Excuse me. Never put lava in a backpack? I was gonna say, was a crime just committed? Did kind of seem like everybody ran in the same direction simultaneously, but... Oh, right, because probably because I unforbid the zone. So dwarves can go wherever. I have to say, holy shit, this dwarf is strong. Grouchy after drinking the same old booze. Honestly, fair, dwarf. Let's see how many dwarves are hauling. Basically everybody. Yeah, everybody's just carrying logs, putting items in the stockpiles, putting stuff away. All right, let's go to... This will, even though it's not at the moment, this will speed things up pretty, kind of like crazy. As soon as, you know... Let's also make another still. This will speed stuff up kind of like crazy as soon as all of the hauling jobs are done. And then the dwarves can have a break. Because frankly, I think they need it. For pearl barley soup. Ooh. I like making soup a whole lot. Haul Fest of Spring 19. Spring cleaning. You know, the great boulder hauling competition of spring to 18. I was about to say maybe we're getting done with them, but no, we're just literally taking a break. And it's not only the great hauling fest, it's also the great stacking. Yeah, no, I've started making a sourdough starter. I started it on Sunday, so I've been working on it since Sunday evening. So I've been feeding it every 12 hours since. I'm going to feed it for 5 or 6 days or so, probably. I did this once before, but it's been a really long time. My little sister once had a sourdough starter that she took on multiple planes, which is crazy to me. So I've also been making kind of, I don't know, figuring out how to do baking. I like cooking, so baking is kind of a natural thing to learn next, I guess. So I'm teaching myself to make bread. I made buns. I might try and make pretzels this weekend. I have like a pretzel recipe that requires a soured dough, so not a sourdough. Basically like where you age a dough overnight. Because you can dry a sourdough starter, basically. Like, you can dehydrate it and then rehydrate it and refeed it. So, like, you can basically stop feeding a sourdough starter and let it completely hydrate down, but you have to plan very far ahead and probably, like, split it. So she dehydrated it and brought it in a small enough container that she was allowed to bring it on the plane. Like, you wouldn't be allowed to bring it as a liquid. So it's basically like, looks like a dry chunk of dough, you know? At least that's as I understand it. And I know that she named it Frank. I asked on social media what I should name it, and I haven't decided yet. Most of the people on Blue Sky are just like, you should name it Urist. And I was like, oh yeah, well, there are things in my life that are not Dwarf Fortress related, so I'm not going to name it after anything in Dwarf Fort, but I'm more inclined to name a sourdough starter than a houseplant. Your mom, it's fine. Sourdough pretzels during COVID, and they were so good. You're not sure the difference between sourdough and soured dough. So sourdough is when you ferment flour that will act as yeast in a bread. A soured dough is when you take water and flour and mix it overnight and let it sit, and then add yeast, not a sourdough starter, and you bake bread with it. So you basically do like the first step of making a sourdough starter, but just the day before and only overnight. Whereas sourdough is when you're using a like fully fermented. That is disgusting to read out loud, so I won't today, but no, I will have to deny that name. You're expecting to see them moving? No, we're just using them for infinite stockpiling. So instead of using them for transport, we're using them to do this. So all those logs are in one tile. So this entire thing is just stockpiling into that. Actually, let's just check tasks. Yeah, we're getting through them. Looks eldritch in nature? I mean, I've done a lot of pickling and like fermenting of other things. Like, I almost always have some homemade sauerkraut around. Like, if I find organic cabbage on sale, I will buy it. And just take it home and immediately ferment it. I've done pickling, I've done canning, I've jarred things, I've done pressure canning. So I'm no stranger to fermenting stuff. It kind of is like the boy and his blob, actually. But no, making sourdough is kind of, or making a sourdough starter is kind of like making I don't know, yogurt. Ironically, I think like the only thing in that kind of vein that I've never done is any kind of brewing. And that's purely due to the fact that I think like I wouldn't homebrew beer because I can get extremely good beer locally for cheap. So I'm good. That's not a skill that I need to learn. It's a bit too much of an art form for me. Whereas like I'm also very lucky that I live close-ish to some really good to some really good bakeries where I can get good bread. However, they're only open on specific days of the week. None of them are open like all the time. The only sourdough bakery that's close to here is open at specific hours of the day. They close when they sell out, which usually is less than their stated hours. Like their stated hours are from like 8 in the morning until like 6. But in reality, it's like 8 in the morning until like noon most days. So unless I feel like waking up early on one of my days off and like walking across town and then walking back with a loaf of bread, I'm just not gonna fucking do it. Like it's nice as a treat, but then I also have to line up for 45 minutes because that's how long the lines are for that place. They're only open 4 days a week. And then the rest of the time they do prep and B2B stuff. So they sell to bakeries. They sell to coffee shops and other places. Freeways! I can name you on the 15th. Beard or no beard? You tried making root beer once. You ended up with really bad beer instead. Brewing is fun when you know what you're doing. I will say I have made kvass, but that's like overnight kvass, which is just basically like I use like you need like 2 lemons worth of lemon juice, and then you just squeeze that, and then you what's the word? You squeeze like 2 lemons worth of lemon juice, and then it's just like water and yeast, basically. And some sugar. There's a few more steps, but you just like put that in a sealable jar overnight and leave it out on the counter or in the fridge for like a week. If you leave it out from the one night, it'll explode. But that's like not really an alcoholic beverage. It's like what, 0.5% alcohol or something. You want a bearded scholar? I can assign a scholar. I actually don't have any at the minute, but I can. The thing is, all the dwarves that would be good as scholars are also in the military. So, like, I could give you Servesh, but Servesh is also a militia captain. And also pretty pissed. How about Avuz, this dwarf? Literally pissed the hell off and meditating on death. I'm sorry, Freeways, but this is what you're getting. One of the 6 most pissed off dwarves in the fort. Let's see what's fucked up your life so bad. Oh, you're also in the military. Well, that'll do her. I will take you out of the military. You've just officially retired from your post. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He forms only rare and fleeting emotional bonds with others. He is an optimist. I'm not sure about that. And tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, doesn't handle stress well, and sometimes can act without deliberation. He tries to do things correctly each time. He dreams of mastering a crafting a masterwork someday, and personally respects or thinks romance is very important in life. Values tranquility and a peaceful day and is put off by family. I'm just going to remove you from all of their tasks and let you go study. And a peaceful day and is put off by family. And so wait, hold on. He thinks romance is important in life, values tranquility and a peaceful day, is put off by family, and values honesty. Okay, so you don't want kids. He likes schist, rose gold, and pinfire opal, as well as crystal glass, weapon racks, and bolt thrower parts. Giant weasels for their long bodies, and the word of not the word of anything. When possible, he prefers to consume masked lovebird, white-spotted puffer, and blood amaranth beer, and hates hamsters. Your first friend was killed, or is dead. You're close friends with Monom the Engraver, and Stukos is your friend. Actually, I have quite a couple of friends in the fort. Everybody has big hair, though. Your last name is Painted Tomes, if you want to go look yourself up. What's his skill count? Good question. None. Although he was a Marks dwarf, so they're more about disarming, unless they're very good, and he wasn't very good, so. Unless you're asking about my vampire, which that is such a good look for this dwarf. That's amazing. My vampire has 15 kills, including a Forgotten Beast, which he killed with a pickaxe. Jack of all bits. Forgot about this game. Well, welcome back. What rabbit hole have you fallen down that you lost the memory of the Great Dwarven Fortress? Read somewhere that the concept of the magic wand came from brewing, and brewers used the same wooden stick for mixing batches. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I never would have thought about it that way. I guess I never really thought of, like, the concept of a magic wand to begin with, but I would always think it was maybe like a quill pen or something, but I guess that would make sense, yeah. Because you do kind of have to go out of your way to get the good bacteria. Doesn't make friendships with bald dwarves? Wait, what's wrong with bald dwarves? Personally finds those that would go through adversity abhorrent. He is slow to anger after experiencing trauma. No major changes, man. It's gonna take a while. That sounds fun, Chesterfield. Your dwarf only have hairy bearded friends? Oh, I see what you're saying. I feel like there's just not that many clean-shaven dwarves in this fort. Like, it's just not a very common hairstyle. So it's maybe just like a, not necessarily the cause of them not making friends with them, but like, maybe they don't like people that appear unusual or live differently from themselves, and shaving one's head could be appearing unusual or living differently. On the 25th, we're going to make a bunch more bedrooms, I think. Because I am out of bedrooms again. Also need to unforbid making meals because I'm seeing a bunch of dwarves not eating meals. That is definitely my favorite change that they've made to the game recently, is just like making dwarves prioritize prepared meals over non-prepared meals. Such a nice change. Okay, so on the 25th, I will pause the game and we will be in an ad break anyway, and I will go designating a bunch of bedrooms and queuing up other ones. Okay. Because I've got a bunch over here that need to be worked on. What do I have the most of? Nice. I'm not just saying that, it's actually nice. So what reminded you about this game, Jack of all bits, if I can ask? What brought you back? And when was the last time you interacted with it, if ever? I know that this is a game that people sometimes have a tendency to binge play and then forget about for a year and then come back. But I can't say it's all that often that I see people say that they forgot about this game. So that's an abnormality for me. So this for right now is just going to go to the Dungeon Master. And this can go to somebody else. It doesn't actually matter who. Dwarves are about 80% below natural happiness, and they have good memories too. The rain and snow are really killing their moods that bad. There's gotta be something else going on other than that. Unless it's like literally raining 24/7. Cascady, actually, are you in an ad right now? Also, chat, feel free to weigh in on this. No? I mean, there's probably something else going on other than just like the rain and snow if I were to bet. Like, is it an Untamed Wilds map by chance? I don't even know what that is, Abrix. Just got a raise. Well done. Congrats. Hey, Brix, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate you. Nope, never heard of them. If that's a band that you're referencing. Somebody in YouTube chat is asking about something called Lip Critic, which never heard of, personally. I've heard of the Flaming Lips, but I feel like most people probably have. But yeah, dude, 50 cents is a pretty hefty raise, actually. I remember being stoked about getting a 5-cent raise. I was like, I'll notice that. But yeah, 50 cents, that's like, you know, it's like an extra $4 a day. Like, that's $20 a week. That's not nothing. Like an extra $40 a paycheck? Like, yeah, you can do something with that pretty quick. Obviously, it's not a huge raise, but it's good enough that I'd go buy a beer or a nice coffee or something. But how do you make a nice above ground fort happy? It's still pretty early on, so not many dwarves, but below 80% neutral happiness. I'm under the assumption that they all have housing that is indoors, and I'm under the assumption that you have a tavern, ideally with a dining room in it, and I'm assuming that you have a source of alcohol and food. What do you do to keep an above ground fort happy? If it is truly raining that much, I would try and put like covered areas for the dwarves. Like if I'm fishing with dwarves outside and it's raining like 24/7, 365, I'm putting up like a little shelter for them to stand under. Tavern, food, and houses. Do you have temples? Do you have a library? Even if you don't have any books, do you have a library? That's kind of a tricky one. Because like, especially because like not this past fort. Actually, was it the last fort? Yeah, the last fort that I did, I had a bunch of dwarves in that fort just go completely insane because they kept arguing. And if you looked at their description, it was basically like they were all inclined to argue. They were all very easily agitated, quick to anger, like grumpy dwarves. The entire faction seemed to be that way to varying degrees. And so sometimes, like, you can't help it. I personally would just try to, like, yeah, you build an above ground fort, but like, you know, as an example, right? Like, let's just go down to the surface here. If like, you know, you're building little huts like this, right? Like, pretend that this is a built house with a roof on it, right? Like, I would go into here and I would prioritize like these around the edges as like pathing zones, and then put like a pillar here and a pillar here, and then go back into the pathing, and then like make these pathing zones run around the pillars, you know? And then on the layer above, build a little roof covering so that they're like prioritizing areas with cover. If it's truly raining that much, like if it is raining 24/7, 365, yes, some dwarves will just go nuts, but it has to be raining a lot. Like a lot, because everybody's basically like got trench foot, if that's the case. It's snowing pretty much every other week. It sounds like you've just picked a really anti-dwarf kind of unpleasant place to live. But like, what are their moods? Is like the only real negative mood they're getting, they got attacked by a black bear pretty early on, and that was a bit ago. Has the population expanded more than that? And did they see people die? And also, are there any, like, is this Untamed Wilds, or is it, like, normal wilderness calm? Because if it's Untamed Wilds, are there any, like, agitated animals on the map? It's kind of hard to diagnose, like, negative moods. Like, if dwarves are seeing somebody dead constantly, is there, like, a body part in a tree, potentially? Because something that people don't say is, like, if it's a heavily forested area, trees do actually block rainfall. So it might not actually be rain if that's the case. But I would like see, like, especially if somebody died in that fight, like, did they get buried in a tomb? Did all of the body get buried in a tomb? Like, if they lost a hand or something, is there a tooth in a tree? Because that'll piss dwarves off. Are getting unhappy thoughts from alcohol. What's the thought? Is it same old booze? Like, what's the exact thought they have? Because, like, I see grouchy after drinking the same old booze on my dwarves. But the reason they're getting that is because I literally have one type of alcohol in this fort. The reason there's one type of alcohol is because I literally can't do above ground farming, and I'm using pigtails. Actually, I should check how many pigtails I have. As my primary source of cloth, which actually I've got plenty of pigtails. So maybe I... Actually, how much cloth am I sitting on? Not actually that much. So, like... I'm actually going to start processing plants again. Dwarves that are in higher moods are more likely to become focused. Right now you can see this dwarf is focused, which is the dwarf that I'm following as part of this silly challenge that I'm doing. But if it... I'm getting a phone call I have to answer. What the fuck's happening today? One of the banks that I have an account with really wants me to have an additional credit card. I already have 2. I don't need more. I just have them through a different bank. Where was I? Does having higher mood felt nothing due to inebriation? See, now that's weird. That just kind of sounds like you've just got some really bitter dwarves that you're dealing with. But what does high mood do? If they're focused, it gives them bonuses, asterisk, I'm not sure what. But it basically makes them more efficient and quicker at completing tasks. But yeah, if you've got dwarves if you have dwarves that are really fucked up, like if you've got dwarves that are pretty far gone, like if you've got some dwarves that have seen some shit, often what'll happen is they'll become hardened, or alternatively, they'll be getting used to tragedy. And if you have dwarves that are in that state, it's harder to give them positive thoughts, but it's also harder to give them negative thoughts. However, if they've only ever had a lot of negative thoughts, then they're less likely to be thinking about anything positive anyway. So you can kind of end up with dwarves that end up in a kind of a freaky spiral state. We've got a dwarf that's making an artifact. It sounds like you've kind of just got a bit of an unfortunate series of events. Like 10 or more dwarves since the bear. No dwarves died. There's lots of dead badgers. Nobody cares. They definitely do. Guarantee you it's the badgers. I once had a fortress fall over. This was in an era of the game where tantrum spirals were much more prevalent. Basically, if like one dwarf started tantruming, it was not unlikely the whole game would just like collapse immediately. People claim they get tantrum spirals now. They think they are. Those don't happen anymore. They haven't happened in like 5+ years in game. But this was like close to 10 years ago now, probably. And I had a fortress that had a dead cat. And I didn't see that dead cat. That dead cat was underneath a pile of other unrelated items in a corner of a hallway, and it was considered refuse. And I didn't have the allow hall refuse from outside enabled. So the dwarves couldn't get rid of it and wouldn't get rid of it. And that one cat killed my fortress. So from my perspective, reading what you're saying, the reason your dwarves are so pissed off is probably because of the dead badgers. Most likely because of the dead badgers. Like, you need to get those isolated and out of the line of sight. They're probably considered refuse, which means you would need to... Here, I'll pause the game even though it's against my rules, just to show you. If you go to refuse and dumping, gather outdoor refuse. This is all disabled by default. Workers ignore outdoor refuse is the default. Gather outdoor refuse and gather outdoor vermin remains. Make sure that you have a trash pile for that refuse, because oh no, a dwarf was found dead, completely drained of blood. I wonder who did that. I don't think that was me. So that would likely be my first and primary bet of like what's actually causing the issues. No, it wasn't me. You gotta love those cats. Also, like, stress, there was a lot less ways to mitigate stress right now. It's kind of funny, like, if you've played Dwarf Fortress for a trillion years, you'd know this. So most people don't know this. But Dwarf Fortress kind of does this with its actual gameplay difficulty. It's like a sine wave. It goes up and down. And for those of you who know what a sine wave is, it kind of goes up and down periodically. And there's been eras of Dwarf Fortress when it's been really, 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 really difficult and actively, like, hostile to the player. And then there's been eras of Dwarf Fortress where it's extremely straightforward and simple and, like, weirdly easy. As in, like, to keep your dwarves happy, to keep them from killing each other, to keep them from hurting each other, to manage them. And because of this, over the years, there have been different things that negatively impact the player's ability to progress. If you completely neglect your dwarves currently in the game, you can still have similar effects to those old days, but you have to either unknowingly or intentionally heavily neglect your fortress. Right now, the game's actually pretty forgiving in comparison to where it's been in the past. Version 31 point something, which was one of the first 3D versions, before there was cavern layers, but still when the game was 3D. If you settled on a volcano and didn't die in the first 15 seconds, that was shocking. At least when I was playing. Like, if you settled on a volcano, what would happen immediately was like a dozen fire imps would come running out of it and kill everybody. Just instantly. It was like almost impossible to start digging. Like, I don't even think like a dwarf would ever pick up a pickaxe. It'd just be dead. And then that was before stress was the way it was. When they first added stress, initially the game was went from like being kind of gamey in that over time, certain dwarves were just like predisposed to like get angry or happy or start tantruming. But then they added stress, and the game was extremely easy for like the better part of a year. And then Tarn fixed a bug. The bug was, why am I fighting with dingoes? I guess I still have war dogs outside of the fort. The bug was pretty simple and straightforward. When a dwarf would, how do I put this? When a dwarf would drink alcohol, they get euphoric due to inebriation, right? The bug that was happening, that was making the game super easy, is that thought would never go away. It was a permanent stat. Like a permanent buff is, I guess, maybe a word to use to describe it. Instead of like being a temporary perk that they get for like the next, week or so in game. I actually don't know how long it lasts, but not a super long period of time is how long it lasts. So Dwarf would drink 1 mug of alcohol and just be ecstatic for the rest of their lives. And some people really liked that. And then Tarn changed how stress worked so that if they see something that's upsetting, they slide towards the upset. When they see something that they like or do something that they like and they get a positive thought, they slide towards the happy. Some dwarves don't have a lot of things that make them happy because of the unlucky traits that they got in their brain and are very hard to make happy. And so if you see somebody who's been playing this game for 5 billion years, you might actually see them use a DF hack command that you'll never see me use, which is remove stress. There are some people I still see using that, which is, just disabling the whole function. Because there are some people that feel that the game was superior when there was no stress. There were some people, and still are some people, who think the game's better like that. I think they're crazy, but also some people play creative Minecraft, so who am I to judge? So right now, my assumption, based on minimal information about your fort, is probably the dead badgers, and they might not care about the dead badgers anymore, but the dead badgers have probably caused them enough numbing that it's really difficult for them to have positive thoughts about things now, because they've seen so many dead badgers. They're like desensitized and numb, put simply. That was a very widely explained statement, but hopefully it was helpful. Only has 3 negative recent thoughts: annoyed at snowstorm, lonely after being away from family, and annoyed after being caught in the rain, and also felt nothing seeing a dead badger. Okay. Sure, I mean, he has memories. The negative one is super negative, right? Panicking is super negative. That's a really bad thought. Being away from family is like pretty easy to compensate for. Being caught in the rain could be easy to compensate for, but if they're already weighted so heavily... But yeah, your dwarf has PTSD. I know that wasn't a T, but PB, peanut butter sandwich tonight for dinner? I don't know what PBSTD is, but... Post-Badger severe tantrum disorder. There we go. Permanent Badger severe tantrum disorder. I figured it out. I decoded the quest. But like, in this fort, there's nothing really terrible happening, right? But this dwarf experienced trauma and is repeatedly experiencing trauma. Probably because of either the Forgotten Beast that killed a bunch of dwarves, or the the troglodytes earlier, or one of the other various random animals that died in the fort. Does that mean I'm failing this dwarf? No, it just means that they are numbed to positive effects due to negative effects that they've received. And now it's up to me to compensate for that and fix it. That's not actually what I wanted. I wanted this. There's also a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are just kind of like, I'll tell you this. You could abandon your fortress right now. Like, just hit escape, abandon, and then start over, but in the same fortress. You could reclaim that fortress as a new set of starting 7, as part of the same faction, and have, like, a nullified reset. I think that's just called having a peanut butter sandwich, Ilmirin, while also having a severe peanut butter allergy. Peanut allergy. Like, this dwarf is, like, has honestly got a pretty good life, right? Like, he's had some bad events, but he's also witnessed a lot of death and is now becoming cranky about his booze. Another thing that happens that you need to remember is their personalities shift positive and negative based on positive and negative thoughts in their life. So if they've had a lot of negative thoughts, they're more likely to shift negative. Like, this dwarf is slow to anger after experiencing trauma, which is actually a positive. We got lucky on that one. But, like, after suffering a major injury, he finds that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, making him, like, more susceptible to negative thoughts. Because why would you persevere through that? So it is possible to, like, definitely put a fortress in a position, or a portion of the dwarves in a fortress in a position where you kind of can't recover it. Peanut butter STD? I mean, people like licking peanut butter, what can I say? Stodier, the dwarven child, has created a Mekolthan, a Tastimeng, a Coyote Bone Battle Axe. I have Bone Hammer and now Bone Battle Axe, so that's pretty dope. I know what PTSD stands for, mate, but somebody in my Twitch chat, Bob, said PBSTD. So I know that PTSD stands for post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm well aware of this. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a made-up thing that doesn't exist nor matter. Because somebody either intentionally or accidentally made a typo. He just has his weapons, doesn't actually have ammo yet. Another thing that I will say, Cascade, is hit T on your keyboard. It's actually the time of the month where I can pause. And pause every job. My moods have been terrible recently. If you actually, like, look through, I don't have that many jobs currently enabled. Most of them are paused. I will go through and re-enable all these because I was behind on bedrooms and I have a lot of really stressed dwarves. And so I'm trying to, like, swing the fortress back towards the positive by just giving them a break. Like, if we actually look here, a lot of these dwarves are reading books, listening to poetry, getting a snack. I was going to say some of them are socializing. All the ones listening to stories are socializing. I mean, in the midsummer of 213, the Hall of Crests formed Aftercasket. They're talking about the formation of the fortress. They're making friends. They'll find family doing this as well. I need to remove this dwarf from the military. Probably. Yeah. What squad are you in? Blockaded nobles. Get to it. Swap you out for somebody else. And then, like, to quote Tarn, you know, dwarves are designed to simulate reality to the best of their ability, right? This is pretty bad. Dwarves are designed to simulate reality to the best of the game's ability. Some people are just broken and are going to be hard to fix. And you're going to have a really hard time fixing them. And that is, I guess, the unfortunate reality of Dwarf Fortress at points. What the shit? That ain't working. I need to check why. Peanut butter jar with the weird... Maybe it's the asbestos in the walls. The mayor has been reelected. Unacceptable. My vampire's attempt to overthrow the mayor's leadership is failing horribly. So yeah, sometimes, like, Cascady, actually, have you ever watched the streamer Deep Space? He streams Dwarf Fortress in the middle of the night for my local time, but he's in New Zealand, and he runs fortresses. Like, look, if you look at my moods, right? We're mostly happy. Like, I'd say we're like, you know, maybe 60% happy. The rest are either neutral or like upset. It's pretty standard for me, right? Sometimes I'm a little bit more happy. Sometimes the dwarves are a little bit more upset. Now, the reality is, when Deep Space is playing this game, he never is like above 50% happy. Because you can manage a fort when most of your dwarves are pissed. Unless you have, like, I'm just going to throw out a number here. 190 to 250 dwarves, and more than like 80 or 90 of them are as angry as you possibly can have them, you'll probably be fine in the grand scheme of things. Like, you can probably run the fortress like that and be okay. Is it going to be like the most efficient fort in the world? Certainly not. But you can do it, and the dwarves will be okay. The sad dwarves make you sad? Totally. But you've had some crappy events happen, and you've got some, like, cultural trauma that needs to be overcome. And clean up those goddamn badgers. It's just irresponsible dwarf ownership there. Okay, so I need to wait for the 25th, and then I will pause. I want to know why that stockpile ain't working. There's something weird. I got a boulder stockpile that appears to not be filling. So I need to fix that. Taylor, thanks for the 51st month.
Happy 51 months blind.
Chat investments are open.
Finally
and also
got
Taylor.
here in time to resub. Thanks for the great streams. Glad to hear you are out of the foot brace.
Me too. Although I did do a bunch of exercising last night, my foot got swollen again, which made me a little nervous. So for the most part, yeah, currently happy to be out of the foot brace, but maybe not entirely out of the clear yet. I don't know. We'll see. Boulders. Where are you loading from? Oh, you're literally not loading from anybody at the moment. Well, that explains it. Wow. Okay. There's about to be a lot of filling of things. I miss Sal, back when Sal used to stream Dwarf Fort a lot. Kind of makes me sad, but oh well. It is what it is. Lunar phases, the truth. But also, hey, Angel Meat. It's good to see you. I feel like usually the angels in my world are made out of like weird glass or something, so never actually get meat out of them. This is probably going to create a whole bunch of hauling jobs again. All sorts of books being read. I do like that once they learn a book or read a book, it just goes into their knowledge. Buster, the wind knows. Makes me feel good. Butterfly, the day mourns. Bristles, and the reward. Palm and the echoes. The secretive burns. The tilled tribute. Tilled tribute? And she's saying snack. That's just me when I'm hungry. Justice is laborious. Empirical observation and moon phases. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. Interested after learning about the classification of minerals based on which elemental materials might form them. How many kills? 15, but one of them was an execution, and one of them was a forgotten beast. And one of them was a elf that we killed in a siege with a bolt. Well done, Jody. You did, in fact, make it. So now what? You gotta do it again, I guess. Also, a video that I uploaded yesterday looks like it's gonna hit 30,000 views in the first 2 days. It's cool. It's cool. Feels good. It's nice to have a video do well. And continue to do well. Really makes me wonder if it's going to hit like the 100K mark or if it's just going to kind of chill out where it's at for a while. Could go either way, really, but we'll find out. What is ballarded? My favorite thing about dwarf descriptions, Cornelius, is doing some DF hack shenanigans and other shenanigans. Friend of the channel, Tekid, did a bit of math once and read a lot about different weights and then did some approximations based on animals that exist in Dwarf Fortress and their average weight, and found out that your average unbelievably strong wrestler, just purely based on muscle density, was the weight of your average real-life black bear. So, like, if a dwarf is like 4 feet tall, but like the weight and density and musculature of a black bear, he's just like, these guys ain't, like, they don't have physical legs that you can see. They're circular. They're like sumo wrestlers, but without legs. Yeah, they're just literally a brick. Also, some migrants have arrived despite the danger. A black bear cub? Sure, but like the weight of a full-grown black bear. It was probably after he did that, actually. I haven't thought about the DF Roundtable podcast. That thing's still going. I haven't heard from any of those guys in a while. Or rather, by that I mean, they haven't asked me to be on in a while. It was probably Tekid, yeah, because I know he was on that podcast. Uh-oh. I didn't even see who that was. So that's a big deal. Quietly. Short-ass boat ring, who was just found dead, eaten by Tosid, was his second command when he was the leader of the communion of gods. That was the exalted blade. They do gain strength stats. But do they get extreme muscles? I mean, not really. They just become strong. I wouldn't say they necessarily just instantly become Mr. T, but... Okay. Okay, so now that all the dwarves are inside, I'm just going to make sure all the newbies are inside. I'm going to set all the animals that need to be down here to down here. It just seems to be these two. And a goose. Let me get rid of that. But also that means, yeah, there's no more sacred slaughter and no more exalted blade. So I will give it to Libash. And Womas. I'll give it to those two. Which also means there's nobody left doing the holy rites, which is burying the dead. Discovering the flasks, hey? It was also the dwarf that witnessed the most kills that he did. How did I find who? The vampire? Or the dwarf that was dead? I found that dwarf dead because Tosid ate him. We watched it. If you're asking how I found the vampire, I made him. The VOD is already on my VOD channel at Blind Extras on YouTube. But I retired the fort. I made an adventurer. I made two adventurers into vampires, and then I spilled the blood of one of them and put it into a container, and then I set it up so that a dwarf would drink it. Probably. I don't really care, nor do I pay attention. I just do my thing and don't worry about it. Liam? They could pay me more. That'd be cool. I mean, when you put it that way, I haven't invaded the elves yet, so we're not quite there. You know, C Streety. I would also like to make the argument that I think our dwarf is 100% the main character, and he knows it, and he clearly is above the law in vampire activities. He murked a webbing forgotten beast. He knows. You're not wrong. He did kill a forgotten beast that had webs with a pickaxe. Also in Dwarf Fortress, I just want to say that PTSD isn't post-traumatic stress disorder. It's post-traumatic event for dwarf disorder. Doesn't even need to be that stressful. It could be like, oh no, I had to eat the same food 10 days in a row. What, invading the elves yet? Or post-traumatic dwarf disorder? Post-traumatic event. Post-TED. You know, honestly, at least it's post-TED and not post-TEDx. Because that's what you do on X, right? You post-TED. The Forgotten Beast, Oleg's tongue. Kanzulu has come, a three-eyed lobster. Of course it is. It has a spiral shell and it squirms and fidgets. Its eyes glow spring green, and its clear exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its poison gas. Oh, I can't even unpause for a day. But I can tell everybody to grab their pointy sticks. Okay, where's this beast? can probably get to the fort. Yep, and absolutely can. Well, at least it's post-ed and not post-erectile dysfunction. That would be unfortunate. Grah, thanks for the raid. We're following a vampire around the fortress. How was the streamies today? What were you up to? What were you playing? Chatters, can I get a round of beers to the raiders? Please and thank you. We're talking about post-traumatic dwarf disorder. And how to avoid it in your fortress. We're following a vampire who has definitely caused many traumatic events to happen, but is also our main character and best friend. And there's a forgotten beast in the basement right now, which has poison gas and is sleek and smooth, and also happens to be an enormous three-eyed lobster. Although, will we even see it? That I don't know. Nobody's gone missing yet. Whenever the game is unpaused, I have to be following this dwarf. So awful things could be happening, and we'll never know. Exactly, soup and solidarity. Played Sons of the Forest? Ah. Good times. Gotcha, gotcha. Is anybody else, like, weirded out by the fact that they're making a sequel to The Forest that's, like, a sci-fi thing? Bruh. Shinobi has been elected mayor. Okay, so if the more visually aware and astute of you, if you look at the population, we were at 130-something a minute ago. Now we're at 130. And Shinobi just got elected mayor. That, to me, signals that my mayor just got turned into a fine red paste. Very much seems to be the case, in fact. Although, the Forgotten Beast also fought with Uptight Gent, who I'd be willing to bet is coming in over here somewhere. Did you just kill that Forgotten Beast? Aha, you did! Okay, so the Forgotten Beast is dead. Ding dong. In fact, he slashed it in the head with a steel short sword, which severed the part off in a arc. Meaning I can tell these dwarves get back to whatever they were doing. As for where the mayor is, that I don't know. I'm sure they'll find him in a moment. But on the 25th, I can pause the game properly, and we can go assign our new mayor to his new stuff. So, it wasn't the mayor that got sucked? No. No, it was the religious leader. But you know what this does mean? It means Shinobi is now the mayor, who's currently the head of the captain of the guard. So this essentially has now put us in a situation where my mayor and all the mayoral stuff and mayoral duties are being moved to this dwarf. So because of this, I think it would make perfectly logical and sensible sense to relieve my mayor of their mayoral duties and put the most trustworthy dwarf in second command. What do you think, chat? Obviously, that most trustworthy dwarf is definitely not the mass murderer and criminal Tosid. Very clearly not, in fact. Because I don't think that there is a better dwarf in the fortress for such an important job. I think we should also relieve him of his, well, no, I'll leave him as the broker, because that just makes my life a little bit easier. So, Hammerer, you get... Can I not just, like, manually remove you? Alright, well, now I gotta find him in this very long list. Okay, I guess I have to just replace you manually then. Oh, great, you can be the new Hammerer. And, to my great vampire... Okay, seriously though, where the heck are you? Oh, I know why. It's because he's in the militia. That'd be why. That's why I can't assign you to that task. There you are. So, Toasted, I'm actually going to move your bedroom. Your bedroom was here previously. This can be given to somebody else. The Sacred Slaughter. And you are going to have this as your bedroom. You're going to have this as your dining room. And you're going to have this as your office. But you can keep your other office, too. He's going to go release the Urist files. Wait until you see the bomb wreck files. Just trying to see, is there any... Ooh, actually, no, I got an idea. Because he's now the captain of the guard, I'm going to do a little bit of a callback here. He's going to take this hematite scepter. And admittedly, it's not that high value, so I'm going to have to scroll down a while. But he's also going to put on the hematite crown. I think it's only worth 100 Dwarf bucks. There it is. And there he goes. Look at him. He looks all fancy now. He also has to move. It's the worst part about getting new housing, chat. Moving. Uh-oh. An engraver was found dead? I guess they found the old mayor. Well, that's unfortunate. He's frustrated considering the scarcity of chains. Well, okay. I know how to not fuck that up. That's pretty easy to deal with. Just gotta wait until the first. Finally, an open job position. All right.
Did you know if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account to Twitch and get 1 free sub a month? That's free money straight out of Daddy Bozzus's pocket and straight into your favorite streamer's pocket. So be sure to check if you have your Prime available and don't sit on that free cash dollar.
Don't sit on the free cash dollar. Bezos has enough of that as it is. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the Prime for the second month, Murky. The free cash dollar. It's not free, okay? So it's money that you've already paid for, which is sort of free, but still not technically free. But I do appreciate that. Thank you. Gold chain. Just gonna do 10 of those and see how many of them do I need. Oh, not actually that many. That's good. Which means, actually, why don't I just go like right here? I don't actually need that many more prison cells. Come get your damn house. That's a dollhouse, though. Who doesn't love a good Vampire of the Guard, chat? Now might not be a bad idea to close some cold cases, you know? Like, what if Godin actually did it? I mean, this is espionage, so this has to be given to the people who actually deserve it. Darius found the body. What if Darius actually did it? Nah, that's mean. Who's pissed off in the fort? What if Aban did it? You know, like murders. I mean, we obviously know who did it. It's this vampire. What if Aban did it? What if the murder of Alf over here? What if Alana did it? Sorry, Alana. And this one, unknown convict? Well, Shoraz found the body, clearly. There's only one logical conclusion here. YouTube did it. And up here, it seems that Good in theory and Stukos found the body. Well, Stukos mysteriously disappeared, so then who would have done that? Must have been Good in theory, who's no longer with us. Damn shame. Same with Good in theory. Also a damn shame. What about here? I mean, Narc found the body. Narc is no longer with us. That'd be suspicious. I mean, who runs the other religion right now? I mean, it is Handchest, the Sacred Courage. Who possibly could be committing all of these crimes, if not the leader of the opposing religion? I mean, obviously. No, still in jail, actually. Let's see what happens. I should also check this, and real quick. No, not that. This screen. And go Captain the Guard. I should just fucking give them a piano. This goes and whacks somebody over the head with it. We're gonna follow the Captain of the Guard and see what happens. Oh no, clearly, I mean, they smell nice, which would tempt any vampire. So obviously it's their fault. Obviously. You know, honestly, they're lucky they're just getting chained up. So this dwarf doesn't really value the law, right? And one of the reasons I've made this vampire into, also he has 2 crowns on, which is A+. One of the reasons I've made this vampire into this task is this is the only way he can get away with all the crimes he needs to commit, while also convicting everybody of all their crimes. There's kind of 2 big ways I could think of to end this fort. Because I'm pre-planning really far ahead. And admittedly, like, we're on the year 218. Like, this fort will end in the year 324. Or shortly after 324. Or shortly after the end, like, near the end of 324. Because that's when we'll have followed him for 10 years. You know what would be real fun? Orchestrating a very, very elaborate accident that, like, a baron or a mayor pulls off. Seems that the hammerer is carrying out the orders. Oh man, I should make that vampire into the hammerer. Maybe Q and Earl Grey will rebel or something, and I'll come up with a reason to imprison that dwarf. No, that would be 100 years, Angel Meat? 110 years. I'm following this dwarf for 10 years, not 110 years. Did I say 324? No, I meant 224. That's a slip of the tongue. My bad. That's impossible because he's a vampire. Vampires are immortal. So I would die of old age. Actually, I think my computer would probably burn out first. Woof indeed. Also, in YouTube chat, there's a person who says, I'll eat your ass is their username. So, I don't know. If anybody wants to take them up on their offer, it's, that's where you gotta go. I do actually need to look and see what our mayor thinks of all of these crimes that are getting imposed on our dwarves illegitimately. Okay, it's the 10th. There was one time somebody had a pretty rude username, actually. Not like that I'll eat your ass is a problem. This is just reminding me of a story. But there was a person in my chat who had a pretty rude username. And I responded to the rude username in like, well, I mean, if that's what you gotta do, then like, and they more or less just like immediately responded with, this was in YouTube chat too. And they were like, oh no, what? Why is it showing that name? It's not supposed to show that name. It's supposed to show my real name. I thought I changed that setting. God damn it. Like it was just like an immediate, oh God, sorry. Why? Very funny. Might actually be funnier to me. Oh my God, that's so many jobs. I wonder how long has this dwarf been in prison? 217 days. 100 hammer strikes. Oh my God, there's no way that you are going to live through that. Hand of fate. Such a happy dwarf, too. Let's see how she feels about all this. Exhilarated after punishing somebody with a beating. So she doesn't care. She likes her job. She's pretty sold on this. Beating the crap out of random people thing. And then this is the unrelated other vampire who I will send out on some sprees of destructions. Although, I do need to open the front gate again. Yeah, this is, for those of you who wonder how I have fun with this game after still playing it for so long, it's because I do stuff like this, where it's like, yes, I know that I'm willingly kind of toppling this fort from the inside out, but I've had dwarves like this one topple the fort from the inside out without me being aware of it, and it's fun to do it from the other angle, you know? Like, this dwarf may win, but this may also end in tragedy. It could go either way. Although, there is a part of me that's like, what if we make this dwarf into a baron and they get elected to all of the noble positions, and then they commission a giant, like, throne room in a tower, and then the first time they go in there, I just cave in the fucking tower? Something like that. I don't know. I'm thinking, like, just a truly dramatic crunch. Could be fun. I don't know, chat. How would you guys like to see this fortress end, if you could choose? What do you think would be a satisfying ending? As soon as you write it. That's not up to me. If I wrote it, then that would be canon. It's only fan fiction if somebody else writes it. Doesn't it have catastrophic events? What? Like me doing what I'm doing? I mean, it'll have a negative impact on the faction, but catastrophic? No, not really. There's worse things happening around the world constantly. In this world and in every world I've played. We're in an ad break, so I'm just going to leave the game paused. Plus, it is pausing game time, so I will go through here and play some chains. Chat, should I go to the local metal show that's happening tomorrow night? It's supposed to rain, but I kind of want to go. It's pretty cheap. It's like 15 bucks if I buy tickets online. It also like doesn't start till 7, so I don't need to end my stream early or anything. Could end at a pretty normal time and get 9 hours of stream in pretty easily. It may rust. Well, it's only supposed to rain a little bit, so I'm sure I could dry it off in time. Also, I don't think there will be any crazy naked people running around beating each other up over like a few crafting materials, so I don't think it'll rust too much. I mean, it might rust a little bit, but it's not really up to me at that point. What do you mean? I mean, I haven't had a beer at home this year, actually, Bone Doll. I don't know, probably just loitering at home doing dishes, editing maybe. I'm either a very boring person or I'm the person at a concert. It's one of the two. Also, unfortunately, Hand of Fate has been dealt a Hand of Fate and has been found dead. Rest in peace. Hand of Fate. Collateral damage, unfortunately. Too bad they were a horrid criminal. Murdered several dwarves. It's absurd. Need to look at who else is pissed off in the fort and convict them of some crimes. Spreacher came out? Yeah, I mean, I might do some baking tomorrow night, but it's probably more likely editing. Just make several wells and have soap available. Dwarves don't get happy thoughts about being in water. Really. You could make a mist generator, but... Uh-oh, he got into an argument. I wonder what that was about. Do you think dwarves are disagreeing with his legal takes? His statements about the law? Is he starting to get pushback, maybe? Intriguing. Do you still live? You could look. Yes, you do still live. You have 6 kills. 2 of them are notable. A Drathla and a Dwarf. Your cousin Umbral is also alive. And you're a member of the Ultra Stones. So who is the most pissed off dwarf in the fort? Momo's the Englave. Let's delve into the cold cases here. Seems that Viking was found dead. And also, you know, tried to do some espionage against the fortress. How do you spell that? M-O-M-U-Z. Clearly, people witnessed that dwarf committing the crime. Terrible things are going to happen to you. Due to this horrendous crime that you've committed. I would also like to note you could just convict any random livestock of these same crimes. Although, before I reopen this... Cool, we actually have enough chains set up now. It's been a while since I've had a sandwich, actually. Probably less likely sandwich and more like a rice bowl or something. Been eating a lot of rice as of late. And it seems that our Captain the Guard Toasted here wants to do the honors himself.
Sandwich!
Ironically, it's like I've been making, like... When do I get my new Reuben news? When I eat a Reuben. I haven't had a Reuben in a while. Like, I don't think I've maybe had, like, one Reuben last year. Which is why I haven't posted one in a while. For those of you who don't know, I've pledged to review on my blog every single Reuben I consume. But I think I've only had, like, one. I haven't had one in a very long time. Great time for it. Maybe over the weekend. Or after I'm done paying taxes. It's a bit of a tight money month, so I am trying to save money. So I haven't been eating out very much. Like, the one eating out thing that I've been doing is I go to the brewery once a week. Which is very cheap, admittedly. And I go out for coffee once a week. Mostly because I've been going to that coffee place enough that the one lady who works on Mondays gives me a discount. So, congrats, you've got me as a regular. Just give me a 50% off your too expensive coffee and I will be a regular for life. 50 cents, not 50%, if it sounded like that's what I said. It's still like a $5 coffee, but oh well. Life goes on. But Hekios, how you been? $5 coffee, not so pog. It's really scary walking past that street, Jesus, on a Sunday, because that's the day they roast their coffee. And the entire street just smells like burnt toast. And if you're not expecting it, you don't know it's there, and you don't realize that it's the day that they roast their coffee, I thought I was having a stroke. I was like, why does this entire area smell like burnt toast? What the shit? And then I realized, oh, they're probably roasting coffee. Like the second or third time I smelled it. Actually, before I moved out here, the bar that I used to be a regular at, I walked in there one day and sat down and started chatting with the bartender. And then everybody simultaneously started like looking at each other. And then one guy at the other end of the bar goes, does anybody else smell burning toast or am I having a stroke? One of the kitchen staff like left some garlic bread in the oven and they actually had burnt toast. But like, Cascady, you have a bearded dwarf named Silk. Okay. Sure. We definitely have bearded dwarf available. Does anyone else smell burnt toast? Like, you know, it's one of those rare times where like it also like the bartender was just like, his name's Nick. He just kind of sat up. He's like, yeah, actually. Well, that's concerning. Like literally, it was like minute of panic of like everybody like trying to figure out what the fuck this was because we all thought we were dying. So S-I or S-L-I. Q-E? What's with the name? Where'd that came from? Collective stroke? Yeah, you know, it's like... You know, this has happened a lot recently. I have to say that the Swallowed Sack might be the worst last name I've seen. But that's pretty good. It's a group stroke, but not the good time? Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, I missed the Q-U. It's a character from a D&D podcast. Checks out. Alrighty. Sorry about your last name, though. You loved busting, I guess. It makes you feel good. He cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. A true Chad dwarf. Does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. Definitely actually a Chad dwarf. And is not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings. and we all know why that is. And he is very impolite and inconsiderate property. Checks out. And he is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. No, he's not. And he's confident under pressure, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others on his podcast through YouTube Shorts primarily. And I'm going to stop. I will just read the rest of this dwarf. He's often cheerful and doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord and day-to-day living. He tends to hold on to grievances and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Never mind, that checks out. And tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be that comes to pass. He's just like me, for real. And he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. That's bullshit. And often feels discouraged, tends to avoid crowds, and occasionally overindulges. Are you sure you want this dwarf? This dwarf is quite literally the biggest fucking chud. Like, Jesus, man. I'm so sorry. That's your dwarf? Wait, what? That's my boy! No, this dwarf ain't on Twitter. This dwarf is on Rumble and Truth Social. Anyway, enough of that. He occasionally overindulges and is quite ambitious and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Is hated in the podcast? Great. He personally believes... This is like Tim. Nobody likes Tim. We had a dwarf once, which we named Tim, and he literally just, like, hates everything. His whole description was just, like, hates art, hates skills, hates the law, hates, like, family, hates romance, wants to raise a family, hates craft dwarfship, like... No empathy. Just like all of the negatives. Very funny when that happens. He personally believes that hard work is one of the highest ideals and is a key to the good life, but has never worked a day in his life because he just has dad's money. And he thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Whoa. It keeps getting truer. And doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife because he's a contrarian, and sees competition as reasonably important, but doesn't know how to take care of it or work. He's in the Urist files. Don't be mean to Urist. Urist did nothing wrong. Poor Urist. Why does it have to be the Urist files? He's in the clown files though. Found in the underworld. He likes claystone, aluminum, and ruby, and jackal tooth, and lovable short swords, earrings, and the words of the Saturnine of intricacy and prefers to consume white spotted puffer, rye beer, buckwheat flour, and hates blood gnats. I'm gonna put a statue of a fucking blood gnat in your bedroom. Let me actually do that. Blood gnat. Blood gnats, plural. The blood of gnats. Nope. Pain. Oh no, painting, because he doesn't like art. Well, he'll actually like it, that's the problem. Well. Also, I kind of screwed up. I read that as bearded dwarf, not beardless dwarf. This is a bearded dwarf, not a beardless dwarf. Oh, I see. You said bearded dwarf. If no beards, then beardless. I did not misread it. He hates harmony. He always sings out of tune. Well, that's the dwarfiest dwarf that dwarfed recently. Do you have a bedroom? It's right here. For the memes. But I'm busy putting a vampire in the position of power for the memes. Also, actually, my attempt to raise this location went through again. The vampire outmatched the dwarf Aloth with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage and bolted Fisher. We struck down their leader. We're mostly murdering dwarves at the minute because these are all dwarves that have been converted to elvish culture. Struck down another dwarf. O'Neill, by O'Neill Citibanks. What a good last name. Citibank. I'm going to send the Ultra Stones to just go take over this place. Conquer and occupy. But if it's successful, they won't come back. And the main squad, led by the Vampire Lady, is going to go attack this forest retreat. They're just going to raid it, though. And we're going to go back to following our cap. Wait, hold up. Put the evil dwarf in a position of power? Sorry, just reading this dwarf listens to Alex Jones. I'm trying to think of like a dwarf fortress name that would rhyme with Alex Jones. That's like a dwarf name. Or like fits in the dwarf language. Eurus Bones. Hey, quit being mean to old Dagger like that. There might be a goblin name that kind of ends with an X. It could be Cybrek. Cybrek something. Oh. So I just sent the Ultra Stones over to that local dwarven fortress, and after a polite discussion with a local rival, Sarvesh Clasp Scale has claimed the position of administrator of the Paint of Hurricanes. What that means, for those of you uninitiated, is this Bolted Fisher, which is now once again owned by the Dipped Volcano, has been reclaimed by me. We can also now request all of these dwarves. Some of these are my dwarves that are already here, that I sent here, and some of them are just the ones that were there. So Hekios, we're going to request you back. Anybody else named? Nah. So if I need extra workers, I could request any of these dwarves, but I do need a messenger to do that. So I need to go into here. I need to assign a messenger, and that could be, I don't know. Jurist. Alrighty, Jurist. Go request Hekios come back. Like Cyber Cackstones? I could work with that. Also, evening, Squizzly. I have bad news. You died to a forgotten beast. We just read one of the most chuddy dwarf descriptions I've ever read, Alfie. Like, this dwarf is, like, maybe the most, like, manosphere-pilled dwarf I've ever read the description of. No, it's the BIM podcast. Come on. Also, it's the BIM cast. Cascady, come on. Also, investments are open for those of you who care. It was a noble death. I mean, I think dying to a forgotten beast who shoots webs is a noble death. The forgotten beast in question was actually killed by this vampire with a pickaxe. Somehow. My mayor died while you were gone, Elfie. And the person that got elected mayor was the old captain of the guard, which left a void in the power. So I've given Tosid, our vampire, captain of the guard privileges, and he is using that accordingly, which is convicting all of the old crimes that he committed at one point in time onto people who deserve it. I mean, witnessed him committing crimes or are depressed and potentially trouble causers in the fortress. Hekios the Swordmaster has returned, who can now run their own squad. Hekios has gotten a promotion. Oops. Ate somebody in charge. We didn't eat somebody in charge. A forgotten beast did. And I'm not just saying that as like a jokey way of saying my vampire did it. No, a forgotten beast killed the mayor. And the vampire filled the power vacuum, as is a vampire is wont to do. Gosh, that term, I don't like using either of these words. I'm just gonna say that the term looks maxing makes me cringe. Like, genuinely, it's like the slang term equivalent of getting, like, punched in the side of the head is like, ah! Or expecting to get punched in the side of the head. I don't know, I think like some eldritch horror from the past murdering somebody in charge and then taking its place is pretty Vampire the Masquerade. I would say, at least. You had no idea it was a thing until it made the news. Do you read 404? I'm trying to think who else would be writing about it. Trying to think who else would be writing about that. Day one subscriber. Whatever the $100 tier is called. Not the 1,000 one, because I ain't that rich. Right. Flurf. Yeah, I don't know. Caravan, it's training time. Okay, last time there was a caravan, we immediately got invaded, so. Let's hope we did better this time. Also, shoutouts to 404 Sandshrews. Ay vey. I know that people say this ironically, but I do genuinely worry about people, and I hope that people go outside and have, like, friendships and positive relationships in their life, because whenever I think about this, like, that sort of weird areas in the... I don't even want to say internet subcultures. It's more just, like, human subcultures, and a lot of that stuff just kind of borders on cults really quickly. It's like, I just kind of worry about people and just genuinely hope that people have, like, some good things in their life, because clearly not a lot of those people don't have enough of them. It's like I had a person have an absolute conniption fit at me because they realized that I have a Blue Sky account. And they're like, why are you forcing your politics on me? It's like, man, if you feel that way about like every single normal thing that happens in like basic discussions, how do you function? Like, there's no way you can have like a normal balanced conversation with a human being for any period of time in real life without like your brain exploding. Flex is 4K hours. Do I need to like type in exclamation point tickets? I will. We all know that I'll win. It's truly wild. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot more than just like touching grass. Like touching grass is like a really mean thing. It's like some people just really need therapy, but the only therapy they can afford or are willing to seek out is what they can find for free on the internet, which sometimes it ain't that bad, and sometimes is pretty fucking horrendous. You know, like as long as people have existed, there's been people going around going, well, there's gullible, silly people out there just, you know, gullible, silly people out there that probably have some money in their pocket that I can make a profit off of. Shysters, we call them. Swindlers, brigands, and snake oil salesmen. Figurines. And speaking of snake oil salesmen, hey chat, if you happen to have a Prime sub available, it's one of the things that helps keep this channel funded, you know. If you don't know what a Prime sub is, then you can subscribe to my website where I will give you detailed instructions on how to activate your Prime. That's a joke. I'm not actually. I didn't have a better bit to run with. But I mean, you could subscribe on my website and get sound commands. I should honestly probably offer more perks, but let's just sell those large gauntlets. Right. I too speak Kobold. It doesn't really have anything to do with when you were born, Net Hazard. It's got everything to do with who you surround yourself with. And the, like, people that you know, right? Like, there are people that have fallen down those rabbit holes that are early Gen X. And there's people who are late boomers who are more or less in the same rabbit holes. Like, it's kind of age agnostic. It's more education and socialization. But I digress. I am far from an expert. I just know that anybody's susceptible. Wilmer, we'll see you later. Take care. Snooze good, mate. I'm a little worried about this dwelling upon reliving trauma. Also, Wilmer, you have a good night's sleep. Take care. We're about to get hit by ads. There's a giant tame? Okay, this is confusing. Why is there a giant tame fly in my fort? Where the fuck did you come from? Why is there a giant tame fly in my fortress? Yes, but it wouldn't be tame if it was from the elves. I'm at war with the elves. Oh, did I win a did I steal it from the elves? Is that what you're suggesting? That's possible, actually. But of all the fucking things, a giant fly is the thing we get. I almost feel ripped off. kobold is like literally that, like Tarn speaking kobold for like 3 seconds is what sold you on my stream. That's wild. So Tarn Adams is what sold you on the stream then. I could just like send you the, oh, on the sound comments. I could just like send you the file. Like if you. Much better than Giant Bug. Much better. Okay, so as far as the invasion and seizure, which we did first, seems that Servish actually had to lead an attack. Killed the leader, struck them down, and took over. Okay, so that was us taking back that places. And then the other squad ran all the way down here. The dipped volcano slipped into Pines United. Undetected by the wayward sky of the hill of monasteries. And the forces searched. And Sheikh Carnal was stolen. And they stole treasure and livestock. They got a giant leopard, a horse, an elephant, and a giant fly. And some random wooden crap. Well, I will eat the fly. And the leopard. Is this a new fort? Not super new. I mean, I think the first year of this fort was the, like, either 212 or 213. But we retired it and reclaimed it. I will admit that finding that giant, like, fly really tripped me up. And then down here, we'll store the elephant. I'm going to train it as a war elephant. Most likely, but I'm not going to send it back just yet. Let's go to the overworld. I want to know what's in this cave. Lyric Mines. We're going to go raid it. So I'm going to send this dwarf back out to go raid Lyric Mines. We're going to trade. Huh. They haven't traded with us in a bit. So I can basically just buy out everything they have, I think. Yeah, quite literally. Markle! Excellent. It was really nice too. You like it for tea. I kind of want to get one of those for me, but for camping. Also, diplomacy. There's much to share. And I'm just going to request more wood. I'm kind of surprised, actually, that they haven't asked us to become nobility yet. Which I think is a bit of a shame. It's an opportunity to improve appraisal, though. No. I heard strippers. There is not. $2014? Oh. So it's an elf necromancer that lives there? Does anything else live there? Curious if they've tamed any animals. Bone doll. I'm a little bit weirded out by the fact that they are going all the way up here to get the cloth that's up here, but not using the cloth that's like right there that's higher value. I'm actually gonna set a rule, because it is the 5th. Only use dyed cloth. Because I do actually have enough cloth now, probably. I have a, You can give them leather gloves and leather caps, which does have a higher armor value than like armor. That ain't pigtail cloth, dude. That's not dyed. I don't understand why they know just use this one. I don't get it. Needs one unused dyed plant cloth, but I have. All right, instead you just go eat this person. It was just an excuse to go eat a peasant. Typical. Who's upset? Momas? Well, it's crazy that you're still committing crimes, Momas. Like, while in prison, too? The audacity! It's ridiculous. I mean, you gotta, like, cover up your tracks. Don't be suspicious, Bone Doll. Makes perfect sense to me. Also, let's brew some drinks from fruits. So we can actually have, like, some variety. Because dag nabbit, we need it. Uh-oh. The Wereskink, Captain, Kivish, Ficod Snakes. No, Ficod Nakas has come. A large skink twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow chartreuse. Its charcoal scales are blocky and close set. You will know why you fear the night. It's not for everybody. Style points. I'm glad you enjoy watching at the very least. You know, somebody in the YouTube comments said, what if Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode ends up being like turn-based Noida? After all the magic updates stuff gets in? What if? You know, like grabbing a bag and just like talking to a wizard and then being like, you need sand, emerald dye, and leaves from a pine tree. And then you just be like, those don't have leaves, they have branches. And then you put all those into a fucking bag and then throw it at somebody and it's an explosion. What if? That also heals you while blowing all of your limbs off. It is the 11th. I can't actually do anything. But what I can do is I can tell all these dwarves to go and clear, and we can hope that nothing horrible happens. I don't see any combat happening. So what the hell happened then? Also, I hope I didn't just screw this up. Although they all seem to be coming back now. Yeah, they do seem to have returned. I got until the 15th to figure this out. What's up with the dwarves? Were we following a vampire when you last tuned in? Because this is the captain of the guard, definitely very stealthy, and certainly not corrupt vampire, who definitely hasn't weaseled his way into a position of power via religious means in order to consume as many dwarves freely without fear of imprisonment as possible. That's what we're doing. Hello, casual elephant. How are you? Oh, shit. Here's hoping nobody got bit. I don't see any combat logs. I'm trying to click on... Oh, I missed. I was aiming for the cage. Some random dude from an elven caravan got turned? Possibly? I mean, there are no elven caravans. I haven't traded with the elves. It's also the wrong time of year to trade with the elves. We traded with the dwarves, but... Vampires new, actually the whole fort looks new. Okay. Basically what I'm doing, Zemodir, is we are making a spiritual successor to following one dwarf for 10 years, but instead it's a vampire. It's the fortress Aftercasket. More or less the entire fortress worships the god of death. I manually turned this dwarf into a vampire using adventure mode. If you're curious how I did that, I basically made a vampire and then made another vampire and then using dice and then cut up one of the vampires using combat and then put that vampire's blood into a container and then made this dwarf drink it. And I may or may not have accidentally oopsed another vampire into the fortress and may or may not have accidentally infected a second dwarf by mistake. Genuinely by mistake. Whenever the game is unpaused, I have to be following this dwarf except for on the 5s and the 0s. Now that he's the captain of the guard, because there was a void and it was available, I am convicting people who didn't do the crimes of all of his old crimes. And I'm slowly like plotting in my head ways to make this fort end dramatically, shall we say. I'm also stealing stuff from the elves, so... Okay, yeah, no, that fight didn't go through. They canceled the invasion of this spot, so we're going to go do that again. Try that again. Let's just get rid of all this crap. Just a random turban right there. Ain't that exciting. Just making sure I didn't, like, acquire any artifacts that I'm not aware of. Not that I'm not aware of. One of your favorite forts that you ever made had a vampire mayor that kept getting reelected. To be fair, it's hard to beat the I grant you eternal life campaign promise. Well, he doesn't grant anybody. He just will preserve his own eternal life. Because vampires don't grant other people with eternal life. They just have eternal life. Unless, like, you know, you repeatedly stab him in the head and take his blood out and mix it with water and then convince the dwarves to drink it. It's more of like the promise of eternal enslavement than anything. Eternal on life. True. Like, in my mind, it's like this fortress is operating like this because the most popular god in the fort by far is Urith, who is the god of war and death. And this dwarf was the religious leader of that faction, which is why I decided to turn him. And currently he's in that temple. No longer the religious leader. Also, his last name was Guilt Monk, and that seemed to fit. Plus, his personality also seemed to fit. Oopsies. So for all of those reasons, I decided to, you know. I can teach you to be just like me. You just have to sign up to my masterclass, was probably his political campaign. Casual elephant. Also, I'm going to read this dwarf off again because I'm so amused by this. We got a dwarf earlier. First off, I literally have a dwarf named Twitch chat, who's just kind of fine. But I also have YouTube chat. So first off, I'm going to read YouTube chat. This is YouTube's thoughts. She is absorbed in delusions of self-importance and deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. That's new. This is now Reddit. Dislikes helping others, always is tense and jittery, and is rarely jealous and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she likes to take it easy. She doesn't focus on material goods, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her and needs alcohol to get through the working day. So that's YouTube. But the other one that we have here is this one. Who's serving dwarven wine is the tavern keeper. And this dwarf cannot tolerate differences in culture or lifestyle or appearance, does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress, does not fall in love and never develops positive feelings, is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He is confident under pressure and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others through his podcast, and often is cheerful and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. It keeps the engagement up, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and often feels discouraged, tends to avoid crowds, and occasionally overindulges and is quite ambitious and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the host of the BIMcast. Jesus Christ, dude. He's even got a toque. I mean, he's dressed for the occasion. Anyways, I'm going to follow my vampire now, who's significantly more tolerable. How you doing, Clino? Yes, he does snack on other dwarves. I mean, so not all these kills were snacks. Some of them were actual kills. So far, he's snacked on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sloppy Joe in YouTube chat says, sounds like my ex. I hope that you've found better at this point, mate. I hope that you've found better. Anyway, it's just Casual Elephant mentioned political gotchas, so I have to run through that again because that's just too goddamn funny. Imagine hanging around with that that's my tavern keeper, chat. That's my tavern keeper. That's my tavern keeper. Just wait until Tarn lets us cast Fireball. It'll be a good day. Speaking of Tarn letting us cast Fireball. Clino, when's Tarn gonna let us cast Fireball? Also, hi Clino. How are you doing today? You don't even want them serving Fireball? What magic do you want? I think the thing that I'm the most excited to see would be any kind of, like, I want to see alchemy I want to see what that looks like. And I want to see a way to make potions for my hospital. If they never see their leader sleep, they will in Legends and Fortress mode. I would have to manufacture that. So, my captain of the guard is the dwarf that did that murder. This hand chest, the sacred courage, is the leader of that, of the opposing religion of the same god. So I'm going to interrogate him on behalf of all these murders that he definitely did. Casts penicillin. That would kill me, potentially. I assume I'm still allergic to penicillin. He's a pretty good counselor and pacifier and persuader and liar. And he's also pretty funny. And a bold flatterer. This dwarf wants to pray. I'm actually going to take you off of other assigned roles so he can go pray, potentially. I really hope that this dwarf, like, admits some other completely unrelated crime. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. In retrospect, the interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character, so he's really bad at it. Well, we got to get better. Also, my squad has returned. On the 5th, I can pause and take a look. Men's all ruined clothing? Maybe not all. Maybe it's like a spell that, like, makes a pair of unruinable clothing. I honestly want really dumb spells. Like, that's the stuff I'm really hoping for. Like, this is a spell that just makes one block, okay, like one area of the fort occasionally smell like miasma. He was accepting, remembering being confined, and his mulling over this reoccurring memory allowed him to change his personal tendencies. We've got another permanent memory. He was accepting, remembering being confined, and he's become more resilient. Oh, so you're more looking forward to the you want necromancy back into a good place so you can turn it on again. Beyond that, you want good settings to keep myths and magics under control. Clino Dev, the Bay 12 Games shill, is excited for you. Clino, the occasional fort builder, desires peace in the depths. That's fair. I mean, I would actually say I am more excited about being able to manage armies in the overworld. It's a candy that is sold by Nestle. Flurf. Anyway, I think it's Nestle. Shit. M&M's are Nestle, right? If I misrepresented M&M's and they're by a different company, I'm very sorry. I'm actually not. I don't care. But I'm honestly more excited about the diplomacy stuff that Tarn has talked about than explosions. Explosions sound great and all, but, like, yeah. Yeah. Mars? Oh, right. Yeah, Mars is one of those other companies that exists that makes candies that isn't Nestle. I don't think I've eaten an M&M in like 5+ years. Like pre-pandemic, I think was the last time I had an M&M. Well, I mean, the next major content update, according to Tarn, is supposed to include more abilities in the overworld. like non-violent ways to like make contact with other factions, and supposedly the ability to move or detect incoming sieges from the overworld, which is really curious to see. You like them in trail mix? I don't really make trail mix. The last like super long hike I went on, I just brought like half a kilo of dried mango. That was pretty banging. So we went and raided this elven cave, which apparently has an elven necromancer in it. Lyric mines. The words are of the lyrics of those mines are echo, 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 echo. Anyway, we stole treasure. And the treasure was disappointing. All right, well, let's just go raise them then. Raise them to a higher standard of existence. No, that's Marshall Mathers. It's a giraffe. People used to always call me the rap god because I talks quick sleaze. Like, is Blind the rap god? Because he talks really quickly. I don't get that so much these days, though. Holy shit, that's a lot of dog skull totems. Way too many dog skull totems, even. This guy's had a lot of careers in this fort. It's like he's the former militia captain, former militia dwarf, former exalted blade, former broker, or current broker, former militia dwarf, former sacred slaughter, former hammerer, former militia captain, currently captain of the guard. Busy career, this dwarf. So what's your dream feature, Clino? Like, post underground rewrite. Oh boy. Here we go again. Forgotten Beast Tugas has come. A gigantic feathered raccoon. It has a fat bulging trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its dark brown feathers are long and narrow. Beware its webs. I don't know where it is. Won't know where it is until the 15th. I've also just canceled another one of these. Hopefully nobody starts dying. Pause game. Where is it? Oh, thankfully. Oh, it's on the lower levels. It can't get to me. I don't need to panic. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine emoji. And I can go back to the overworld, and I can go back to raising lyric mines, although my dwarves are not back yet, so now I need to wait for them to be back. At least calling dwarves back early doesn't like kill them now like it used to. It used to completely fuck your squads when you did that. Let's just go to T over here real quick, and I'm just going to unforbid all the tasks now. I guess I recently shared again your suspicion that higher fantasy settings might not have goblins and elves as Myths and Magic goes on, but it's not actually a secret. I feel like Dwarf Fortress isn't going to have higher fantasy, though, right? Like, well, in the traditional sense of, like, high and low fantasy. It's like, to me, I think, like, higher fantasy is just going to be a Cthulhu-esque wasteland where everything is just some variation on the, like, necromancer experiments, essentially. Like, that's the way I see it going. Whereas, like, you know, honestly, what I would like, and I think I've said this before, as part of Myths and Magic, I want there to be a setting or like a level of Myths and Magic where mega beasts, giants, I need to pause game because we're in an ad. Giants, Ettins, Minotaurs. Are like the... I'm trying to think of like the term. More intelligent and by default running factions. Because I love the idea of just having a faction of dwarves that has like this great elder that's kind of like the king, but actually pulling the strings behind the scenes, who's just a cyclops with like fucking murder magic. I want that. I just want like a raid boss to show up because I attacked a human faction, and that raid boss is just like a minotaur that can fucking shoot rockets out of his eyeballs. I don't know. Less and less Tolkien, more the fuck? What in the Cthulhu? Also, it is pouring rain outside. Like, if I didn't know better, I think the clouds are trying to desalinate the ocean. I don't know. As long as this game keeps getting updates and things keep coming in, I'm curious and excited. Actually, like, the other thing that I'm the most excited for, which I think is probably based on what Tarn said in the last interview, something that we're going to see soon, question mark, is the, like, beginnings of the myth generator. Because anything that, like, adds... Do you not like the goblins, Clito? Anything that adds more to world gen flavor and context is like 2 thumbs up, A+ exciting for me. Big fan. Like, that is my... Those are easily going to almost always be my most... Oops, wrong day. I need to wait for the 20th. Those are going to be the most exciting features for me in almost all cases. Because, like, the game in and of itself at the moment obviously could be better, right? But I think, like, the area that I would like to see improved the most is just the... Like, if I could look at this and see more information about this dwarf's history and their personality and their tendencies and their goals, anything that, like, you know, finding out more about animals, you know, like, just more in-depth personality generation and moods and thoughts and that kind of stuff. Like... I would kind of be all in on the, like, Crusader Kingsification of everything. You know, it's like, I want everything to have meaning. I want everything to have context. I want everything to have history. And I want everything to tie back to shit. Like, I was joking about this before, just kind of, like, speculating and bullshitting off the dome. I would kill for fossils. Like, fossils. You know? Like, wouldn't it be like, one of the coolest things that ever happened to me in a fortress was I reclaimed a fort. And this was a fort that, according to the world's history, it stated right in the overworld, it's like, this fortress was destroyed by the underworld. And then later reclaimed by the dwarves, and then destroyed by goblins and left abandoned. And I reclaimed it and started building in it, and right at the top of the hidden fun stuff down in the deep depths right above the underworld, there was an engraving of the invasion of the underworld. Like, on the place where the stairs to the underworld would be. And that is, like, just stuck with me since seeing that. Like, I would kill to just be, like, digging randomly one day. Like, even if this is something you'd only see, like, maybe every 10 forts. And just, like, find petrified bone. And be able to examine it in, like, an alchemy shop or something. And find out that it's a piece of some forgotten beast that didn't make it through world creation. Or, like, something from before our myths began or whatever. Something older than time itself, you know? I would kill for that, even if it's just, like, you know, Dwarf Fortress approximating dinosaurs. Like, stuff like that would be 10 out of 10, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, right now I would say that like an effective necromancer is already hard to cultivate, so we're kind of halfway there. Cascadey. Basically, like an effective necromancer has to be undead as far as I'm concerned. Because otherwise they get killed by their own nightmares. Which is just me IRL, but... Oh. The vampire has returned. And presumably has raised that elf cave. I don't know, chat, what's your dream feature for Dwarf Fort? And I don't mean like out of this world would take 1,000,000 years to develop. I mean like, what's your dream feature that like seems reasonable at the moment? About free will in Dwarf Fortress, and my sense is that he considers a medium-eyed humanoid driven to cruelty by its evil nature basically irredeemable. The near future I almost want is diplomats being able to say, hey, can we trade? And hey, can I... What I want to see is, for goblins, like I kind of agree. Can I pay you to stop sending us soldiers? To me, what I would love to see is right now the goblin masters or the goblin overlords not all that strong, right? And there's actually some really like fucked up political concepts here of regime change, but like at the same time I like the idea that the goblins are irredeemable when they are driven to cruelty by demonic overlords. I think it would be really cool if you could not like fix them per se, but like if it was possible to kill the demon overlord and then like 1,000 years later or like 100 years later, they slowly morph away from that. Like maybe they're still kind of grumbly warmongers, but like more likely to form alliances in between forts and such. Telling normal dwarves to pick up specific items that you want them to pick up. Oh, just like a priority button. Yeah, that's fair. Or just like civilian uniforms, basically. Cascadey. Smokable plants. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's tavern games. I would love tavern games. Or fossils. Except, I want you to raise this place, damn it. You're supposed to go raise it. Goblins that are terrified not to be evil would be cool. I think, like, right now the game needs an adversary, right? And from my perspective, goblins are, like, the default adversary. You know? And I feel like in order for a lot of people to play a game like this, you need you need creepers in Minecraft, you know? You need something that shows up and blows your house up. I don't know. Like, I think, like, my favorite thing about Dwarf Fortress is that goblins are capable of leaving the goblin factions and joining other factions. You know, like, yeah, they're, like, horrendous warmongers when they are in goblin factions, but it's the fact that they can leave and then join other factions that I think is really interesting. Zos the Weaver has created Genisand Umost, an alpaca wool robe, and claims it as a family heirloom. Too bad, it belongs to Tosid now. It's a shame that you feel that way, but can't help you. That is now the broker's cloak. Family heirloom, family schmeirloom. Belongs to the vampire now. Okay, so I will just be that guy for a second that normally I go, but. DF hack literally has that feature. Like, if you want, like, the ability to prioritize specific tasks, that does exist in DF hack at the minute. If you do feel like that you need it that badly. I've just never felt the need for it. Like, that's something that, like, is just intrinsically not DF to me, but not everybody feels that way, so. How can society function without loyalty? We must be able to have faith in each other. This is an alpaca wool robe. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wool, tower cap, and Drothla bone, and encircled with bands of oval obsidian cabochons and steel. It is made from alpaca wool cloth. The thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite. On the item is an image of 2 forgotten beasts in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of tapered baguette glass gems in diorite. On the item is an image of Cadol Leanquake, the dwarf, and Gapist Bim Peaceful, the human in tower cap. Gapist Bim Peaceful is striking down Cadol Leanquake. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Cadol Leanquake by the human Gipest Brim Peaceful in Manorfinger in the Banded Horn in the early spring of 161 during Nishara Uthret, the attack of whips. Or the remains that you mentioned earlier? I mean, like, again, I'm just gonna be that guy, I'm sorry. There are ways to make them do that. It usually involves, like, simply pausing all other unrelated jobs. I guess, like, I'm very, from my perspective, right? Like, I'm not saying that I'm right or this is the end all be all. From my perspective, I really dislike things in Dwarf Fortress that remove the free will from dwarves. Like, I don't like I feel like if something isn't getting put away quick enough, you fucked up. And to me, that's kind of a band-aid to fix it. But then again, you could also say that, like, I don't know, anything kind of is. I can tell you in my experience that that's a much bigger ask in Tarn than it sounds. A common ask for premium was, can we please choose their clothing? Which after more discussion than you'd believe, eventually it got us noble gear. So, like, yeah, you can, you can assign artifacts to nobles or items to nobles? I think, like, I kind of, I don't know. I like the fact that they use their own clothing. I just wish it was less gamey. Right now, it's pretty gamey. All isn't an option. You need to know how many you have. Because right now, it's literally just, they just want the clothing that they currently have, and they want to replace the clothing that they currently have. And they will just acquire any clothing that's available. If it was, like, more organic and less gamey feeling, I think I'd like that system more. Although I'm certainly not somebody who wants civilian uniforms. That kind of goes against how this game seems to work in my experience, but I think that's something that's coming, FatTubist. FatTubist in YouTube chat says the ability to research cures to currently incurable diseases. I'm pretty sure that's coming because we're supposedly going to get some way of making magic potions in Fortress mode, which supposedly will be able to be usable in hospitals, which in adventure mode right now heal all ailments and cure all injuries and debuff and debuffs and negative status effects, except for curses. I don't think those cure curses, although I've never tried. Yeah, well, at the same time, Black Winds, what if I told you that goblins just eat sentient creatures whenever they feel like it? And humans do it when they think they can get away with it if they want to. So, to me, at the very least, because in YouTube chat there, Black Winds says, I think elves are a good option for an adversary because they eat the ones that they defeat in battle. Telling someone that their sibling and mother were unpleasant to eat would be pretty rage-inducing. No, that's true. But, like, Humans in Dwarf Fortress will just do that if they believe they can get away with it if they want to. And goblins will just do that and not care. At least the elves have, like, a kind of religious reason for it. Or, like, a cultural reason for it. Not that I'm saying it's good or okay, but it makes more sense as to why they would do that, at least to me. I do honestly feel that the user interface and ability to link stock, like, workshops to stockpiles easier would be nice. Yeah, an overlay for that would be real nice, actually. Challenge somebody to do a duel because you're hungry. Yeah, I think that this is pretty telling, because, like, when I think of, like, what I want for this game, what I want added to this game, it's almost entirely, like, under the hood mechanical stuff, right? Like, not necessarily stuff the player would directly interact with. It's, like, all the stuff that I want or would love to see in this game. You know, things like the ability to, like, let my dwarves make a fucking pipe and smoke something out of it. Or, you know, the tavern games, which is basically just, like, a different type of dancing that would probably use a different trinket instead of, you know, dance floor space. Maybe they use dice. Things like the procedural sports that you see in Legends. Stuff like that. Like, that's the stuff that I want. Whereas when chat talks about the things they want, it's almost exclusively mechanics. Like, I not like under the hood stuff, but like player quality of life things. It's like, I want maybe I'm just, like, so deep in this fucking rabbit hole that, like, my head can't see I can't even see the fucking sun anymore, and, like, it's hard for me to see, like, the flaws in this game's fundamental design from, like, a playability perspective, because, like, I don't, like, clock those as issues. To me, it's like a lot of those things, if you change them, it stops feeling as much like Dwarf Fortress to me, which is probably actually just the case, right? Because, like, I see if somebody says, like, oh, well, you know, I want civilian uniforms, like, but that takes away Dwarven agency. Like, that no longer feels like Dwarf Fortress to me, right? Like, I kind of categorically don't want civilian uniforms. But, like, I can understand why you would want that. I don't want to manage that. Because, like, the game is kind of designed to make that difficult. I think the other, like, dream thing that I do want for Dwarf Fortress, though, is I just want characters in adventure mode to go to bed at night in their houses, go to work for, like, 7 hours during the day, till the fields, talk a little bit more coherently, and be capable of accepting quests that you hand in. And I want the economy in adventure mode to make some sense. That's certainly something that I really would love to see. Oh, yeah, also let me fucking have a house and make a farm and make people that I recruit to my faction work the fields of my farm and give me some sort of local notoriety and form of income and reason to participate in that. And maybe let me send armies around in the overworld in adventure mode. Like, I want adventure mode to just be like Life Sim Kenshi. You know, the other thing that I should mention about a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here is I'd be willing to bet. I mean, I should probably talk to Putnam about this at some point, but see if we were actually able to raise this thing. The defenders were led by a dwarf named Sodel. The dwarf vampire Stekkweb outmatched Sodel and killed Sodel. Serverlord actually killed him. We fought with an elf. We ripped their tooth out. The elf was struck down. Practiced Smiths was the name of the elf. They rampaged throughout the place and looted treasure. Probably didn't get much, but oh well. 2 cotton shoes. Pfft, literally stole some shoes. We stole a couple sneakers. Gonna head south now. But that's something we are getting, though, Tibet. Also, fucking give me a pickaxe for adventure mode and let me dig a hole. God damn it, Tarn. Just let me dig a hole. Like, that can't be too difficult. I just want to dig into the underworld in my own fortress in adventure mode. I think the biggest issue with independent microforts, Clino, is like the fact that dwarves have to leave them to speak with the mayor. You know, like there's a lot of things that like break it if you try to have like specific locations that are like little microforts and separated from the rest of the fort. Crucibles, the definitive guide. That's probably a useful thing for dwarves to have. Better cooking. One of my favorite Tarn quotes, Royd, is if you want a good cooking system in a video game, play Caves of Cud. Which, like, he's right. Like, that's a good cooking system in a video game. Also, you must be happy with the last bug fix then, Clino. The fact that workshops in guild halls no longer cause like the infinity artifacts. The way with foraging behavior. At some point we just need to let this dwarf sit here and read all these books. But yeah, I don't know. I think like the biggest problem, fire the easy way. Yes, set match on fire the easy way. That's a funny name for a book. I think the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress is its biggest gift. It's made by a very quirky group of people. And I say that with a lot of affection and respect. But at the end of the day, they're a very quirky group of people, and they have very different ideas. Uh-oh. Okay, so I paused because this is very important. Did you guys just see what happened? First off, he just killed Moma's Saberhound, which is horrifying. But Freeways just witnessed it. Chat, we have a witness to the murder. I'm sorry, Freeways. Wonder how many of these I need to convict him of so that he dies. The other question is, why were you standing in here? Also, literally, Freeways is happy about this because he just went and put on a new hat. Let's see, what's the conviction he's gonna get? 100 hammer strikes and 500 days in prison? It's horrifying. Freeways is a vampire, and Toasted witnessed it. It's terrifying. He just murdered that dwarf for a hat, and then put his hat on, and ran away with it. This is a harrowing turn of events. However, are we going to survive this? I do actually need to know. I'm just going to do something right quick for personal reasons. I'm going to assign the captain of the guard also to the hammerer position for the minute. Because we got to do this ourselves. Rare random murders for envy? What about when that happens to your favorite dwarf? Satisfied after chaining up a creature. It's a shame it had to happen that way. I do always wonder why he does this. He almost always goes back to the bedroom. Like, he returns to the scene of the crime after the fact. Why do you do that? That is the craziest thing, man. What happened here? I know, right? He's like investigating. I'm not gonna lie, I feel kind of bad about that one. Check if the victim had hidden any hats. That's true, yeah. Making sure he doesn't want to, like, yoink them for himself. Oh no. The Forgotten Beast and Nolgongith has come, an enormous one-eyed fantail. It has a twisting jointed trunk and it appears to be emaciated. Its gray feathers are downy. Beware its poisonous vapors. It's crazy that Freeways is a vampire chat. Oh my god. Oh wow. I'm cheating. I'm not supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to know. Sorry. I thought it was the 15th. All I can do is just set everybody to on duty. Also, it appears that the main squaddies are coming back. Out of the Forgotten Beast? Oh, most probably. '18th, come on. Although are the caverns closed? Shit, that might be. Also, apparently you can't be the hammer and the captain of the guard? Huh, that's wild. Today I learned. Oh no, it's because I put him in the military. Right. Captain of the guard squad. Crossbows, metal armor. There we go. Uh-oh. Tosid, not my Tosid, was found dead. That did make me worried for a second. About to get hit by ants, goddamn. All right, well, I don't know where the beast is, but I want to find out what's happening. It seems like a bunch of dwarves are fighting with it. It may already be dead, actually. Still the 20th. Yep, that's still alive. Currently fighting with Erib, and 94 Heroes is dead. 94 Heroes is no longer with us. It's pretty close to the gate, actually. It is apparently currently unexisting Erib, and there's blood everywhere, mostly his, I think. It's killed Tosid, Olbok, and 94 Tails. We're in an ad break, so he's kicking the glazer in the upper body, bruising the muscle, and shattering the right false ribs through the pigtail robe. And then breathes a cloud of drink ores the grizzly squids. The mind still succumbs to age. I mean, mind does. Mine does. I don't know about the vampire. I am going to go down here and forbid all this, though, because I guarantee all these dwarves are going to run over here and pick up equipment. Although you may still run out and die. Actually, no. We'll see.
Take that, ads.
Ads these nuts, Bert. Thank you very much for sticking around. Welcome back for a 10th month. Appreciate you checking and get a big round of beers for Bert. Re-upping that sub for another month. Appreciate you, man. All right, we are just going to wait another handful of seconds here while the vampire goes to pick up the equipment, which hopefully includes more than just a crossbow. Why are they downy, not uppy? It's a texture thing. Okay. Did you see it like coming in? Dwarf like runs past all the combat. It's got to be dead, right? Population falling. We're down to 121 from 124. Let's see what the result of the combat is by the time he gets down there. Anybody that sticks to something a moment longer than they have to is an idiot. Uh-oh. Well, it seems like the creature must be dead. But so's a lot of dwarves. It appears that the other vampire died too. Cog, my best commander, died. What a horrific moment in the fort's history, chat. What a terrifying day. The question is, who killed the beast? The axe dwarf hacks the forgotten beast with a battle axe, and sword part sails off in an arc. Serverlord's dead. Hekios is dead. Uptight Gent is dead. What happened to that squad? They stole treasure and livestock, so they made it in and out. I'm just gonna send them to go explore something so that they come back, like here. Well, what a tragedy. Now, where's the beast? You didn't get it, did you? No. How about you? Nope. Could have been either of these dwarves. You're a recruit. You're a wrestler, so it definitely wasn't you. Well, I suppose it's time to memorialize more dwarves. That really kind of makes me sad. Grim times, chat. Grim times. Life be harsh in the caverns? Yeah, when I can't pause for 5 days, especially. There's something like just that hits differently about knowing that there's a monster coming that I have almost no way of actually stopping. Also, this is very poetic. Like, he doesn't need to stand here. Why is he standing here? He's accepting, remembering, experiencing trauma, and mulling over the recurring tendency, memory, changed his personal tendencies. Okay, I need to pause and read what that is. He truly treasures the company of others and has an incredibly calm demeanor after experiencing trauma in 217. He is confident under pressure. And that clicked in like right as he was standing there. He became less anxious. Meanwhile, another forgotten beast arrives. This is a one-eyed dung beetle. It has 2 short horns and a bloated body. Its scarlet exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its webs. Well, that's concerning. 94 tails been missing for a week. That I know what caused that. Can't pause until the 1st. Please don't be on my lair. 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 Please don't be in the fort. 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 Please don't be on the fort. Please don't be in the... Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's not in the fort. Oh! Gently rolls you into a pile of shit while you're already tied up. That's just like H.R. Geiger's Katamari Damacy. No mold. I will say playing the game like this more or less guarantees that Forgotten Beasts will be a traumatic experience. And after praying to his god of death and being enraptured, he goes and begins the holy rites of burying the dead. Hey, chat, what do you think of this this fort so far? You know, we're on the year 218, late winter. Which means we're about getting close-ish to halfway through. We're 4 of 6 years in, which means we'll be probably 5 or 6 years in by the end of tomorrow. So next week, we will finish this probably by Thursday or Friday. If not Thursday, then Friday, for sure. Growing this fort has been pretty hard. It's like playing single player. I mean, that's just adventure mode, right? But I see what you're saying. I'm just kind of like entranced by the fact that that dwarf accepted their trauma after encountering just like a pile of dead. No. Hold up. I have some dwarves that are stuck off map, which I fucked up. They may come back as part of a migrant wave, but I will just presume them dead. Literally one of them already came back. Never mind. 2 of them came back, actually. Oh my god, I need to make more tombs. My prison down here is doubling as a morgue. I'm sure it'll be nice decorations that all of the prisoners will appreciate. And I will assign these to be buries. Buried? What the hell was that? I thought I saw something green. It was just vomit. Did we see what happened with the murderer? Which murderer? Salty? There's been several. You mean the one that I witnessed murdering another dwarf by sucking his blood dry? Oh, I convicted him of the crime and put him in prison. I mean, Tosit did. He's in prison right now. He also is going to get 100 hits with a hammer once he gets out of prison, so he's in prison right now. He's on Death Dwarf. Death Jurist? Death Boat. Death Row? Whatever the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Death Row is, probably. He's serving his sentence of murder. And the vampire got a happy thought chaining somebody up. He's on the anvil. There you go. Yeah, they're significantly less common now, but they still do happen. I do find almost all the time that whenever that does happen to me these days, they almost always just, like, show up again. Like, a few months later in-game. Like, that almost always tends to be the case in my experience. Like, maybe they'll disappear, but they'll wander back into the fort with a migrant wave, like, next migrant wave. So, I'll give it a little bit of time and we'll see what happens. I do need to make more gear, though. But that's a problem for future me, because current me has streamed for almost 9 hours and my brain is starting to go kaput. So I'm going to pause the game. I know it's the 16th, not the 15th, but damn it, I don't care. I think this fortress looks beautiful. Like, genuinely, this fortress looks awesome. I need to do a lot of paving, but I love the amount of color that I have access to in this fort. Adore it. Absolutely adore it. And I need to do something else with this. I think tomorrow we turn this light skirmishing with the elves into an all-out direct war. I think that's the plan. I think we accelerate the amount of dwarves that we are convicting of crimes that they definitely 100% committed. And, how are we doing on bedrooms? We're good on bedrooms. I think we need to beautify a lot of this stuff up. And, hopefully become some sort of nobility. So, we'll be on tomorrow, normal time, but I think I'm going to take this Friday, Saturday, Sunday as editing time, so I can just pluck away on editing this video and also recording another project slowly. So I will be on tomorrow for the normal time, for the normal stream, for the normal stuff and the normal things, but I'm not going to be on Friday because I will be editing. And it's not quite my weekend yet. I will be on tomorrow. Unless I won't see you tomorrow, Shinobi, in which case that's the plan. Because tomorrow's Thursday, so I will be on Thursday. And I guess actually if you're in a time zone where tomorrow's Friday then. I will be on tomorrow. I won't be on the day after tomorrow. Please don't ever call me that again. That's terrifying, Nomald. But don't run off because we will raid somebody. And I'm going to export legends first. I do fucking love the idea of, like, dropping something heavy on this dwarf as a way to end it. At some point. But let me just do a few things behind the scenes here.